my goodness. Happy Summit Day 2. And if I knew everybody was wearing their hoodie, I would have popped mine on.
We match. Well, she has a different style on, but
same vibe.
Yeah.
Same vibe.
Yeah.
Same vibe.
Oh my goodness. Good morning. Good morning. We've had such good spouses. Yes, Brenda. I believe Brenda Johnson has won a giveaway. What has Brenda won?
Well, we hadn't gotten that far, but
We should pick something else.
We're going to go with a $50 Amazon gift card.
Go, Brenda! Yay! Oh my goodness. Congratulations, Brenda. You have won a $50 Amazon gift card. Thank you so much for being here with us all Summit weekend long. We are so excited. Guys, I want to give you all an update. I just pulled up the data on how many of our tickets for Maker's Gonna Meet.
Oh.
We have...
And we don't, Rachel and I don't know this
No,
yet.
we don't know.
We have confirmed over 80 seats for the Maker's Gonna Meet.
Oh my gosh.
We're so excited. So that means there's only 40 spots left for you guys to claim yours so that you can join us for $100 off. Now, if for some reason you are just tuning in, I know we have a lot of friends that are here with us that may have not been able to be here for day one.
Right.
That they may have not been able to see everything. So if you are just tuning in, we are actually putting a little bit of a pause on any virtual summit for 2021. We are putting our heart and soul into this program, as well as, let's just take a moment, as well as like giving more time for one-off courses like Rachel's amazing 30-day Cricut challenge, the year membership. I mean, Becca has member-only videos coming out every Friday.
We're pouring into you in different ways because of it.
Yes,
So, yeah.
and that's what one thing I did want to talk about. Like, it's important to look about how because Summit takes a lot of time.
It really
takes
does.
a lot of
Months.
prep. It takes months of
Coordinating.
planning and videoing and editing and photographing.
Rachel's always editing. You're all taking the photos. We're trying to coordinate with our team.
It's very involved. So now we have that time that we can pour into something else. It's not like we're just going to sit back and do nothing. We're going to pour it into you in a different way.
And we have never regretted summits. They are much fun.
Special.
We just want to take it in a different direction for you guys.
Yeah. So Eileen bought her ticket. Tanya says it is not even opened up to people that have not opened up to the public. It is not open to the public. It will not be open to the public. This is just for Summit attendees.
Yeah.
So 80 people from Summit out of, I think, 140 that were here with us yesterday. 80 of you guys said, yep, I want to be there. I cannot wait. It is the first weekend in October of 2021.
Yes.
So we are seriously just so thrilled. Melissa says... question is it 120 seats at the $100 discount price? Yes, it is 120 seats at the discounted rate. So we had to say, obviously, to give $100 off of a actual conference ticket where we're covering meals, swag bags, craft supply kits. There is a ton of overhead involved in that. So we had to really finagle those 120 seats. So if you do want to be part of that final 40, I wanted to run this promotion until next Monday. It will not last until next Monday.
No.
So we are just so excited.
Yeah. And another big reason why it's so important to get in at the $100 off for today is because even if you aren't sure what you're going to be doing in a year, Tanner has so graciously allowed you all to have full refunds until June 1st.
Yes.
If anything were to come up, anything
Work,
with you,
family,
Corona,
personal, anything like that.
So that's really good. You need to get it now while you can.
Yeah.
Get your spouse a ticket, get your girlfriend a ticket, whoever you want to go with you, and you can always get a refund later if you don't want it. But $100 is $100.
That is
right,
so
and
good.
the payment plan too. So it's not like you have to fork out $347 right now.
That's very true.
Yes, so no, so Melissa says, okay, so more people will be there then because hubby didn't want to take a seat away from a crafter. That is so
really
thoughtful.
sweet.
No, so there will be, we are going to try to work and make sure everyone that wants to be there can be there, but for $100 off, I mean, we're losing quite a bit on that original ticket price. So
that's why we had to limit.
That's why we only had to limit those. Traditionally, with Summit, when we're offering Summit like passports and things like that, these are virtual events, so they don't cost near as much with meals. So it's a lot easier. But we are just so excited to introduce and welcome you guys. But yeah, get your husband a ticket. Let him pop in, pop out, because we're going to have some really great keynotes. There's going to be more than just crafting here because obviously there's community and there's so much more fun. So it's going to be great. Still working on letting my husband to let me go. Lauren, Tell him.
Tom is taking 40
seats.
seats. Ask him, do you want me to save $100 or not?
Well, and let's just talk about this. Somebody mentioned we're actually saving money this year, aren't we? And yes, because if you think about spending money on 3 summits in 1 year, it's cheaper to do this ticket than the 3 summits in 1 year.
Yeah, because the ticket for a summit passport to attend all 3 summits, I believe last year, don't quote me, was $394.
I have no idea.
It would be, because it was so a summit weekend for us was $197 times 3. That would be $591, and we were giving you guys a summit
for free.
So that was $197 off. So yeah, it was $394. Know my numbers.
Yeah.
It was $394 to attend all 3 virtual summit weekends, and you would get the craft classes. So this is actually a really great deal for you guys. So yay! I'm so excited
now,
for
Tanner,
you.
how was your first night with Penny?
Okay.
How was Penny? She's here, people.
Okay, so Courtney and I said we weren't going to like brag on her too much, but now I have something to like not praise her for, so this will be good. First night was amazing. Like, we took her home, and right after the summit, we all went home. And she went outside on the grass and went potty 1 and 2 all at once.
Good girl.
What a blessing.
Yeah.
Then she came inside, and we took her out later. She went to the bathroom again. She ate dinner a little bit later. And that was good. I'm just glad she ate for peace of mind for myself. She slept amazing. She slept literally right beside my head. Courtney passed out. Love Courtney's heart. She fell asleep so early.
Did she get her pizza? Did Courtney get her pizza?
Oh yeah, it was so gross. I felt so nauseous.
That's how you know you made a good
Courtney.
pizza.
So did Courtney. And then this morning I laid in bed way too long, but I jumped up to put on my clothes. And by the time I make it back to the bed to get Penny to take her outside, she already peed in the bed. So, yay!
Yeah.
And then here's the moral of the story. I take Penny out and Gus out. Gus is doing really good. I take them out and then come back inside to wash the blanket. My phone got washed, y'all. So no COVID germs.
You just wrapped it right up in the blanket.
No COVID germs.
That's okay. They're waterproof.
Yeah, my microphone may not work. I need to put in some different
rice
things.
Or something.
Yes. And yes, a lot of people. Obviously, there are a lot of different situations with the travel and things like that. There are different ways to try to plan effectively, to budget for this. It is a traveling trip. And then, yes, so that is another great question. Lauren wants to know, do you still get the discount if you do the payment plan? Lauren, you know me, and you know that if you traditionally do a payment plan at Makers Gonna Learn, you're paying like a little bit more for the convenience of the payment plan. This is not the case. For Makers Gonna Meet, the deal is
for you guys, this discount for you all.
You're getting the same deal as if you paid in full. You're not getting any special promotions if you pay in full or do the payment plan, because here's the deal. We want you guys, when you get there, to be treated all as equals, and it doesn't matter. So whichever one fits your budget and your life better, do it. Like, we're just wanting to make it more convenient for you guys.
And we've
so
never done anything like this, anything in person or anything. Yeah. So this is new to us just as it's new to you guys. Yes. So yeah.
We're bringing in the right people. I have the event planner that worked on the Cricut on the road when we launched the Cricut Maker. I literally called her personal cell phone a few weeks ago, and her name's Rochelle, and I said, Rochelle, and she was like, hi. I said, I know you don't remember who this is, and I was like, this is Tanner Bell, because we had talked about doing events when I launched Makers Gonna Learn, but I literally looked up our last email thread in 2017. I said, okay, let me spend some time, work on the membership, and I'll get back to you. Well, I got back to her, and she's like, I'm so happy. So she's going to work as a consultant for us. And give us
I love it.
Yeah. So our event coordinators go coordinate with her to have an amazing, seamless experience. So we're just so excited. We're really, really excited. So
we did have a friend who asked, she did the 2 payment plan and wanted to know when the second one would be.
That is a great question. So if you guys know the payment structure, I wanted to mention that. Thank you. So you'll make one payment today, whether it's pay in full or a payment plan. Then it'll be 30 days from that payment. So if you sign up today, you'll pay November 4th, and then you'll pay December 4th if you do the 3 payments. Or if you're doing the 2 payments, you'll make your first payment today, October 4th, and then second on November 4th. So pretty simple.
Yeah, which is good.
Pretty easy.
Yeah.
So yay.
Guys.
Sin wants her daughter to really wants to come. Oh, that would be so fun. I love it.
Sin, bring her.
Yes. yes, yes.
We would
Oh
love
my
to meet
goodness.
her.
Megan bought her mom a ticket to Maker's Gonna Meet and told her all about you guys in the group. She is so excited for the weekend. Y'all, I'm so looking forward just to something to look forward to. And as we've talked about yesterday, we are going to be on the forefront of making sure everyone is safe as possible. We're going to make sure the refunds are there. We're going to make sure all the policies are there that, if anything is deemed unsafe or anything like that, we'll take good care of you guys. So
but hopefully,
it's gonna be
in a year, things will be much better.
Yeah, you should have heard Becca are very upset if things were not back to some normal in a year from now.
They better be,
Not
honestly.
Not good, friends.
So, guys, today,
Good morning, Mama Disney.
for day 2, we have 5 amazing classes for the lineup for you guys. You can definitely tell which ones we're doing today because it's the ones we didn't do yesterday. But if you guys are prepared for them, then you know what's coming up, but you might not know the order.
Right.
So, coming up very first right out of the gate, is going to be the Urban Star class that Mr. Tanner Bell teaches. Gorgeous. Love
Adorable.
the craft. We use
Adorable.
some Cricut basswood in it. Tanner does a lot of hot gluing and really
Yep.
shows you how easy it can be. Gorgeous. And there's some fun techniques in there with some fabric stiffener that Tanner's going to share with you.
We're really excited for that.
Number 2 is some clay Christmas projects that I teach.
Adorable.
I think there's 4 different ones in there.
Just like the epoxy yesterday. You're going to really be excited.
Hopefully you enjoy that. Number 3, Miss Leah Griffith is in the house, going to be teaching you guys how to create a gorgeous crepe paper magnolia, perfect for the holidays. She has a really great tip at the end on how to finish it off, and we do want to mention, a lot of people are asking about the SVG for that. Miss Leah herself actually did not use the SVG.
Yes, but I'm going to reach out just to try to figure out, speaking of that, if we can get it, because it says it's there.
Yeah.
So I'm going to see, I believe it may be off of Leah's site currently, because when we were looking this
up. It was right, the link should be like right there.
Yeah, because when we were looking this up prior to the summit, like a few weeks ago, this was loading, and I believe our good friend, Marianne Toffoletto sent me a link and showed me a photo of her on the site. She just said, hey, do I have to be a member? And I was like, no, we'll get you the file.
Yeah.
Now it's saying it's an error page. So
we will figure that out.
I'm
going to
research and kind of see what's going on here. So don't have any worries.
No, and the important thing is you don't need it for the class if you're planning on making it today. You can use the template that is in your kit if you got a supply kit, or that is in the supply list that all of you guys got.
Yes.
The 4th class today is Miss Courtney's leather ornaments. She teaches several different variations. They are gorgeous and super easy. So leather's really in this year for Christmas, and she'll teach you how to make those. You guys can make those like 20 at a time.
Texted good old Leah. She wakes up so early, y'all. She could respond.
She's on the early riser?
She's on the West Coast, so we'll probably hear from her real soon. So we'll hopefully have an update by the time of her class.
Oh yeah, for sure we will.
So it'll be so good. But
number 5, last class, Miss Becca.
Ending on such a high note.
We're ending on a big one, guys. It is gorgeous. Miss Becca made an advent calendar from some duck canvas along with some felt. It's gorgeous. All the tips and tricks she has in it are perfect. Again, a beginner. I do not sew at all, and I feel like I could make this. It's sewing straight lines. So easy. You guys will absolutely love it. So that's the 5 classes we have for you guys today, along with, again, some more fun giveaways and great stuff like that.
Go be so much
Before
fun.
we roll over, I do want to just reiterate, we have had a couple of more comments
Okay.
about summits for next year. There will not be summits next year like we have had in the traditional sense. No fall summit, no spring summer, or spring or summer summit.
Yes, there's nothing to announce
just
today.
Just to clarify that.
Yes, we are going to be looking at and hearing from you guys if there's some other type of things. I pitched an idea possibly about some type of kickstart your new year with your Cricut, like virtual class day. And that would be like a 1-day event. And like we talked about yesterday, like looking and seeing where we can show up in different ways.
And we've discussed just here and there, maybe even doing, instead of like 10 classes or something like that, pick one thing that we would like, and then we can offer that one
as
class
a one-off
to you
class.
all.
And that could
just
be
things like that.
$37, $47, and then you get the same experience.
So we're not leaving you high and dry. Do not think that.
We will have those types of things for you guys in the future. Yeah.
So it's going to be a lot of fun. So I know change is very different. Let me tell you, I'm the first person that, like, if I don't get to work out in the same cube because of COVID at the gym, like, I'm hurt. So I totally understand if you guys are a little like, whoa, summits are like a part of my life.
Yeah.
We get it. Summits are also part of ours. And these are like some of my favorite weekends to get to spend time with you guys. But with planning an in-person event, with the growth of the membership, we are hoping to onboard 2,000 or 3,000 brand new Makers Gonna Learn members by the end of the year. That is our goal. So with that, it is a lot of fun and time.
That we need to be putting into different areas, more areas and things like that. So just kind of, changing the game up a little.
Leslie got the okay from the wife. I am such a nervous traveler. Deep breaths, deep breaths. Guys, we'll do some training on like some of my favorite ways to travel, some of my favorite ways to fly, some of my, you know what I mean? The first time, like...
Tanner doesn't fly, he sleeps. I don't know what he means.
I'll send everybody a Benadryl.
I don't think Tanner's been awake for a flight in years. As soon as we don't even take off and he's just conked out. And I'm like, thanks for the moral support, Tanner.
I'm there.
He's there.
Almost finished the quilt top I was putting together yesterday. Just need to cut and add borders. Yay!
Woo-hoo.
We're at like 8,500 amazing, beautiful members of Makers Gonna Learn. So thank you guys so much for all of your support.
Yes.
So grab your ticket to the Makers Gonna Meet if you have not already. Go ahead and grab your ticket. Like I said, there's 40 tickets available. These will go fast. We have 100 people here, and I'm not sure. Let us know if it's your first day being here with us, if you were here yesterday, anything like that. Thanks, Rach.
Mm-hmm.
And we are just going to be so excited. Happy anniversary, Linda. Yay!
Happy anniversary. 30 years, Miss Linda. Congrats on 30 years. That's amazing.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, Mama Disney, I was so hoping you would be able to be there because we would love to meet you in person. But I totally understand, my friend. And for some of the people that are saying they live in California, I'm not allowing that as a cop-out because let me tell you, I travel to California in a traditional life like 4 or 5 times a year. Like, yes, the flight times look a little more. Yes, you're gonna have a layover. Y'all can do it.
How old were you when you went?
The first time I went
Courtney there?
The first time I went to LA, I was like 11 or 12 for a craft conference, and then I met Courtney like the second or third time I went.
Okay.
So yeah, it was, so LA is definitely Anaheim, CHA, AFCI, very similar. That's where I met Sin. I totally forgot that. Me and Courtney met Sin at CHA.
That's where you met her?
Yes, because we were personal friends before we even needed, help on the team. So, yeah, I love it. So, you guys need to come to Tennessee. Let us just kind of experience, you got to experience some Southern charm.
Yeah.
So
let us welcome you to
the
the state.
Yes, we're so excited. And if you can see everyone on Saturday just wearing gaudy orange.
Yeah, true. That's all everyone will be wearing.
It's the worst orange in the world.
It's pretty bad.
Oh my gosh.
But you know what? Go Vols.
Becca, how do you feel? Brenda wants to know.
So she's beautiful.
Oh my! I think you sound a lot better today.
Thank you for asking, Brenda.
I love it.
I can't get rid of this cough. That's the most annoying part.
And I love it because when we make her laugh, it gets 10 times worse.
It's so
sad.
horrible.
Yeah, it's so sad. And then the deal will end whether the 40 seats are taken or a week from Monday. So the 40 seats, we had over 80 claimed within the last less than 24 hours because we didn't announce it until like 1 or 2 yesterday. So there's 40 seats left. So yay!
That's amazing.
I'll be moderating the chat. Let me know if you guys have any questions about the class, and we'll see you real soon. Enjoy.
Bye, guys.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the 2020 Fall Summit. We are so excited to have you guys here with us today because we are going to have so much fun getting crafty, working on a really fun DIY project. Now, one thing I want to let you guys know about today's class is that this class is totally different than a lot of the other ones that you're going to see here at Summit this year due to the fact that, believe it or not, you do not see any paint, any stain on the table here today. What we are doing is we are working with some Cricut adaptive tools. As you guys can see, we have our maker on the table. We have all 3 different types of mats. We have 3 different blades we're working with today. So what this is going to allow us to do is to dive a little bit deeper for the people out there that have a maker that want to be able to kind of work with those adaptive tools and they feel a little bit maybe overwhelmed. Maybe they don't know exactly what they're going to do with their maker. But in today's class, I'm really excited because I think this is going to open your eyes to a lot of different things that you can do with the Cricut Maker and make some really fun projects. So as you guys can see on the table today, there are quite a bit of different supplies we are going to be working with. This is going to be a really, really fun class. And one of my true missions here at Maker's Gonna Learn is always to create decor that we are so passionate about, that we love, and that totally feels store-bought. And as always, that is what we're doing today. We're using some very fresh and new Christmas cut files that came out a few weeks ago. We are going to do a little bit of DIY where we're going to be working with a lot of hot glue. So if you do not have your Lynn Lily hot glue gun, I do not know if they're in stock right now or not, but this is for sure linked on the supply list multiple times, as all of our materials are, so you can go over and grab you one. Guys, let me just give a testimony. We were filming some other videos a week or two ago, and I did not have my Lynn Lily hot glue gun, and it was devastating. And here's why. First of all, when you're using it, you're no cords. Second of all, the precision tip. This precision tip is beautiful. It's so helpful, and we really, really do love that. So let's go over some supplies today to build our amazing star, and then some of the different materials we're actually cutting today with the Cricut. So first things first, the Cricut Maker. We love this machine. It's so awesome. You will need this for today's lesson to reach the fullest potential of the craft. Now there are two ways to do this without using the maker, and we will go over that. So if you are using an Explorer and you're like, I want to make this craft and I don't want to feel left out, as you guys know, we're super inclusive, so we're going to make sure that all of you know what I would do different if I just had an Explorer machine. So yes, we're super excited to teach on the Maker, but yes, we also want to be mindful for everyone out there, so have no fear. Second of all, I did mention we're using the adaptive tools. Which adaptive tools are we using, Tanner? First things first, we are using the Cricut knife blade. I'm holding the rotary blade. I absolutely love the Cricut knife blade because it is going to be amazing for all of you that are wanting to cut things like our basswood today. So we're using basswood by Cricut. I honestly was having such hard issues when the knife blade came out to find and source wood that would cut in the machine. So I'm glad that Cricut came out with their own, just because you can purchase that. You don't have to worry about it. They practiced all the settings for us. So we just set it and forget it. Am I right? So we are using the Cricut knife blade. This is what we use with our purple strong grip mat. Second of all, we're using the rotary blade. This is a blade that I don't work with too often, but today we are cutting duck canvas, and it is really great to do very accurate cuts, which I appreciate, and does not take a lot of time at all. So with the knife blade, you're going to have, probably about 40 to 45 minutes of cutting just for this process in today's project. The rotary blade, a lot easier, a lot quicker, okay? And then as always, we're using our fine point blade with our HTV, our heat transfer vinyl, with our green fine grip mat, or our standard grip mat. So the fine point blade in the standard grip mat is what we're using for the HTV. And then moving right along, you're going to see we have some awesome fairy lights. So you'll be able to get some fairy lights. We've linked them. You can get these at Walmart. You can get these at Michael's, Hobby Lobby. All of them have the battery packs and things like that. So you'll be able to rock that. Next up, you will be wanting to have some type of material, just something. We are working with fabric stiffener. So we're actually going to stiffen our canvas fabric a little bit. So get ready for that. It's gonna be fun. I don't think I've ever taught a lesson at Maker's Gonna Learn about fabric stiffener, but I do have a really popular post about making fabric stiffened doilies. Very odd, over on another website we own, A Little Craft in Your Day. So very popular, and if you've never worked with fabric stiffener, I'm really excited to kind of dive in and share that with you. So after that, I did already mention it, but let's go over it again. This is Cricut basswood. So this right here is 4 pieces of Cricut basswood. It's 6 by 12 inches. It's high quality wood with tight grain and smooth finish. They say it's perfect for models, toys, dollhouses, home decor, shadow boxes, and things like that. So they have some project inspiration on the back. Highly recommend picking this up. I'm not sure if they sell it in a lot of the craft stores, so this is something I would recommend ordering just from Cricut.com in my opinion. Next up, we have 2 other materials. So these are the 3 materials we're cutting today. We have our basswood, we have our duck canvas, and we have our red heat transfer vinyl. So these are the different materials. Don't need a lot of any of it, so that's really nice. You're also going to need some wire cutters to cut the awesome strands. So these are just typical greenery that we're going to apply onto today's star. So once we dive in, you're going to understand this a lot more and understand why you need a lot of hot glue. Like literally, we're using the Lynn Lily very consistently. You'll need your fabric stiffener, and then we are going to water it down just a little bit with some water. And then we have our mini EasyPress. I love the mini EasyPress. It is becoming like, I just need to do a video explaining why this could be the only EasyPress you have and why you would be very happy with that. So I don't know if you guys feel the same. We just end up using it all the time, and it has such great results, and it's really awesome. So we're so excited for today's class. If you guys are excited, go ahead and we are going to get started over in Cricut Design Space, because in a class like this, I always like to stay focused in on a few areas at a time. There's a few different processes we're doing in today's class, but let's start over in Cricut Design Space. And then as we go through Cricut Design Space, we'll cut out all of our different mats and talk about all the different blades. And then we'll jump into the actual building of our star. And then we'll be able to then add our greenery, finish out some different elements like finishing our banner, using the heat transfer vinyl, and then adding our awesome fairy lights. So if you're excited, let's go ahead and jump over to Cricut Design Space. All right, my friends, we are in Cricut Design Space. Now you are going to see that we have quite a few different things going on in today's project, which is amazing. So as you guys know, we're working with 3 different mats, 3 different material, 3 different blades. So this is going to reflect it right here in Cricut Design Space. First things first, you are going to see in the top left-hand corner that there are 20 different pieces of wood that we're cutting with our basswood. So that is labeled as our brown layer right here. You can see right here that they're sized at 0.375 wide with a height of 8 inches. So you're gonna need 20 of these, my friends. So you take it, you take one, you just go over to shapes, you select a square, and you are going to turn the square into, you're gonna unlock it, and then you come up to the width, and you're gonna type in 0.375 by a height of 8. So right like that, you have this. And then you could easily color sync it, and then all you would want to do is to just duplicate 20 times. So that's how we got to that step. This is again what we're cutting with our basswood. So we will be able to cut these pieces with basswood. They cut really well. And the reason why I kind of give credit to Cricut for it cutting so well is because you're going to see that the basswood, you know, is formulated by Cricut, and it just works really, really well. Now, say you cut out your 20 pieces of the basswood. What we're going to turn these 20 pieces into is the representation of our green star to our right. So we're going to be able to create about a 24-inch star that we're going to be able to work with. And this is important because when you know you have a 24-inch star, you can go ahead and start mocking up a few different items. So we have our 24-inch star that we're going to build together today from our little pieces of basswood. So excited to share that with you guys. Now, as you all know, I said that every single step I would have some type of workaround for all our friends that have the Explore machines. This is our first workaround. If you do not have a knife blade, if you do not have a Cricut maker and you would like to make this star, here's a very affordable solution that I want you guys to know about. And I've made it this way before. It is very easy and very fun. And it's very simple. It is simply popsicle sticks. You will be able to make and use popsicle sticks. Very easy. You just need 20 popsicle sticks and you're going to get the same effect of this due to the fact that we're going to cover this in greenery anyway. So you're not really missing out. You'll be able to do this and you don't even have to worry about the cutting. And one thing I wanted to note is if you want a larger star, feel free to make your pieces a little bit larger. That's the beauty of cutting your own. But just make sure that if you do not make it the size we're recommending, yours could be larger than ours if you end up making, 9-inch pieces or make them wider and longer and things like that. So just be mindful and kind of see where it goes. But we do know if you're going to work around with us, if you make your pieces 0.375 by 8 inches, you'll get roughly a 20 to 24 inch star. All right, so that kind of breaks down why we have our green star here. So again, it's one of those things that just for representation, we're not even cutting anything on a green mat today, so that's awesome. Now what we have over here to our left is our finishing pieces for our project. So as you guys know, we are going to, over here on our right, you see that we have that banner in the tan color. The tan color is representing our duck fabric today, our duck canvas. So this right here, we're cutting with our rotary blade. Now again, just like we went over the workaround for using the basswood, the workaround for this right here is going to be possibly, and if I was you, this is what I would do. I would use paper thin felt from Cricut. It can cut in your fine point blade with your Cricut Explorer, so feel free to do that. And then last but not least, you have Merry Everything, which we're using to put onto our banner right here. And this is very simple. So these are all of our different cut files for Makers Gonna Learn. We have the Merry Everything, and then we have banner 3. So what you need to do with a banner like this that we have, you just need to hide the banners that you do not want. So you can just hide this one, you can hide this one, and you can hide this one. So now you have the one you want. And the best part is when you have the green star, you can easily bring your cut file over and size it, just like you would want to. So we can click Arrange, Send to Front, and then once you size it, this really allows you to know exactly what size you need, something like that really easily. You can change that color so it goes ahead and puts it on its own mat. And then you can change your Merry Everything to the color you would prefer. And, obviously click Send to Front, Arrange, Send to Front, and then you can go ahead and size this. And again, this is just going to keep you from having any type of cricketing craft fail at all because you're building your project right here. Imagine if we, cut this just like this without trying to, mock it up in Cricut Design Space, we could realize that it's too big and all we needed to do was size it down just a little bit. So again, if you guys do not do this, once you start doing this, it's going to allow you to take your projects to another level, honestly. So hopefully that gives you guys some really great insight on how to get prepped for today's project. Now again, myself and the entire team are in the comments, so feel free to let us know if you have any questions. This is always a great time to ask questions, but what I also want to remind you guys is that you have your supply list. Your supply list is going to give you access to the entire list of materials, so you don't have to be overwhelmed with what did he say, what fabric was that, what blade was this? No worries. It is all linked for you. And you may say, Tanner, I didn't think this class was going to be one that I'm really excited about, but now I'm super excited for it. Well, remember guys, you have lifetime access to today's classes. Everything you're taking in over the course of the weekend, you're going to be able to go back to, rewatch this class, learn different things and revisit this in the months and weeks to come before the holiday season. So we're really excited whether you're making it along with us today or you're working on it, over the next week or two. So, all right. Last thing we need to do in Design Space for me is we just need to hide our green star. If we hide that right here, this is what your mat should look like when you're getting ready to cut. 3 different blades, 3 different mats, 3 different colors. If we click make it right here, you're going to see we have Marry Everything. This mat right here is cutting HTV with our fine point blade. This is the only mat that needs to be mirrored, okay? Do not forget to mirror any mat that you're working with HTV. Now, again, I'm very guilty of also forgetting to change my material setting, but with this, luckily, it's a little bit harder when you're starting to use all the different adaptive tools. So, second mat we have is our banner. This is adorable. It's going to be on a 12 by 24 inch fabric grip mat. So that's really nice. And then our third mat right here is our 20 different pieces for our awesome little projects. So really easy. And if you want to cut these all at once, our little hack is, since the pieces of wood are right here in the 6-inch mark, you just want to move the ones that are going to be over here close to the 6-inch mark. And now for a fact you can cut all 20 on one mat with 2 pieces of basswood from Cricut. So that's a little hack in case you all are wondering how to do that. So just make sure you line it up right here on the 6-inch mark and you're going to be able to do that. Okay, my friends? If you guys are excited, we're going to start with our simple mat. It's our Marry Everything mat. And then we're just going to go in order from that. So let's press continue. We're going to connect to our Cricut Maker. I'm just going to turn it on right here. And look at that. As soon as we turn it on, we are connecting via USB. And now you can go ahead and set that to our awesome everyday iron-on setting. And now we'll prepare our mat. All right, my friends, I know we always have beginner and advanced Cricketers here at Summit, but one thing I always love to go over, whether we're doing a live stream, an in-person training, or a summit, is that we want to make sure you all are always following through with the proper technique for heat transfer vinyl. And this is just to take a look at your heat transfer vinyl, and you're going to see, you're going to have the shiny side and you're going to have the dull side. We have mirrored the material, so we want to put it shiny side down. So we're just going to take this right here, put this shiny side down, just like so. And now we're ready to go ahead and load it into our machine after we change out our blade. Okay, so now we're just going to take our fine point blade, snap it in clamp B, and now we're going to load in our mat. Now again, guys, if you were lucky enough to get a supply kit for the people that had a passport, I believe that they purchased at Black Friday last year, they will have a piece of this red HTV 12 by 12. So that's really nice. And now once you're ready to go, you can press the flashing Cricut button. All right, so we're able to cut this out. So now we're just going to go ahead and weed. We're using the pin tool. As you guys know, we get so many comments about the pin tool. So if you guys have never used one, it's definitely my favorite weeding tool just because it's such a quality tool. It works in a lot of different areas. And you guys will really see that, it has a lot of precision, which I like. So you guys will be able to use that as well. So we're just going to quickly get the outline, and then I like to go in and get all the little pieces. So, and once your machine cuts really well, you're going to see that you're going to be able to quickly weed just because, you're going to be able to get that outline and it gave really quality cuts. So now you just got to go in with the pin tool and look at how fast it is, like to go in and get, those pieces, like super well, super nice. And now we're able to just get all of these right here, just like so. we'll finish grabbing these few pieces. I see 3 that I need to grab. And then look at how fast that is. So sometimes my only concern about the pen tool is that I have applied too much pressure because I transition from using different weeding tools that need a lot more pressure than the pen tool does. And as you guys can see, the pen is just a very pointy little, pretty much a little needle, which is really nice. So now you're going to have Mary everything that will be able to apply with our awesome, awesome mini EasyPress here shortly. All right, so now Cricut's letting us know that we are on mat number 2. Now we are wanting to make sure to go back and change our material setting. So let's go ahead and browse all material, and we're just going to type in canvas, and we are going to select canvas here, and then press done. And as you guys can see, it prompts us to let us know we need to put the rotary blade in the clamp B. So we'll be able to change that out. But before we do that, we're going to go ahead and prepare our Cricut fabric grip mat with our fabric today. All right, so we're just going to take the plastic off. I like to keep it close to me so I can put it right back on after I'm done cutting. And now we're going to take our piece of fabric and we're just going to lay it right down on the mat. And the thing about this fabric is that you want to kind of make sure to smooth it out. You know, obviously with paper, vinyl, things like that, not near as important, but you want to just take some time just to make sure it's nice and flat so that when you're cutting, it's, you know, it's going to have something to stick to and it's going to be nice and get you some really great cuts. So now that this is prepared, we can go ahead, load it into our machine, and then we'll be able to change out our blades and begin the cutting process. Okay, so we're gonna take our rotary blade right here. We're gonna open clamp B. We're gonna take this one out, and we're just going to pop the rotary blade into clamp B, just like so. And you can make sure, you know, you wanna make sure your fabric is nice and smooth. If you need help getting it you know, wrinkle free, feel free to use that mini EasyPress, you know, before you put it on your mat and, you know, help smooth that out. But now that we're loaded in, our fabric is down, it looks like it's good to go. We can go ahead and press that flashing Cricut button. All right, so it's been able to cut through, so we're gonna unload the mat, and now we'll take it right here. And you can always check to make sure it cut before unloading in case it needs another pass. But as you guys can see right here, it is good. Look at how clean these cuts are. Oh my goodness, I love this right here. Looks amazing. And now we'll be able to pull it right off the mat, and you have your piece of duck canvas. Look at this. I mean, these are just things that we love about our Cricut Maker that you're able to do with it. So it's gonna be a lot of fun for you guys to try this out at home, because I know there's a few of you that have been scared to try cutting canvas using the rotary blade. You know, guys, the rotary blade comes with your machine for free, so you definitely want to take full advantage of it. And if this has scared you in the past, I know there's some people out there that may be a little intimidated to use the amazing knife blade. So today we are going to use it. So let's go ahead and prepare our mat to use the knife blade. All right, my friends, so we're back in Cricut Design Space for the final time. We're on mat 3 as it sent us over to. So we're going to change the material setting one last time, and we're going to set it for our awesome, awesome basswood. And then you can see right here, you want to make sure to choose the Cricut one. So if you ever see a little, you know, Cricut logo on the right of the material setting, that means it is a Cricut material. So that's a great indication that that is the correct material. You can press done. And again, it's going to let us know that we need to move the stars all the way over to the right. We need to use masking tape on any mat that is not pretty much new. So that's a really great little tip. And then we'll be able to change out that rotary blade for the knife blade in clamp B, and then we'll be ready to cut. So let's go ahead and prepare our machine. Okay, so if you guys remember me earlier in the class in Design Space kind of talking about to move the pieces against the 6-inch mark, this is what we're talking about. So these are 6 by 12 pieces. So you put your first one down on the left side, and you see it's going to line up right here at that 6-inch mark, right here. And you want to make sure you kind of give space. So now you can, on the same mat, apply your other piece of basswood right like this, and you're gonna be able to cut out all 20 pieces really easily, really nicely, and you're not even having to worry about it. Now, the only thing you wanna be mindful of in this process, my friends, is that we move the stars all the way to the right. Remember, they take up that whole last inch. So none of our pieces are going to be cut on the last inch, but you will have an indentation right here. No big deal. If you were really worried about it, you could cut that off. But another thing I want to let you guys know, this is an amazing process. It's beautiful. It's going to cut great, but great things take time. So you do have to be mindful. This is, using the knife blade takes the longest out of all the tools. So you do want to be very careful about that and be mindful of it. So let's go ahead, prepare our machine, and then we'll be able to load this right in and begin cutting. So let's go ahead and open clamp B. We're going to take our rotary blade out. We're going to take our knife blade right here in clamp B. And now, again, we're going to move those stars all the way over to the right. Just like this. Yay! Okay, so our stars are over to the right. And now we're going to take our mat and just load it in. And now that it's loaded in, we're going to be able to press the flashing Cricut button, and then we'll let you know how long it's estimated for this machine to take cutting. So as you guys see right now, it's going through and cutting, and it's letting us know it's going to take 14 passes. So right now we're about 7% done, and out of 14 passes. So this will take roughly 45 minutes. And this is one of those things you want to just kind of set it and forget it. Stay close by in case you hear anything. You may want to take some, something to dust off any sawdust, because this is wood. So you may want canned air, you may want a little brush. We just like to monitor it, but overall it's not something you have to, stand right over. So you could work on other projects and things like that in the meantime. So we're just gonna let this cut out, and then we'll join back together once they're all cut out and ready to craft. All right, my friends, after you're able to cut them all out, look at how nice the pieces look of basswood. We absolutely love this. They're so fun, and you have 20. So the only thing at this step that you need to worry about is that you have all 20 pieces, and they're really, really adorable. Now again, if you're a Cricut Explorer friend and you don't have the Cricut Maker to use the amazing knife blade, or you have a Cricut Maker and you just don't want to buy a knife blade, feel free to use some type of popsicle stick and kind of recreate today's project. So now what we're going to do is we're going to sit our pieces over to the side, and we're going to start with 2 adorable pieces today. We want to line them up here in the center. Once you've decided where your first placement is going to be, you kind of just want to center these 2 up. You want to grab your hot glue gun, and you just want to add some hot glue right here and then apply it down. Now you want to be as precise as possible about lining these up, but you also want to apply, enough glue to keep it secure. So if you get a little glue, on your stick or anything like that, we can pull any of these strings away. But one thing you want to note is that we are going to be covering this with greenery. So you can be mindful of that, but you don't have to worry about it too much. So these are 2, and now we're just going to repeat this process right here. Go center this up, and then now we're going to repeat that same process. Take another piece of hot glue. Love the precision tip of the Lynn Lily hot glue gun. Okay, so we've glued this one. Now we're going to add another piece right here. You just kind of want to line it up, and we're very intentional about, just positioning it and then, just barely lifting and then applying. Now you only have 2 minutes of work time with your Lynn Lily. So I love lifting it up just so I don't have to worry about repositioning it and not get overwhelmed when doing projects like this. So I'm just applying some pressure here until the hot glue gun sets. Now remember, with the Lynn Lily, you only have 2 minutes of glue time, okay? 2 minutes is not a long time when you're going to be using it as much as we are today. So here's your base, which we love. You can easily unplug, this is such a hack. You can unplug this right here and plug it straight into the hot glue gun. And now you have your Lynn Lily hot glue gun ready to go, and you don't have to worry about just the 2 minutes of work time. You can work with it as much as you want. Now again, you won't be able to use it on the stand, but you could easily prop it something like this is probably what I'm going to end up doing, just so that we have it readily available. So I'm probably going to turn it around kind of like this as we're continuing to work with our Lynn Lily and, you know, protect our work surface and things like that. So as you guys can see here, we've been able to take 4 of our pieces, and now we have the base of our star today. Does this not look pretty simple, pretty easy? Okay. Now the next step is we're going to take 2 pieces and we are going to apply them just like this. So we're going to take 2 of these nooks. I want to leave a little bit on them just like this, and we're going to repeat this to each side just like so. Now one thing I want to note is that let me move this more into frame for you. So we're going to repeat this to each side. If you're going to see that this is on the bottom, so I'm going to move this over to the bottom just like that, it's going to be on the bottom down here. And if this is on the top, this is going to be on the top over here. It's a great little way to make sure that you repeat everything properly, that you want to glue 1 on the bottom and 1 on the top. And you just want to make sure you don't forget about that. So I'm going to remove this one just so that we focus at 1 at a time. And then we're going to take our hot glue gun. We're going to apply some hot glue. And then we're going to apply the pressure. Make sure it sets. And now we're going to repeat the process with our top, just like so. So we'll be able to glue this right here. So we're going to apply the hot glue to the top piece. Let that dry real quick. So you just want to hold it, give some pressure. And don't worry too much about the hot glue gun strings. If you're worried about that, you can take a hair dryer to it or a heat gun right after, and it'll be able to set them. So now you're going to see where it naturally wants to go. So you can just apply some more hot glue right here, and then apply that pressure, just like so. And now you've been able to build this extension. And now you have another part of your star ready to go. This is not hard at all, my friends. You're going to see, here is this. Now you're going to come over here and you're going to just continue to repeat the process all the way around your star. So now that we've already finished this piece, again, like I said, we're repeating each of it. So we're going to take a piece right here, and this is going to be the under piece. And you want to kind of position this and you want to line it up with the center here. So we're going to come out from that and we're going to glue it to be kind of like right here. So we're just going to add our hot glue to this piece. And again, with hot glue, you do have some work time, but you do want to be fairly quick. So you kind of want to be pretty thought out by the time you're applying your hot glue. Now you're applying that here. And then you're going to be able to, this is your under piece, so that means this piece right here is going to be your over piece. So now we can go ahead and glue this on right here. And again, the precision tip is going to definitely help you with this project with not overusing hot glue. Okay, so now as you guys can see, now we can kind of do the little points at the end so that you can connect those together and, kind of work with it just a little bit as needed. So now you can kind of see where these two line up. You're going to pick this up, straighten it out. And again, you want to kind of line up as much as possible with right here and then glue that together. And again, if they overlap just a little bit, we are covering this with greenery, so it's not the end of the world. So we've been able to have 2 pieces of our project, and now we're going to be able to just continue repeating the process right along around. So again, we're going to start with our bottom piece right here, lining it up, and now we'll be able to take our hot glue, just like so. apply this down right here. Now we're going to apply this right here. So you want to apply some pressure. And again, this is something nice to do if you want to invest in some hot glue gun helpers or anything like that. Really not a bad idea at all. And hot glue gun helpers are simply made out of silicone so that you're not going to have any hot glue gun burns or anything like that on your fingers. But in my experience, the more you work with hot glue, the easier it becomes to work with. So you're able to work around that. And then as you guys see, we have 3 of our points for our beautiful star coming together. Really adorable. All right, so as you guys can see, we're just going ahead gluing. You want to try to line up your points as much as possible. So this go around, we lined everything up and then we're able to place all the hot glue. So now that they're lined up, we're going to be able to glue down the last piece right here and let that set together. All right, guys, so we're able to build our beautiful star. This is all made out of basswood from Cricut. You're able to hot glue it together. Fun little technique. You know, we said we weren't going to do any paint or staining, but guys, lots of hot gluing in today's project. We love that. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go through and start cutting and hot gluing our pieces of greenery to our pieces of wood. So what we're going to do today is we know we need 8 pieces of these little tiny pieces, and then we're going to need 16 of these longer pieces. So we know that out of the gate. So we're going to start working on the tiny pieces right here in the center, and then we're going to work outwards. So you're going to want to cut, you know, pieces just like this. You can size it. And our biggest tip here is to keep it all going one direction. So you want to make sure that you line this up and that, you know, you can see once you fluff it, which we're going to give some tips on that. So don't worry, you know, it's all going the same direction. You don't want your little, you know, your little pieces to be going the opposite direction. It just won't look as nice as this if you're kind of lining it all up and it's all flowing outwards. I think that's a great way to look at it. And you know, with this, after you cut it, you can see we fluffed these pieces, but as you get through the piece of garland, you just want to take it and just, you know, kind of fluff it out. So it's a really simple hack to be able to fluff it. The reason why you want to fluff it before you hot glue it is that if you try to wait until after you hot glue it and fluff it, first of all, it'll be harder, and you know, this is a little bit delicate. And second of all, the fluffier it is, the more space it's going to take up on your little piece of your little sticks. So be mindful of that. And now we're just going to continue through cutting different pieces. I would recommend trying to kind of size each individual one, because if you didn't line it up perfectly, which is very hard to do, so don't feel pressured, it's a little bit harder. So you can just kind of size it. And then with your wire cutters, simply cut that. And you will get a little bit of extra pieces, no big deal. So now we, you know, kind of started lining these up just like so. And you can cut all of them and then hot glue, or you can kind of, you know, cut, glue, whichever process you prefer. But I know for a fact I need 8 of these, so I'm going to go ahead and get these ready, and then I'll fluff them and then hot glue them down. All right, so we've been able to cut quite a few pieces to get us started. And then what we're going to do is we're going to make sure we fluff it. And again, we just want to kind of fluff it out, make sure everything's good, make sure any sides are, you know, fluffed, and just quickly run your hands through it. And now what we're going to do is kind of take it right here, make sure it's going to fit just like so. And then you're going to want to come in with the hot glue. You just want to apply a nice line of hot glue here. You definitely want to be generous in this step. And then you want to be mindful of your hands and don't get too much glue here on it. Make sure your piece is pretty straight. So this is wired garland, so you can be pretty careful with it. Make sure it's a nice straight piece because it will not move once you lay it down. Then you can take it and just apply your first piece right like so. Yay! Look at that. Now, my friends, what we're going to do is we're going to rinse and repeat this process and go around all the other ones. So now we're just going to take our hot glue again. I think another big tip, again, my friends, is to make sure that you are making sure that the wire is straight, because if the wire is not straight, there's no way it's going to be able to be straight once you glue it down. And this really does help finish your project so well. So it is a little time consuming, but very well worth it. So you can just make sure this is, straight as can be. Just like so. Fluff it, be gentle, just like this. And then you want to take it and hot glue it down. And again, guys, we've got 4 pieces down. We're just continuing to go around the entire piece. We're fluffing our pieces, we're applying our hot glue, and you're able to see how well it comes together. So just like so, make sure your wire's straight, make sure your pieces are fluffed. Let's go cover up quite a bit of your wood. All right, so we added all of these little pieces right here. As you can see, I love looking at it at this point because it looks so much more finished, and then you can look right here and see it really coming together. So now what we're going to do is repeat the exact same process we did to the center. We're just gonna do it with longer pieces right out here. So you wanna make sure, you kind of keep this straight, and then you wanna size it. And then right here at the point, you want to cut just like so. And you'll need 16 of these. So we'll be able to take that. And again, you'll see that it is definitely important that we fluff. And then you can just kind of go right here, straighten these out. And since, there's more fluffing involved, they're not exactly perfect, what we're going to do is kind of work in smaller sections. So we're going to work 2 at a time for this. We're going to first take it, fluff it just like so. And now we're going to be able to take our hot glue and we're going to apply our strip just right here. So we're going to apply the strip of hot glue. And now what we're going to be able to do is take it, line it up, make sure it's straight. You do want to work kind of quick, and then apply that pressure right here onto your stick. And doing this is going to make sure that all your pieces line up and it's exactly sized for where it's at. Then you can continue right over here and you can fluff this again if you're unhappy. Go apply the hot glue and then quickly you want to take it and fluff just like so. While you're fluffing, straighten out your wire. And now you can take it and make sure you're keeping everything going in the same direction. Apply your pressure, just like so. And now if you need to fluff out any more pieces, feel free to do that. Apply some pressure, fluff any of your pieces out. Just like so. So now we're just going to rinse and repeat for this side right here. Just continue right along your entire frame. All right, guys, we were able to add the greenery all across our beautiful star. How amazing. I think it looks awesome. And it really does just take a little bit of patience, but I highly recommend just cutting your strips, gluing them down, making sure to fluff, making sure your wire's good to go. And now you're going to have it ready to go. And what we're going to do next is we're going to bring in our banner and we're going to bring in our Cricut EasyPress. So we have our mat, we have our banner. We're going to turn on our Cricut EasyPress to level 1. We're going to unplug the Lily. I've been using it quite a bit. And then we're going to plug this back up so we keep it ready to go for when we need it here in a moment. And then what we're going to do now is we're going to take our Merry Everything and kind of start lining it up just right here onto our banner, just like so. So now we're going to let our EasyPress heat up, and we are going to use that second setting is what we've decided on. So we're going to let that warm up, and then once we're ready to go, we will be able to apply it down. All right, so it's now turned green. So now we're going to apply our HTV onto our banner. And notice I'm giving it probably 10 to 15 seconds in each area. And as soon as you start seeing the bubbles, that means it's applying well. Just like traditional HTV, nothing too fancy here. All right. Yay. Okay, so now that that's applied, we can now go through and see how well this went down. And then for the final step of our banner right here, as you guys know, with duck fabric, you know, it's pretty flimsy. So we were a little concerned about just applying it straight onto here, which is going to look adorable. I love how festive, love how beautiful. But what we want to do beforehand is work with our amazing Aleene's fabric stiffener. It's really great. It's a great stiffener, and you are going to be very impressed with it. So what we're going to do is we're going to take it and we're going to kind of thin it down just a little bit. It's a pretty thick material or liquid, so we're just going to take some right here. As you can see, it's very thick. So we don't need it near this thick. Imagine like a really thick Aleene's glue is what it reminds me of. Thicker than any tacky glue. And now what you're going to do is just take some water. And I would do probably 2 parts glue for 1 part water. And then you can just kind of take it and stir it. And again, you don't need it super thick at all. And this is let us apply it really easily onto our canvas. And this is why we're putting the parchment paper down on our work surface, to make sure that it's going to, not damage anything or get too messy whatsoever. And this is going to seal it. This is going to stiffen the fabric and allow it to last for season after season. So see, this is much better. Now that we have that there, we're going to take our parchment paper, pull it out. And one thing I love about the parchment paper for this is that it's going to lay right here with us and for it. And then you're going to see that we can easily move it because it will take a little bit time to dry. So we can just take this right here. And now we're going to take our paintbrush. And now that it's a nice thin, we're going to just apply a nice thick coat. And again, in the beginning, you may be like, whoa, it's not working. As it dries, it's going to thicken, it's going to flatten, and it's not affecting your HTV at all. It's actually kind of sealing it, so that's kind of good. And you want to do the front and the back. So the parchment will not stick, once you do the back. It'll be able to peel right off. So you can use a nonstick craft mat, a silicone mat, but the parchment paper is probably the most affordable thing in your craft arsenal or home to be able to use.
And while it's drying, I would mention to tell them that for the first couple hours, it's good to flip it every so often so it dries evenly, but to let it cure back down so that the front looks the best.
Cool. So it's good as this is, after you've applied it, that you can flip it every few hours, but towards the end of your cure time, around that close to 24-hour mark or so, you want to make sure that it's drying front down so that it's going to look very flat on that front. So see where we're getting to cover all the edges right here. It's kind of coming up on this side a little bit. We're wanting to. Now what we can do is just pick it up and we're going to flip it around to the back. And then we're going to just continue applying the fabric stiffener. I love thinning it out. It's something that I haven't seen a lot of people do before, but it does allow you to work with it very quickly and a lot easier than some other ones. And the Aleene's fabric stiffener is really nice. If you don't have fabric stiffener, you could just, kind of dilute your tacky glue or something like that. You'll get almost the same technique, but you're not looking for perfect fabric stiffening, as some projects need perfect fabric stiffening. You just want to have a little bit thicker canvas. You want to have a thicker material, but still reflecting the canvas. So now that you've applied, a nice coat to this, you're going to be able to flip it ever so often as it dries. You could heat set this to speed up the process. And then you just want to continue flipping this as needed. So we're going to let this dry for a few hours. You don't want to, touch it as it will be tacky, but, you just want to be mindful. Once it's not tacky anymore, that's when you can determine that it is completely dry. And as you can see, you'll be able to just kind of pick it up and flip it around as needed. So you can just take this and get it all out. Just like so. So now we'll let this sit for a little bit and then we'll come back once it's nice and dry. All right, my friends, we have been able to take our banner. It's very stiff. So as you can see, I just want you all to understand, it's still fabric, but it's definitely stiff. So you can definitely feel, I wish you guys could feel this with me, but it's gonna be great. It's a nice little finish. So right now what we're doing is we're just kind of positioning where we want this to be. We'll kind of angle it a little bit like so. Just like this. So a little bit lower than perfectly in the center, as you guys can see here. And then what we're going to do is once we're happy with the positioning here, we're going to take that hot glue gun and just like we did before, we're going to apply it, and you're gonna have to add quite a bit of hot glue, my friends, because you're gonna have to work through all of the garland, which is totally fine. And you just want to start hot gluing it down just like so. So you can, kind of go in here. It is going to be stiff and it's going to be a little bit harder to glue, but just be mindful of that. And then just add you some nice strips of hot glue. This is going to allow you to kind of give it some pressure, gluing it down, peeling this up, hot gluing it. And look, you all worked so hard on this that, any imperfections that you have on the project, this is a great place to cover it up. So if you know any areas that you are really unhappy with or anything like that, you could easily, make sure to cover it up with the little banner. But I was really happy with how mine turned out. And the best tip I have for this project, guys, is just have fun with it. Really just go nice and slow. Don't overwhelm yourself, one step at a time. I feel like we've went over exactly how, we glued it together to keep it together. So you're going to have a lot of success with this project, and we cannot wait to see yours in the Facebook group. Like I said, this is such a professional project that we're super excited for you guys to be able to recreate. And then look right here, we're adding glue just like so. And remember we mentioned the fairy lights. We do have the fairy lights here, but my friends, I think for today's project, it looks so good without it. I don't think it necessarily has to have the fairy lights. So you can totally add that in if you want. There'd be really easy just to weave in. You hide the battery pack right behind the Merry Everything, and you're gonna have a really adorable piece of holiday decor. I think this would look great on the mantle, great on any entryway tables, anything like that. You could even use this as some type of outdoor wreath if you wanted. There's so many different ways you could take this adorable piece of home decor for the holiday season. So I hope you guys enjoyed being able to craft along with us. What did you guys think of today's class? Oh my goodness, I have had so much fun making the Summit class with you guys, and I want to challenge all of you guys to create this too. So adorable. I had a lot of fun using all of my Cricut adaptive tools. We used 3 different blades, which is so fun. And I absolutely love exactly how you're able to build this, work with it. Nice and slow, definitely a fun project. I think you guys are gonna be very impressed working with all the different tools. Such a great one. And even for our Cricut Explorer Air 2 friends or Cricut Explorer friends in general, you can make this project too. You don't have to have the maker, but if you do have the maker, really easy to make. But again, our Explorer friends can use the popsicle sticks because we're covering it up with this awesome garland. There's a lot of great tips in this class for all of your crafts for the holiday season. We cannot wait to continue to get crafty with you. I want to let you guys know if you have any questions, we're about to hop back in live for you guys. So we'll answer any of those questions. So start dropping them, any related to the project, I'll clarify, and we'll get you guys some really awesome support. I hope you guys have been enjoying our 2020 Fall Summit, and we'll see you back here in the next class real soon. Bye, guys.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back. What did you guys think of our amazing star? We had so much fun making it out of the basswood, and it looked so good. Now, granted, there are a lot of different pieces to the project. It does take a little bit of time to be able to cut everything out, but I think it'll give a really great craft challenge for anyone wanting to master working with that knife blade.
Yeah, and if you don't have, I wasn't listening at all. Did you talk about if they
We
do
talked
not have
all
a maker?
about,
Okay,
yes,
right.
all of the different things. If you do not have the Cricut Maker, you want to make this, go ahead and use the popsicle sticks. Heck,
Yes.
even if I was probably going to do it again, I would probably use the popsicle sticks. But we're really loving being able to utilize the different materials, get all of that cut out. It's really easy to cut through.
And there were a couple questions about the greenery that we used. The
It's
one that was
awesome.
actually in the project we got from the Christmas section at Hobby Lobby.
That's what I thought.
But I linked one from Amazon that looks a little more realistic. It's the same
Yeah.
width. I think it's actually even a little bit longer. So
Yeah.
either option is really great.
What did you
for
guys
that.
think about the fabric stiffener? We've been using fabric stiffener for years. We've always done I think the first time we used it was the doily bowls.
The doily bowls.
Yeah, you can make your own bowls with fabric stiffener, which is really funny. And then you
And
just
then
like...
Rachel used it on the ghost. That's
This
on
year?
YouTube.
Yes,
Oh,
with the cheesecloth.
Yes,
yeah.
the cheesecloth ghost is a really great one for fabric stiffener. And guys, we have a super fun announcement. The fun does not have to end just here. Obviously, it's day 2 of Summit, so this fun will end.
Yeah.
But the entire week this week, leading up until Thursday, kicking off today, it is October 4th.
Today's the 4th.
The 4th. We have Fall Week happening. We have our brand new live stream and video schedule that is happening. So we're super excited. New recorded videos are going to be posted 1:30 p.m. on Sundays. And then this entire week, we don't have live streams until Thursday. So there are going to be recorded videos on the channel. So we're super excited about that. I don't have my computer with me at this moment. Are there any questions we need to address? Penny!
They love Penny. They said that's a whole lot of cuteness. I think they're also referring to Court.
Yeah.
No.
So much
I
cuteness.
don't look too good today.
Look at little Penny.
We're walking on 2 feet sometimes.
Yeah. She's really good. We're trying to get her to be like Gus, where we can hold her like a baby, but she ain't having it just yet. So
She's the cutest thing
She's
ever.
adorable.
it's like she's not even here. She'll just do whatever. But awesome, guys. Well, we're gonna give you guys, what time is it? Do we know a time?
11:20.
Okay, it's 11:20. At 11:30, we are gonna be back here. We're gonna give you a 10-minute break. Yesterday was jam-packed. We went an hour over, no breaks. So today you're gonna get a 10-minute break.
We're being very generous.
We're going to try to give you guys some more breaks, but we just have so much crafting to get done today. So we're going to give you guys about a 10-minute break. Then we're going to jump into Rachel's clay class. It's going to be so good, and we're really excited. So take a nice little coffee break, take the dogs out, do whatever you need to, and we'll see you back here real soon. See you guys.
guys, it is Rachel here, back again with another amazing Fall Summit video for you guys. I hope you're enjoying your 2020 virtual summit this year. Today, I'm going to be sharing with you a bunch of different craft ideas that you guys can make with clay. You guys know I love working with clay. It's one of my favorite products to work with. I think that it is a great way to kind of hone in some different skills that you might be able to use later on. We have done some clay work in the past summits to try and get you guys a little more comfortable with it. And today, by the end of this class, you and clay should be best friends. We're going to be sharing 4 different crafts. We have 2 different ornaments, both very personalized, a really fun piece of rustic home decor, and we also have this home decor piece. It's 3 little Christmas trees that we create using different pottery tools and using our hands and getting really down and dirty, and they look so cute and so in for the season. They're so in style. We're going to be using some paint, some sealer. We're going to make sure that these are really good, nice looking ornaments that you guys will be able to create either for yourself or for family members or friends to give as gifts this holiday season, or just to decorate your home with. These skills that you will learn in this class will be able to take you up in crafting on that crafting totem pole and help you guys learn a new skill and hopefully become comfortable with it. You might find that you absolutely love working with clay and that you want to work with it a whole lot more often. So we are really excited to be able to share these projects with you guys. Now, this table looks crazy, and if you guys saw my other summit video first, or if you haven't, then this will be what we do for supplies during my videos. Since in mine I do have so many crafts, what I've learned is best, instead of bombarding you guys with all the supplies for all of these, is to take all the supplies off the table and create the crafts one by one and include the supplies only for each craft at a time. That seems to kind of help you guys. And also, don't forget, all of the supplies that you guys see are linked in the description, or not in the description, guys. I did that in my last video too. I'm so used to filming YouTube videos. They're not linked in the description, but they're linked in your supply list. So you all would have gotten a supply list with a bunch of detailed links in there, and that is where you will find all of these links. Now, some of them I haven't linked because I wanted you guys to find them in your own home, like a rolling pin or something flat just to be able to kind of mold your clay on. There's really nothing great like this that I could link to you guys, and I'm sure you have something around your house that'll work. So, other than that, guys, we're going to go ahead and jump into this awesome clay class. I hope that you guys are really excited, because I sure am. Now, again, we have 4 different projects coming at you today, all using a different technique, and you guys are going to be super excited to see how easy it is to master all of these tips and tricks. Let's go ahead and jump into it. Okay, guys, first up, we're going to be making this adorable ornament that has a dog paw. So here is the ornament all finished. You can see the little imprint of the dog paw there, how cute. And then we added a name and a date, and it's going to hang on your tree just like this. How cute. We love doing ornaments like this because while it is different than other types of ornaments that you see, this is such a really fun idea on how to just kind of include those furry little family members. You all know I got a puppy, Lenny, just a little while ago. We've had him a little bit over a month if you guys are watching this live. And we wanted to see the difference between now and then in a year or so of his little paw. So we took an imprint of his little paw when he was about 2 months old. And this is his little 2-month-old paw. And then later we're going to take one of him fully grown, or we might just have one every year. That would be super fun too, to get a little imprint of his paw every year to hang it on the tree. So this is the one that we're going to be making first. There are a lot of tips and tricks I want to share with you with this one, but overall it's very easy to do. This one is so easy. We're starting easy, and then we're going to kind of go up in difficulty. Not like all these are super hard, just some of them are a little bit more time consuming than others. This one is so easy. As you can see, this one isn't even a perfect circle because since I had to get my puppy's paw print, I actually took this clay and some other clay home and did it at home just with my bare hands. All of this is with my hands. I didn't use any tools or anything, which you probably can tell. But I kind of love that. I love that it's kind of not perfect, and then it just kind of shows the character. And then of course we added some of that Sculpey glaze just to really give it a nice finish and seal in that vinyl. So we're going to be going over all the supplies you'll need to make your own little furry friend a paw ornament today. First up, you're going to need your clay. Now, we're going to be using regular Sculpey clay. Now, you guys can see this horrible price tag of $30, but this is because it's almost 4 pounds of clay. You will not need 4 pounds of clay. And also, guys, we used their 40% off coupon, of course, so this was way cheaper. But just to make the projects in this, I have already used almost all this clay. So if you're wanting to use, or excuse me, if you're wanting to create all of the projects I create today, maybe you do want to buy this big box, you know? So, and it's always, it doesn't go bad. Just like it says, it stays soft until you bake it. So nothing is sealed. Like I can go in here right now and just grab some clay, like it's right here for me. It's just ready to go. And it stays soft for me. So we're using regular Sculpey clay. We do love the brand. We also have parchment paper. This is, to me, pretty vital for having successful clay projects. It just really helps not stick to the surface you're working with. It helps during the baking process. And speaking of baking, you're going to need a baking sheet. So we have us a baking sheet right here. We're also going to be using a couple of odds and ends as far as utensils go. So we have this little, excuse the train, guys. So sorry about that if you can hear that in the background a little bit. We are using this really nice flat glass jar here, as well as a rolling pin. So you guys might have a rolling pin in your stash in the kitchen or something like that. This is actually a crafting rolling pin. So we have this dedicated to crafting, which is awesome. Also, we have that Sculpey glaze as well as a paintbrush that we're going to be using today. We have a scrap piece of black vinyl. We have some Cricut transfer tape, and I know what you're thinking. Rachel, you're using Cricut transfer tape and not masking paper transfer tape. I am. When you cut things that are this small to go on something like clay, I was having a lot of difficulty using the masking paper transfer tape with this. I really needed the Cricut transfer tape. I needed it to be just a little bit stickier. So I hope that you all won't come at me for that, because I did test this and had more success with the Cricut brand, which is the only reason I'm using that today. And also, you're going to need, of course, your oven. You're going to need access to your puppy or your kitten. A kitten paw would be really cute too. And you guys know I also have a bird. That wouldn't work too well. His feet are just too small and delicate. I wouldn't want to even risk it. But that would be adorable if you could somehow have a little, you know, the little bird foot on there too. That would be so cute. And then we have some butcher's twine. This is just black and white butcher's twine. And this is what is going to be the hoop for us today. This one, if you can tell, I braided it. Now that's an added step that you do not have to do. I just braided it to make it a little bit more thick, but we don't have to do that. I'll show you the one today without braiding it, and then you can just choose if you want to braid it or not. Then you're going to need a straw. A disposable straw. I know that these are not good for the planet, so I do apologize, but I tried to do this with the reusable straw. I didn't get as good results because reusable straws are thicker than this one, and also because I couldn't clean them well, because this straw is what makes our hole for us. So you have to puncture a hole before you bake it, of course. And the best thing that I have found for a project this size is a straw. So you'll just poke that straw in there, and of course we'll go over all of that. So yeah, we're going to go ahead and set all this to the side and prep our station here for clay, which is going to mean just tearing and laying down a piece of that parchment paper for us to work on. We're also going to go ahead and tear a piece of parchment and lay it on our cookie sheet. Just like so. That is really going to help us be able to easily transfer that into the oven and out. So that is what we're going to use for all of our projects today. And now I'm just going to cut another piece. and lay that down for you all. And now we can go in and grab us some clay. So also I'm going to remove my rings, just because we are going to be getting our hands not dirty, but you know, just a little bit clay. They'll have a little bit of residue on there that you'll want to wash off. And then this clay comes in like sections like this. But if you have a little bitty thing of clay, which is like one of those little squares, that's fine too. It doesn't really matter. So we already have a ball kind of pre-done here. You can see how big this ball is. This is going to be the base for our ornament. Now, if you're making this again out of one of those little squares, it's probably the whole square, if I had to guess. It's probably just the entire square if we measured it out. And the first thing you're going to want to do with clay is warm it up. It's very, very important to warm up your clay. You might think, well, I'm just playing with it at this point, but it's important. You want to have warm clay and be able to work with a warm clay, because it gets more malleable when it's warm, and it's easier to work with when it's warm. So that's what we're going to do. We're just kind of putting it hand to hand and squishing it down, pushing it over. I know I do this, and you guys kind of probably just can assume what I'm doing, but I'm actually trying to get as much surface area on, you know, of my hands as I can on this clay to get it warmed up even faster. And let me tell you what I did the other day, guys. I'm just going to be honest with you. It was really cold upstairs here in the studio, and I hadn't been on my feet, so I've been, you know, my heart rate was low, and I was just really cold. My hands were cold, and I could not get this clay warmed up. So what I did was open the window just a little bit and stuck my hands out of the window and kneaded and warmed up this clay from out the window, and it did a great job. Now, the only thing that you want to worry about with doing things like that and making sure that, you know, you want to make sure your work surface is clean. Let me tell you why. Is because with white clay, you're going to get dust and particles and tiny little hairs and fuzz and fur from things you don't even remember. You don't know how they got there. With the one that we're going to be using today, which is this one that, of course, I pre-made because we don't have time to wait on the oven today. This one, if I get closer, guys, you can see all these little particles and hairs. Ugh. But let me tell you, in the grand scheme of things, it's really not going to matter. You guys don't have to use white clay. Feel free to even paint it if you want to paint over it first, and then you can use that Sculpey glaze and add your vinyl. That would be a great solution to cover all that up. But on this white clay, it's almost impossible not to get little bitty pieces of debris in there. It's just how it goes. So now we're going to roll this up into a ball. And as you can see, it's in a really nice ball. And now we're going to flatten it just a little bit. And the way that I like to flatten my clay is have it on the bottom of the palm of my hand. And I like to just push it. And then as I'm pushing it, I pick it up with the other hand and then twist it. And then leave it on that hand, twist it, pick it up, twist it, put it down, twist it, pick it up, twist it, put it down, twist it. That's just what I do. You don't have to do it this way. This is also how I pat out hamburger patties, which is hilarious, but that is kind of around about the shape that we want. And then I'm going to set it right down and get my little jar here. I'm going to lay it right in the center and push. Now once you've pushed down, I'm going to twist, pick it up, and you can see right there, it's beautiful. And this is when you're going to kind of go around the edges, just like that, until it comes free. And guys, look how beautiful, flat, round this is. I'm trying to get it in all angles so you can just see how flat it is. Beautiful, beautiful. So there's your clay round. And now, guys, you'll go and get your little puppy, okay? I wish I had mine here today to demonstrate. That would be so fun. I probably should have brought him. He would have loved to be on camera. And just pick a spot. Really, if your pet is not having any of it, any spot is fine. Preferably up around the top or around the bottom. Around an edge would be best, really. Maybe not directly in the center, just wherever you can get your little dog paw. Now, again, the warmer it is, the better it's going to be, because let me tell you, if you work with this, if you make this and then give it an hour or two and then get your pet in here, this is going to go ahead and firm up a little bit more where it has gotten a little cooler, and then it's going to be a lot more difficult. And maybe even a little painful for your poor pet for you to have to mush its little paw into some clay that's already stiffened back up. But while it's warm and malleable, it's the best time ever to do this because it's so soft. So get your little dog's paw, and what I did was I had my dog's paw with this hand, okay? And I put it down where I wanted it, and then with this hand, I lightly pressed in all his little toes and his foot down and made sure he was comfortable. And once I got it as deep as I wanted to, I pulled straight up with my little dog's paw, and it made an indentation just like that. Now this one was the first one I did and was not as deep as I would like it. I wish it was deeper. This one is deeper. You guys can probably tell it's a little bit deeper, but it's still cute. So my advice is to go a little deeper than you even think you want it. But again, even if you have just a little dog paw, it's still going to be adorable. So that is what it will look like when it has baked. Now, we also had glaze on this, so excuse me for that. But go ahead and get your little dog's paw on there. And once you have it, it will be stuck to the parchment paper a little bit where you added pressure. Just go up around the sides just like so, and then pick it on up and lay it on your cookie sheet just like that. And the reason we're putting it way over there is because we have a lot more projects to put on this cookie sheet before we put it in the oven. And guys, another great little segue PSA. If you are doing this, if you're crafting along with us, or if you plan to do this in the future, preheat your oven before you even start crafting. It's just gonna save you so much time in the long run. For this specific clay, the oven will be on 275. And it's like 15 minutes per 4 millimeters or something like that of clay. It's really confusing. So what I have to do, and we'll go through this in more detail later, is I had all of our projects on one tray here, and I had to take some of them out as it was baking because some are thicker than others. So for like our Christmas trees that you guys will see later, those had to bake for like 30 minutes, whereas these and some of our other ones had to bake for only like 15 or 20. So yeah, feel free to only bake them one at a time, unless you're not making all these anyways, then you won't even have that problem. So that is our dog paw, and we're gonna go ahead and fast forward, and here is the paw once it came out of the oven, and we also added a layer of the Sculpey glaze. Now how we did this is all we did is take it and we put it on a paintbrush, and we just literally painted it on. I just did a really thin coat here on the top. I didn't even do the sides of the back. You can tell the back is more matte and the front is more shiny. I just added a little bit, and the reason is we're gonna be adding vinyl to the bottom of this here, and I really want it to be able to stick well. So we wanted to add a little bitty layer of that. We're gonna be adding more to the sides, to the back, all that good stuff later on. So once that's on there, let that dry. I would say about 2 hours to dry before you'd want to put vinyl on it, especially if you just did a light coat. So just do a light coat. You really don't need a big thick coat with that. So light coat, allow it to dry, and once it's dry, then we'll be able to cut and weed that vinyl. But you guys are probably saying, well, what font did you use? How did you create that? Well, guys, that is what I'm here for. So we're going to go ahead and jump into Design Space right now, and I'm going to show you how we sized and picked the font and created our little name and date here for our little ornaments. All right, here we are in Design Space, and one product I did not mention that you will need is a measuring tape, but you guys probably thought that was a no-brainer anyways. So before you bake your clay, or after, it really doesn't matter, you're going to want to design your cut file here. Now, you want to at least have created your clay ornament so that you can size it before you put it in the oven, or you can just size it after. So the circle that we are going off of is going to be 3 inches. So since we know that, let me wind my tape measure up here. Since we know that we have ours at 3 inches, we're going to go over here to the shapes, bring it in, and it's almost there. We want it at 3 inches. Now this is going to be the size of the ornament that we have. Now we're going to go, and I'm going to change this color to a gray here. And we're going to be using 2 fonts today. The fonts are Affirmations and let me think, Lemon Drop, yeah. So we have Affirmations is our name Lenny here, and Lemon Drop is the 2020. And also, guys, this one, the ones that are finished here, it says that the text is Arial. And then if I click this here, which is the exact same text, exact same font, it says Affirmation. So I don't know. You guys know that Design Space is being super weird. So it should only say Arial if you do not have the font downloaded, but you created it on like another computer. So for instance, on my laptop, I'd have this downloaded because I created it on my laptop. But when I went in here the first time and opened it up on this desktop, it said the font Affirmations is not downloaded and will default to Arial. And we know that, that's fine, that's a very normal thing. But when it's downloaded, it should not say that. So why it's saying Arial and then right up here, same thing, saying Affirmations is beyond me. So that is a little problem with Design Space, big shock, I'm sure. So again, we have our text box here and we have our Affirmations already selected as our font, and I'm just going to cap locks my L-E-N-N-Y, and that's exactly what I did up here. And now I'm just going to make this way bigger so I can see it, and I'm going to use my letter spaces, and we're going to kern this bad boy. You guys know how important it is to kern, and I'm going to leave it like that, and then ungroup, bring my Y over. And now I'm going to take all of this and bring it down a little. I'm using my arrow keys now, guys. Just like so. Perfect. Now once you get it where you want it, take it all and weld it up. There we go. Looks great. So now we have our Lenny, just like that. And now we're going to pop the year in there. So we're going to take another text box. I'm going to go up to our fonts and I'm going to search Lemon Drop. And I, for some reason, added a little thing in there. Here it is. I love the numbers in Lemon Drop. So we're going to type out 2020. And now we're going to fit it to our Lenny where we like it. Now I want our 2020 to kind of tuck in here, just like that. And I really think that that is super cute. I love that. So Lenny 2020. And since 2020, none of those touch, we can just end up attaching that. So we're going to attach it all together. And now we can size this to our ornament. Now, your dog paw is going to be in the way, of course. So if you wanted to, you can also measure your dog paw, which our dog paw is 1.5 inches by 1 inch. So if you want to take a square right here, here we go, and do a width of 1 inch and a height of 1.5 inches, then this is like a roundabout shape of our dog paw, which is going to go kind of up here to the side. You can always look at your ornament and it's actually going to be kind of turned a little bit. And then don't forget that circle there, which, guys, I totally forgot to show you how to punch out that circle with the straw. So we're going to do that right after this. But you will also have your circle there and you'll have your dog paw. So if you want to have that kind of represented in here, that's fine. But really, guys, if you size this properly, you'll be able to maneuver this Lenny 2020 in a position where you want it just fine, even if the dog paw is a little bit in the way. So I personally didn't do that on my other one and it worked out just fine. So yeah, just size it to how you want it. You can always take it later and maneuver it over, kind of like how we did with that other one, the blue one that was my sample one. So yeah, just as long as it fits well, there's totally space for a dog paw and that little circle in here. So there is nothing to worry about. And then here we have one for 3 inches and here we have one for 2.5, which 2.5 was the sample one that I created. So we don't need this one. And we don't need this one. This is the one that I pre-made here. And you guys know we do not need our little circle here. So we're going to hide our circle. We don't need that. And since this is not welded, we're going to weld that all together. And once it's welded, guys, we're going to go ahead and click Make It. Again, we're going to be using scrap vinyl. And one of my biggest tips, guys, is to go ahead and cut this a couple of times. I would say at least 2. I'm going to cut it 3 times. We're using scrap anyway, but let me tell you the benefit of this, guys. If one of them cuts terribly, one of them cuts wrong or whatever. You have 3 chances to get this right. And with something as small as this, I really think it's worth it to just go ahead and cut it 3 times and just, you know, hope for the best. If you have 3, then you have 3, that's fine. But I don't want to take a chance on having to waste more time cutting it again. So set your dial, we're using our Air 2, set your dial to vinyl or keep it on custom and we set it to premium vinyl. We're going to go ahead and give that more pressure. And now we're going to go ahead and cut that out. But first, again, I want to show you how to take out that little hole for your string in that ornament. Here's your ornament, and you just want to do it like a 1/4 inch from the top. It really doesn't matter where you do it. And you're just going to poke it down. You can see right here. Just poke it down as you're twisting. So I'm twisting and poking straight down. And once you hit the bottom, just keep twisting a little bit more and then pull it as you're twisting right back up. And there you have it. You have it right there, and that's fine. I mean, you got a nice clean hole there for an ornament and you're good to go. But guys, you have to do this before you bake it. Once you bake it, it's hardened. You won't be able to get a hole in there like this. So go ahead and make sure you do that step. Sorry I forgot it at the moment, guys. But yeah, make sure you make your little hole there, and now it's perfect and ready to go. Now I do want to say I suggest making the hole after your dog paw has been made. If you make the hole and then do your dog paw, press that dog paw down, it'll kind of smush around the clay and you might not have as clean of a hole as you want to. So go ahead and do your dog paw first and then do the hole. That's what I did around here, and as you can see, it will hang like this. Which I kind of like the dog paw angled anyways, like our other one. So yeah, that's how you do that. So we're going to move that right out of the way. And we're going to get our scrap vinyl here. So once you have it placed on here, go ahead and put it in your Cricut and allow it to cut. All right, guys, now we have 3 of these cut, and we're going to burnish. And just from looking at this, guys, I can tell that 2 of these are going to be unusable. So since this is just so small of cuts, it just didn't cut that great. I think the middle one is the one we're going to be using. But just to save on the rest of this vinyl, I'm going to go ahead and cut this so we can take this and save it for another project. And now I can get to weeding because I did also burnish. So I'm going to weed super, super slow. Really paying attention to these little bitty numbers down here. And I'm already peeling up one of them. Holding it down. There we go. Okay, got this one, and the problem with this one is that the top of this 2 is just like non-existent. So now let's move on to this one. Really careful with those numbers. Looks good, and that is our prize one right there. That middle one looks amazing. Now onto this 3rd one, we'll see what we got here. And again, neither of those 2s are going to be able to be used. So you guys can see the benefit of cutting this 3 times. This middle one is the one that we're going to be able to use. So I'm going to peel these up, and instead of throwing these away right away, I'm going to lay them to the side, because if anything happens and I lose anything off of this one, I might be able to use it from those other ones. So now I'm going to take a pen tool and get into these teeny tiny little grooves in these little bitty numbers. Perfect. So now that I have that, this is when I'm going to be using my Cricut transfer tape. Now you only need a tiny bit, of course. So we're just going to take a little bit and cut it. Just like that. And that should cover it almost if I angle it. That's going to be so funny. Okay, so I'm going to take this off and angle my transfer tape. Oh, and I almost forgot a little piece that I see in my L. Now, there we go. Okay, so So I'm going to angle this just a little bit. And perfect. Now I have that down, burnish it a little bit, peel it up from my mat like so. Now I'm going to burnish from the back and bring in my dried ornament with that Sculpey glaze on it. And now I'm going to peel this backing off here and reveal my beautiful transfer. And now, guys, it's all about placement. Place it wherever you want it. But for this one, I think we're going to have plenty of room to place it directly in the center. So you want to line it up with the hole there. So the hole is in the middle. So if you hold that straight, you know where the middle is at. You can lay this right down just like so. Just like that. And you can check, see how you like it, see if that's cute. I think that's really, really cute. If you don't like it, you can pick it up and replace it. I want to bring it closer to me for just a little while, guys, so I can try and get this correct. It's just so hard. The camera, guys, is so far away from me. So it's hard. It's really hard to eyeball anything. And then our transfer tape is also kind of angled, but I think this looks super, super cute, so you'll be able to hold it just like that. And again, you can reposition this. If you would rather have it up here to the side, that's fine. If you want to angle it, you can bring it up here and angle it like that. It's whatever you want to do. If you want to have it like that, super cute. It's just all about personal preference. So once you like it where it's at, wherever you place it, just push it down with your fingers. Your fingers are the best tool for this job. And then get it on a corner and peel straight down. And once you have that transferred, all you have to do now is to take some of your butcher's twine, cut a little piece off. We're going to add our butcher's twine just like so. Make it any length you want. And then we're going to double knot it. We want this good and tight. Perfect. Now you can cut those little tails off, and now you have an adorable little ornament. But to finish it off, finishing touch, we're actually going to add some of that Sculpey glaze over our vinyl. Now we already added Sculpey glaze for the whole thing, so it's not as important to cover the entire thing because that already sealed the project, and now all we're doing is sealing the vinyl. So just use a little bit. You can go around the edges and the back if you want to do that. Whatever you want to do is totally fine. But yeah, just go ahead, seal that 1 or 2 coats, and you'll be ready to enjoy your little bitty ornaments all year round. Look how cute they turned out, guys. And next up, guys, we're going to be creating this beautiful little personalized ornament. So this is just another one of those disc ornaments that we are going to be making. Super easy process. And then we're going to be using some metal to add it some texture. We have some leather and some HTV, and to top it off with a little bit of adorable greenery to attach it onto your tree or whatever you would like to put this on. So this is what we're making next, and here are the supplies you'll need. You're going to need all of the normal clay things. So you're going to need your box of clay, your parchment paper, your baking sheet, your rolling pin, your straw, your little jar. And then for the other materials, you need a mini EasyPress, which we have here. We have a hot glue gun. We have a measuring tape. And we have some 143 vinyl leather here, beautiful paper thin leather. You can cut this with your Explorer Air 2 or your Maker. So that's what we're gonna be using today for a little leather piece that I showed you that it's gonna go on our ornament. Then we have some gray HTV here, that's Caesar Easy Weed. We have a metal piece. Now this metal piece came off of a very, very large sheet that I think we bought at Home Depot. I'll try and link something similar for you guys in your supply list. But this is just a thin metal, and this is what we're going to use to press onto our clay to give it a really nice little pattern and design. Then we have our greenery. This is from Hobby Lobby. It's super cute. You can find it Sometimes it's in the wedding section, sometimes it's with the ribbon. You can find this all sorts of places at Hobby Lobby. They have a lot of different options here. This is really cute. And yeah, that's about it. First things first though, we're gonna go ahead and get into making the base for our clay. So we'll go ahead and jump into that. And here's our clay. We're just gonna open this up and grab us a piece. I'm gonna pull this apart into the piece it was supposed to be in, just like that, and then half it. And then this is what we will make our ornament with today. So now we can go ahead and close this up, just like that, and start molding. Love it. So we want to heat this up. Just like I mentioned, it's very important to heat up your clay. Makes it a lot easier to work with. And this is a really, really fun way to kind of add some texture and some personality to an ornament like this. A lot of times ornaments can be boring and bland, especially personalized ones. You might think, well, I can just put vinyl on there and that's enough. But we take this up a notch and add a little bit of leather and add some HTV and, you know, just really give it a lot of personality. So that is what we love to do with our clay, and that's what we're going to do in this one. So I hope that you guys are ready to work with a bunch of different materials, a hot glue gun, an EasyPress, some of these metal sheets, all this clay, and really step up your crafting game and get comfortable doing things like this. If you guys have the commercial license with our yearly membership, you will be able to sell these, and these could go for a pretty penny, guys, and you could shell these out in no time. You could have everything pre-done except, of course, the names, and how easy would that be? Okay, so we have our disc here. We're gonna lay it down, flatten it out a little bit, just a little bit, peel it up, and now we're gonna add our metal. So here's our metal. We're gonna lay it straight down just like that, and then we're gonna take our jar again. We're gonna press down. And then peel up, peel your jar off, and now what you're gonna do is flip this whole thing over and very carefully around the edges, peel up your clay, just like so. And look at that. Guys, look how adorable. I just love the way that this looks. Okay, so we have that done. And now, just like last time, we're gonna take our straw and add us a hole. It doesn't really matter where. I'm just gonna add one right here, twisting as I'm going down, straight down, continuing to twist, and then pull back out. Perfect. Now you can peel this up. Look at your beautiful ornament base, guys. How stinking cute and easy was that? Beautiful. Set it on your baking sheet here. And that's all that she wrote. Feel free to make a ton of those. And then now let's head on into Design Space, and I'm gonna show you guys how we design this. But just like we did with our dog paw one, don't forget to go ahead and measure your ornament so that you can get the correct size circle in Design Space to fit your image that you're gonna be placing on there. All right, so we have went ahead and sized our circle, and our circle is 3 inches. So we're gonna ungroup that. I had it hid earlier. Right now we have this at 2.75, but our other one is 3 inches. So we're gonna go up here, 3 inches. This is why you need to size them all, because not all of them are created equal. So 3 inches is our circle that we've got here, our cute little pattern circle. And now we're just gonna get a rectangle here. And how we did this is literally we just grabbed a shape here, a square, and we brought it in here to our circle. And I know that we wanted this to be a rectangle, so we're just gonna kind of stretch it and pull it a little bit, just like so. Like that's a really nice size right there. That's good. Then we locked it, and we'll go ahead and make that brown like our leather is gonna be. Perfect. And the font that we're using this time, guys, is Hot Off the Press. It's a really, really cute font that you can get at Makers Gonna Learn. We're gonna go to System Fonts and type in Hot Off the Press. It's this really kind of quirky, imperfect, typewriter-ish font that's really playful. So I'm gonna go all lowercase here. All lowercase here, Rachel. So now I'm gonna make this smaller and bring this on in. And I actually want this to be pretty small on our leather as well. I think there's something really, really cute about having this just really dainty. So that's really cute. We already have our James cut out for us. But if you're making multiple of these, I urge you to make all of the names the same width. You don't want, like if we had a name like Lacey only has a couple of letters, you would feel the urge to make her huge, but make sure they're all like the correct dimensions. So you don't have to have them equal in width. You just need them to like look good. So keep all of the words the same. So like for instance, if I go up here, let's type it out, Lacey. I might want to fill the space just as wide as I did with Rachel, but we don't need to do that. So what I'm going to do is make this just as small as our Rachel. And you can do this by either typing them all or by holding them up to another letter and making sure they're even. So this is, you can hold this up, see that A? It's the same size. So now you can put your Lacey there and know that that is the proper dimensions that you need, the proper look for that. So that is how easy it is to do. Again, if you have that, you want to go ahead and take that. You can align that to the center and then group those on the canvas if you want to. And then you can bring those on in here and size it to your liking, to your circle, but I really like that. So that's what we're going to do. We don't need this one. We already have one here. We don't need our circle. We can go ahead and hide or erase him. And now we'll be cutting out our leather square and our HTV. So we can go ahead and click Make It. And much like our other one, guys, this is so teeny tiny small that I do suggest to cut several of these out. So here you can see Rachel, Rachel, Rachel. It looks so funny, but that's what we're going to do. We're going to cut 3 out just in case that we have any problems with any of them. I'm just going to kind of move them around, give them a little bit more space here, just like so, and make sure you go ahead and mirror that. You want these to be mirrored, and then here are your little faux leather squares here. Now we can go ahead and click Continue. And the important thing to note here is that you're going to want to go ahead and choose everyday iron-on and give that, I'll just leave that on default pressure. And then whenever you switch your leather, you want to switch your material settings. Let me tell you what material setting you need to use. Go ahead and type out paper thin. If I could spell today. Paper thin, and you'll see faux leather paper thin, and that is the setting you will use for this leather. But first, again, we're going to be using our iron-on, so everyday iron-on, and we're going to load this and cut this and then cut out our leather. And while that is cutting, I will mention, guys, now is a really great time to preheat both your EasyPress and your hot glue gun. So our hot glue gun is on and ready for us, and we will go ahead and preheat our EasyPress to the 2nd heat setting. All right, guys, as always, I'm going to remove the excess, and our EasyPress just preheated for us. And I don't know if we'll be able to do anything with this scrap, but maybe we can, so we'll go ahead and keep him. And since you don't burnish iron-on, we're just going to kind of leave it as is. And let me bring the camera in so you guys can see this a little bit better. I mean, these words are tiny, guys, teeny, teeny, tiny. So I'm going to peel up really, really gently here. And then read your name backwards. Read it. So there's R-A-C, and our H is having some problems here. H-E-L. Perfect. Okay, now next. R-A-C-H-E-L. R-A-C-H-E-L. Okay, great. Sorry if I was out of frame a little bit, guys. I was really trying to focus there. Now with our pin tool, we'll get in these teeny tiny little bitty grooves, and I only have one in my A and my E on some of them. Some of them I have in my C's, and that E is looking a little bit rough. There we go. But see, guys, I just peeled my E up, but it's no problem because I made 3 of these just in case. So it looks like I'll have 2 successful and 1 a little fail, kind of. I could fix it if I wanted to, guys. But if you don't have the time or if you're making a ton of these, I would at least cut 2 out a piece. So now we have our itty bitty teeny tiny Rachel right there that we're going to place on our piece of leather. Now all that is cut. Here are little pieces of leather. Look how cute these are, guys. So precious. So now we're going to easy press this on here. So here's our easy press mat and our little piece of leather. And now we're going to place our Rachel right in the center. Right like so. And once you like where it is, guys, you're going to take your EasyPress and have a weeding tool ready. You'll know why. And go ahead and just press that with your EasyPress. I'm not going to press it for very long, and then you're going to pick it up and it's going to be stuck. Use that little tool to kind of knock it back off. And you can see I only heated it for like 5 whole seconds, something like that. And look at this, guys. Oh my goodness. So cute. Okay, so we're going to move our EasyPress mat out of the way. Turn our EasyPress off. And bring in our little ornament. So here's our ornament, and here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna hot glue this right in the center here. How cute is that gonna be? And then we'll add our greenery. And once you like where it is, guys, a great hack is to put a finger on it at all times. And what you're gonna do is you're just gonna peel up one side, grab your hot glue gun and add glue over to one side, just like that. And then place that side down just like that, and then you can flip it over and do the same exact thing on the other side. That is how you will always have it right where you want it. So again, we're just gonna repeat the process. Peel that up, add some hot glue all around, just like that, and then lay back down. And now you'll have that all in the middle looking beautiful for you. And if it's imperfect, even better. It doesn't have to be perfect. And now, guys, as you can see, we're also going to add some greenery like we did on this one. And I'll show you how, because this is like kind of wired, but I really love the way that it looks. So you'll have a piece about this long, and you're going to place it. Let me go out just a little bit for you guys. We're going to place it through our little hole there. And once you have it like that, we're going to kind of bring it up at the top here. And with 2, making an X, you're going to kind of tie it around. So I'm going to tie one side first and then loop around the other side. And that's how you're just going to kind of make that together. And now I'm actually going to pull that out the other way to get that super thick part on the back. And now I'm going to do, guys, is pull it up a little bit, pull it straight, and then bend it to the side ever so slightly. And that is just how it's kind of going to create that little loop for me. As you can see, this is a little bit longer, so you could go in there and make that shorter, whatever you'd want to do. But yeah, that's how you make those. Super, super cute. Cute little ornaments, little personalized Christmas ornaments, just ready to hang on the tree, ready to enjoy for the holiday season. All right, guys, now we're going up a little bit in difficulty and making this really fun, rustic, kind of distressed, oversized tag. Now this is going to be like decor, so you can hang it on your stockings, you can hang it on doorknobs, things like that. So this is really, really fun. You can see we didn't put any Sculpey on it, so it's a little bit rougher and looks more matte and just kind of more rough around the edges and imperfect, and that's exactly what we were going for this project. So we are going to need, again, the normal clay things. We have our Sculpey clay, we have our parchment paper, we have our little jar here, and we have our rolling pin. Make sure you have your rolling pin with you today, and a lot of extra stuff for today. So to make this little imprint, because if you guys can see, it is an imprint. That is actually like kind of like a stamp that our snowflake is there. We actually made it out of chipboard. So you will need your Cricut maker for this project today, and you will need your Cricut chipboard, your knife blade, your strong grip mat, masking tape here you'll need, and all that good stuff. So go ahead, if you're crafting along with us, I would either skip this one or let these cut out first. And then what you'll be left with are little snowflakes. And we cut out a bunch because we are going to be stacking 2 on top of each other and making a little, basically kind of like a stamp here. So we're going to have a little dowel that we have just cut and hot glued on there to help us with that. But that's what we're going to do. We're not going to show a lot of this process because it's just really time consuming. But it's super, super easy, guys. After you cut out your snowflakes, once you have 2, again, you're just going to hot glue those 2 right together. And then whichever side you think is the prettiest will be your stamp side. And then hot glue a little piece of a dowel. We just got like these skinny little dowels in a pack. Find whatever you want. You actually don't even have to use that. We will demonstrate how to use this and everything like that, but the cutting process and stuff takes so long. We did pre-cut this. So go ahead and do that. If you don't have a maker, that's okay, guys. You can easily use vinyl and make a stencil and use a vinyl stencil for your paint. It's not the end of the world if you do not have this. All it does is add a little bit of texture. Not a big deal if you can't achieve this. Also, if you wanted to try, you can use several layers of Cricut craft board, which is also what we're going to be using today. So we have a sheet of craft board. This is a scrap sheet. It doesn't matter what color because this is just going to be used for our base. So this is how we will get our shape here. We cut our tag out of this, laid it on top of our clay that we've rolled out, and cut it. And of course, we're going to be demonstrating all of that for you guys today. And then for our large hole here, we are actually using, and this is another thing I want you guys to find around your house. This is kind of like a little glass beaker, and we found these. They had little corks on the top, and I removed the cork and was just able to add a little hole right there for us. So definitely feel free. You can even just cut the hole, but I prefer to like pierce it through with something. So find something in your home about this size. It doesn't have to be this big, but this is what we use, and this is what we kind of like. It's a little glass beaker. Along with that, we're going to need some paint because we're going to be dry brushing this. And then distress rough brushing white inside of our snowflake. So we have white folk art acrylic paint for the rough paint inside of our snowflake. And then we have Americana Santa Red, how fitting, guys, as the color for our dry brush red. We also have paper plate, a couple of paint brushes for that. We have a really nice knife here. This is what you're going to use to cut around that stencil of our gift tag that we're going to be able to make here. And yeah, I think that covers it. We're also going to need hot glue. So we have that already hot from the previous project we made. Yeah, so let's go ahead and jump into this amazing project. All right, so here in Design Space, we are going to be creating our tag and our snowflake. Now, this is just a snowflake from Maker's Gonna Learn. It's nothing special, nothing crazy. It was one cut file. We just uploaded the SVG. And then here, guys, we actually have some tags, and let me demonstrate for you how I did this. So over at Maker's Gonna Learn in the cut file section, I simply just clicked and searched tags, and now I will scroll down a little bit, and these are the tags that I use. So I'm going to go ahead and download these, and once it downloads as that zip file, I'm going to click that, and all it is a PNG for me. So what I'm going to do is drag those over there, go back to Cricut Design Space, click upload image. Now I drag my tags over there, click complex and continue. And now, instead of saving this as a print and cut image, guys, I'm going to save it as a cut image. And that is how easy it was to take that SVG and turn it into practically a PNG for me to use. So I just pop that right in here in Design Space, and this is exactly what it looks like. And the tag that I want looks like this. I don't want there to be any super complicated cuts or anything in it. I really like how these are it's a little bit more fat of a tag because this one is a little bit more pointed here. The bottom here, right here, that little detail, and then these little humps here at the top would not be the easiest thing in the world to do. So what I'm going to do is come in here and simply click the ones I do not want and hide contour for those. Yeah, so easy. And I even don't want my little dot in the one I'm using, so I'm going to click off of that and get my little dot here, and that's it. If I click off, there is my beautiful tag ready to be cut for me. Size it to whatever size you want your tags. Ours are, of course, oversized tags. Let me get my measuring tape here. Our tags are 4 inches wide by 6 1/4, around almost 6.5 inches tall. So those are very, very large gift tags. If you want these smaller, feel free to make them smaller. That is totally fine. I just really like the oversized look for today. I thought they would be super cute as decor, especially with how rustic they look. Yeah, so then for that, all we did was stretch it out just a hair. You can stretch it, you can leave it, whatever you want to do. And then we made it gray. And then we just added our snowflakes. So this is, again, is the same SVG. And let's just say it was way bigger. Of course, size it to your project. Make sure you like how it is. And we wanted ours a little bit smaller, just to fit really well in there, so as you can see. And we really like this. And we didn't stamp it like that. We actually stamped it a little bit off center just to kind of give it a little bit more, you know, personality. So all we're gonna do is erase this, and we're going to be cutting our tag out of craft board and our snowflake out of Cricut chipboard. So make sure when you click make it, now you can cut out as many of these as you want. I think you might need to cut at least 4 snowflakes. It will take quite a while with your chipboard, and since you only have 11 by 11 to work with, you know, it'll take a while for you, but I think it's worth it. So go ahead and cut out 3 or 4 snowflakes. You will need 2 for each stamp, so in case you break a stamp or something like that. And then here we just cut out 1 and we just kept reusing it. So when we click continue, this is just like the other project, guys. Be very mindful and make sure that you switch around your materials. So here we're using our gift tag with our craft board. So we're going to go up here and search craft board, done. And then when you're done, guys, make sure that you go back and you switch this to chipboard. Now we are using an air today, so of course that material would not even be able to be selected on this machine. We have already pre-cut that out, which is the only reason why I'm not going to be cutting that today. It just takes way too long. So feel free to just do several layers of craft board if you want to. I would say 4 or 5 layers of craft board if you want to layer it and you try and use craft board as your stamp. That is a great workaround for those of you that do not have a Cricut Maker or just don't want to wait on chipboard, which I totally don't blame you for. So make sure you go ahead and cut all those out using the correct material settings, and we will be back to get going with our clay. All right, I have our parchment paper down, and I'm going to get some clay. I am going to use a full piece here. So here's a piece and here's a piece, which makes it a full piece right there. So I'm going to grab this clay and mush it up with my hands. Dropped a little bit there. And I'm going to place this to the side and start kneading this clay. You want to work with it warm, so we're just going to be able to knead this. And guys, we get to use our rolling pin today, which is really, really fun for this project. Having it flat and even is going to be the key to having success with this project. So like I mentioned with the other projects we made, as with this one, you're only going to have it in the oven for 15 to 20 minutes. You don't want to overbake your clay. It can crack and some problems can occur. So if you don't want to overbake it, just kind of keep an eye on it. But those are pretty thin, and this one is thin as well. So we are just going to have that in there for like 15 to 20 minutes, and that's plenty of time for those. Now, again, with our next project, our Christmas trees, ooh, guys, it takes a while to cook. And yeah, but they're so worth it, guys. You're gonna love how they look. They are adorable. So we're just gonna continue to knead this like dough, which it's a lot like Play-Doh. It just kind of takes you back to your childhood, guys. But I love working with clay. So we're just gonna get this warm, and then, guys, we're gonna roll it into a ball. Get it kind of in a ball shape, and then roll it into a ball. Get it nice and smooth. And then once it's in a ball, we're going to roll it into a cylinder, just like that. Now that it's in a cylinder, you're just going to lay it right down on your parchment paper. Take your rolling pin, and you're going to smush. Pick it up and smush. Perfect. Now you're going to take it and roll it out. And guys, I just want to be real with you. Our setup here on the table is not ideal, so I can't roll it back to me or that happens. So I'm only going to be rolling it outwards, and then I'm going to be flipping it around and then, you know, rolling it the other way. So if that happens, no big deal. Take it, peel it right off. Now I'm going to flip it around. Just like that. Push it outwards. You're wanting to make it as big as your tag. So the key to doing that, looky there, love it. Roll it right back out. The key to doing that is to constantly check, not constantly, because I mean it's hard to constantly check, your sizing. So you can place that on there and say, okay, I need it to be a little bit bigger. So now I'm going to pick it up, place it back down, and continue to roll. And I'm rolling outward as well as straight up to try and get a little bit more on my width there. Flipping it, just like that. And you can see that bubble. That's okay to have, but not ideal. So if you want to take something like your pin tool and poke those bubbles like that, then you can roll it out and flatten it. Whoa. It's getting really flat on us, guys. Roll it out. Now let's check it. And yay, we can cut it. Okay, so you'll have your tag just like this. And it doesn't matter if your tag is at an angle or anything, you know. And then I'm going to cut some of this parchment paper off. I had it really long, guys, so that I could be way back on the table and have it tucked under the table so it wouldn't pull away from me. Like I was leaning my stomach onto the table, onto the parchment to hold it in place as I was rolling out. So that's another little tip if you have some trouble with that. And I wanted to trim that off. So now what I'm going to do, guys, with my knife, I'm going to hold it at an angle. Hold it right at the base of that tag stencil and just drag it down, staying really, really close to that base. Now at the corner, I'm going to remove my knife, pick it up and turn it, place it back down, and kind of just turn with it. And keep it really close to that. Stop, turn, place it back down, and turn my knife with it. Now, this is not something that's going to ruin your knives. So if you want to use like one of your nice kitchen knives, it'll wash right off. I mean, it's clay that's not dried or anything like that, so it's not going to hurt your kitchen utensils at all. Now I'm going to just keep going with it. Pushing it around. Perfect. Okay, now that you have that, you can peel up your excess clay. And this is so neat, guys. Peel this thing off, just like that. And right now, here you can see a couple little bumps on the back. Go ahead and flatten those out. Just kind of push them, just like that. And now you'll flip it over, guys, and take your paper off. And look how beautiful that is. Look at that. So we can lay this back down. And now you're going to take that little beaker here that you've got, place it in the center, turn as you push down. Keep pushing down, and then there you go. And then now there's just a couple little fringes in there. What I do is I stick my finger in there very, very carefully and kind of push them back to where they'll be facing the back of the clay, to where the hole is just really, really nice and neat looking. And now, guys, on our tray here, we're gonna pick it up and place it right down. So we just placed it right there on our tray, and that looks great. So now we're gonna go and put together our little snowflake, and then we're gonna actually stencil it on the tray. So I'm gonna place this over to the side. And we have our pieces of cut chipboard here. So I'm gonna take it and I'm gonna look for the bad side, which I think this is the bad side. And I'm gonna take one section just like this, glue it, and then I'm gonna glue it down. And make sure it's even. Put your fingers around the edges to make sure it's all nice and even before you hot glue it. And then we're gonna move on to the next section. So this is the next section. I'm gonna pick it up just like that, and then hot glue it down just like that. And then again, pick it up and pinch it. Make sure that it's even. You don't want to have your, it's basically a stamp. You don't want to have your stamp to be uneven in certain places. And we're just going to keep doing that all the way around. And the reason why I picked the pretty side down, guys, is because as I'm pulling up these edges of our snowflake, I'm bending it a little on the base. And this is our pretty side that I don't want to be bent or anything like that. That's going to be pressed into the clay. So I want to do my damage on this side here. So peeling that up. Perfect. Place it back right back down. Even it up. Good thing you have a little bit of wiggle room with hot glue. And I think this is our last one. Perfect. Whoops. Just like that. Nice. And nope, we have one more. And I'm just doing a little bit, guys, just enough to really secure it down. Just like that. Super cute. Super cute. So once you have it like that, you can take some tweezers and get all of the hot glue from in the center. That's fine. But then remember your pretty side. You're going to lay it pretty side down. Take your dowel here and add a good glob of glue right in the center of that snowflake, and then place your dowel right in there and hold it. Now we're just going to be patient and wait for this to dry. This is not exactly going to do all the work for us. We're still going to need a weeding tool and our fingers and things like that. This is just going to help the process along for us. So something to be able to grab onto, to pull up on. It's going to definitely help us out a lot during this process. But this is a really fun step. And just like the dog paw, guys, you're going to want to press down farther than you think you want to. But the tricky part about this one is that not only do you need to press down evenly, but or hard, but you need to press down evenly is what I was going to say, because you want all of the little sections of the snowflake to have the same indentation. You want them to be evenly imprinted. So here is our little stamp that we have made. Look how cute it is. You can rip off that stem of that if you want to. I only made mine a couple inches long, as you can see, but leave it as long as you would like. Just be picky, get all the hot glue strings off of that, and then we'll go ahead and use this on our tag. So we're gonna bring our tag in. Here's our tag, and what we're gonna do, guys, is place this right where you want it, which it doesn't really matter where you place it. I wanted mine in the middle, kind of off center, so if you place it right down just like that, then make sure it's in the middle. It's not to me. I'm gonna scooch it over a bit. That looks better. So now, guys, I'm gonna press it down in the center, and then with my fingers, I'm gonna take these one at a time, press, 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 press with your thumb. Make sure you're pressing evenly, pressing the center good, and you'll be able to see it around the sides, make that indentation. See that little dark line there? That's what that's doing. So I'm gonna press down on all of these with my thumb. Make sure you get it all even. You want this to be a good even stamp. If it's even, it also looks more professional, which is, of course, always what we're going for. Make sure you get the stem, like this little thin part. We're gonna go in there. Press down. And the reason why we're doing this on this cookie sheet that we've already transferred that we're going to pop in the oven is because we're adding a lot of pressure to our clay, and I personally don't want to have to peel this up off the table because I might distort something, whereas when it's in the oven it dries, it's going to come up no problem, and it's just easier that way. So once you've pressed that down, I think it's pressed down pretty firmly. What you're going to do is take a Cricut tool and you're going to poke one of the edges, peel it up, and then hold your center and peel straight up. And there is your beautiful indentation. You can go in there and fix any little bitty imperfections that you might see. But overall, guys, it looks really, really good. Here is your stamp. It did a wonderful job, so you can go ahead and keep that for later use, toss it, whatever you want to do. I think it'd be fun to keep just in case if you might want to use it later on a different project. So that's all that's going to happen for that, guys. You're going to pop that in the oven 15 to 20 minutes, and when it comes out, it's going to look like this. So here is our finished one that we're going to be able to paint for you guys right now. So we're going to go ahead and get this space cleaned up, and then we'll go ahead and start painting this one. Okay, as for painting this guy, again, we're just going to dry brush it with this Santa Red, and we're only going to use like the tiniest bit, guys. So I'm going to pour it out. Oh, and that's way too much as it is. So I'm going to scoop some of that back in our bottle, just like so. Much better. And now, guys, I'm going to take a brush, and this one is a little bit coarser. You want to coarse brush this one. It's been through the ringer. Someone didn't dry it correctly or wash it correctly, so it's just like a little bit rough, and that's kind of what we want for this. So I'm going to use this and put a little bit of paint on my brush and then wipe most of it off. And then I'm going to go over here, and I like to go up and down, so I'm going to go up and down with this, just like that. Just like that. I mean, it looks great. So you really want it to be rough looking, you know. Add more if you want to, but whoop, look at me, guys. Add more if you want to. You can go back in there and get a little bit more. Add more if you please, but I really like the way it looks, really rough and kind of rustic. Do the edges. Do all the edges. You can even do the back if you want to go up back in and do the back later. Yeah, so do your edges and the bottom. Make sure it's all evenly rough. Looks great. And now once you're happy with this, let it dry, guys, 5 minutes. Since it's dry brush, it's already going to be dry. But since we're going to be going in with Stark White, you really want it to dry pretty well, because even though we're making this rustic, it's still you still want a little bit of pigment in that white. So give it about 5 minutes. And once that's dry, we're just going to open up our white acrylic paint, and we're just going to use the paint in the lid for this, guys. We have a really detailed little paintbrush here. We're just going to dip it in and start on one of the edges of the snowflakes, and we're just going to drag our brush in. Now we want this rustic, so we're not going to spend too much time making this perfect. We just want to go in here and drag our paintbrush down and just give it a little bit of pigment, give it a little bit of life. So get in the corners a little bit there, but for the most part, you're just going to keep it simple, just like that. Like that's all that we're looking for, a really rustic look. Love this red too. If you guys don't want red, do green. If you don't want to do green, if you guys have seen Becca's Christmas summits this year, none of them are traditional colors, and it is so cute. So if you want to use a fun color like that, that's great. If you want to use your child's favorite color, that is fine. If you want this hanging in their room, you could add you could add a name, you could add a vinyl name down here at the bottom if you wanted to do that. Just whatever you want to do. But yeah, we're just going in here, guys. I'm just going to keep rotating it. It's easier for me to paint it from this side in, so that's just kind of the stroke I'm going to be going for. And yeah, I mean, that's all that we're doing, is just making this a little bit more rustic. Just like that. Super cute. Love it. And then drag it on in. It's okay if you get some paint up on the sides. You will not even notice. Swear. So this is just the look that we're going for. You can go kind of back in on these other guys. Look how cute this is looking. And Go ahead, use your paintbrush. And guys, this is a super little thin paintbrush, and this is, it's worked really well for us for this project. You don't want your paintbrush to be too big. That would overpower your project, and we don't want that. So just keep painting. I'm gonna get a little bit in the middle here. Here we go. Love this, so fun. And guys, who needs more projects in their lives that are not supposed to be perfect? I know that I do. Sometimes I just over stress about how things look and, you know, how I want things to be a very particular way. And sometimes my projects just don't agree with me. And this one is one that literally you just say, let's see how it looks. And it always ends up looking beautiful because that's just the way it's supposed to be, is rustic and rough and, you know, farmhouse, if you will. And it's beautiful. So that is what we're doing with this paint job today, and this, you know, the dry brushing, and even the stenciling, like when we use this as a stamp. Some of these are not as pressed in as others. Some of them look a little bit more, they have a little more dimension than others, and that's totally fine. It's just kind of the way that it looks, and we love that. So that's it, guys. That's all that she wrote for that. And when you have it completely done, it's going to look something like that. And then our finished one over here is just as cute. I mean, it's adorable. And all we did was add our little cord. And how we did that is just by unraveling some. This is from Hobby Lobby here. Love it, from the Christmas section. We just cut a big long piece for ourselves there. Took both of those ends together. Put them through the front of your clay. And then through that loop. And then there you go. It's as easy as that. So there are your oversized rustic tags that are going to be just such cute home decor this holiday season. All right, guys, for the last and final craft, we're going to be making these adorable clay Christmas trees, and we're actually going to take them up to a higher level at the end of this and paint 2 of them some really fun and trendy Christmas colors. So these are the 3 that we're going to be making today. We have one that is kind of like a brush stroke texture. If you can see that beautiful texture, that is what one of those is going to look like. The second one is going to be just kind of like a really random kind of dragged line all around, that just kind of loops around, really whimsical. And then the last one is going to be this really, really fun, really super fun textured little Christmas tree that's just going to add so much fun and flair and personality. And all these stacked are different sizes and look super, super cute and trendy. So for this, all you're going to need is some clay, which is the same clay that we've been using today. And then we have some pottery tools. These are from Hobby Lobby. I have linked you some in the supplies. We're only going to be using a couple of these today. So with all of these, all we're going to be using is this one to hold one of the Christmas trees. This one right here, which is kind of like just a bunch of little wires that's going to kind of make our texture on this one. And then we're going to be using this one, which could easily be a pokey tool from Cricut. So please, guys, feel free to make your own, use what you have at home. I'm sure that you guys could find similar things. So don't feel the need to get this if you aren't going to use clay a lot. Just use something in your home like that, because it's super helpful. So we're going to go ahead and start making that. But we're also going to use some paint. So we're going to paint 2 of these trees. One is going to be this really, really cute, really trendy green called celery. So this is celery green. And then we're going to be mixing some colors. Now, I'm not taking credit for this. Miss Becca helped me with the colors on which I should be mixing. We're going for a little bit of a Scandinavian Christmas vibe today. So we have warm beige, Millen, and Santa red that we're going to be mixing up together to get a really fun Scandinavian kind of peachy, creamy color. So that's going to be really pretty for our other tree. So we're going to go ahead and scooch all this to the side and get to work on our Christmas trees. Okay, guys, we have some clay here, and we're going to get a little bit more clay. And the ratio that we used is 1 full bar of this for the large Christmas tree. And then we have a little bit under a whole one for the medium-sized Christmas tree. And then I think this together, or maybe even just this with a little bit, for our smallest tree. Just really not a lot of clay. And of course you can add more, but really you just want them to be about the same girth, so around. So you don't want some that are just super, super tiny, skinny, and some that are kind of fat. You kind of want them even girths, but different lengths, if that makes sense. So we're gonna start off with our largest one, which is our full bar. And of course we're just gonna smush this down and get this guy kind of, you know, soft and more malleable. Gotta warm him up. And we're gonna make him into a cute little tree. Now this is the one that we're gonna be brushing, like giving brush strokes on. So I'm gonna actually go ahead and get our cookie sheet and bring it in a little bit closer to me so that I can set it down once it is done. So I'm gonna make this, get this warm, pick up these little pieces. And since this is so big, you can, even if you want to, tear it in half and warm the pieces in your hands separately. Because again, the more surface area you get on that clay, the better. And the bigger the piece of clay, the less surface area your hands are gonna be able to get in there with. So you can warm these up separately and then mush them back together if you want to do that. However you wanna do it, personal preference is totally fine. And like most all of the projects, we're going to make this into a ball, just like so. Make sure it's a good smooth ball. You really don't want a bunch of cracks or bumps or anything in it. Looks good. So once you have it into a general ball, you're going to start with your hands making it into a cone shape. And since this is going to be the skinniest one, or excuse me, the tallest one, we're just going to kind of work with it for a little while. There we go. You can set it down and kind of move it around on your own there. Pick it up, redo it. You can completely redo it if you want to. It's just whatever you feel like doing. Fix the bottom a little bit. And it'll take a while, guys, for you to get your Christmas tree look that you're going for, because this can be a very tricky process. So don't feel discouraged. And what I like to do as well, guys, is go in here and with the bottoms of my hands here, I like to push down on the bottom, and that just gives it more surface area to be able to set up on its own, which is very important for us. And now you can see this little tree shape, and that is a really nice little cone tree. So he looks good. We're gonna keep him. And I'm actually gonna go ahead and set him to the side, guys, while we work on our other ones. I wanna get the shapes how I want really correct before anything else. Warm him up with my hands. And guys, we've used a lot of clay today. We've used a lot of clay. I hope that you guys are way more confident using clay. Look how fun. And guys, these are just going to be you know, how much to use for the sizes that I have. You can make these larger or smaller or whatever you would like to do. Yeah, so we're just going to continue to make these warm in our hands. And I'm gonna be honest, guys. I work with clay very, I wouldn't say often, but I have worked with clay a lot in the past. I really like clay, and I've never used pottery tools like the ones we've used today. I've never used them, except when I was creating and testing for this project in particular, and I was blown away at how fun they were to use. So I highly recommend, if you haven't used them, to find things around your house that mimic them, or to just buy them if you feel the need to use clay a little bit more often, because they were so much fun to use. Okay, so I've just went in there and made my little tree shape. I'm gonna go in there with my hands. How cute. Okay, perfect. Get my little tree going. I'm gonna twist his little top to make it pointier. So cute. Okay. He's pretty cute too. So we've got this general shapes going of our trees that we're gonna want. So we've got these two, and look at their height difference. That's a really nice height difference. And now we're gonna go for our baby one. So let's get our clay for our little tiny one. Right here it is. we're gonna make this, and this is a ball that I've been previously using, so it's pretty warm as it is. Looks good. Make it into a ball. And this one I think is gonna be even smaller than our small tree, which is gonna be itty bitty and super cute. So I'm gonna go in with my hands, make it be able to comfortably sit on its own. I'm gonna move it around and pinch his little top to make that a little bit pointier. And look at our baby Christmas tree. Okay, so these size differences are super cute. This one is just leaning a bit. So I'm gonna pull it and then flatten it out. And guys, I know it sounds funny and I know that we shouldn't be this way, but it's true. Everything does have a good side. So all of these little trees are gonna have their good side, their time to shine, their side that's the best, and that's the side that you're gonna wanna use. So here are our little trees looking adorable. Great heights, they look great together. So now what we're gonna do is start to give them their personality. So we're gonna start out with the biggest one, and this is the one where we are going to add our little kind of scratch marks, our little texture. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna hold him, and we're gonna start just kind of dragging up with this little tool. That's all that we're gonna do, is drag up with this little tool all the way down. And I want to hold this up for you guys to really be able to see this tool in action. But see what I'm doing? I'm just dragging. You can do little drags, big drags, whatever you want to do. See how much personality it gives this tree? See how cute? I absolutely love this tool. I think it is so neat. See? How cute is that? So we're gonna place him down and do that all the way around our tree. You can hold the top of it as it's a little bit more flimsy, but we're just gonna drag this all over the tree. And you can do little strokes, long strokes. You can do a mix. You can go up one and then go back in there with some other, you know, lesser strokes, whatever you wanna do. And this will just look so cute. And this is going to be one of the ones that we're going to paint today. This is the one that I think we're going to paint this one green. And these little balls will kind of form up on your little tool. Don't even worry about those, totally fine. This tool is just so fun and easy to use because basically we're just like scratching up the tree is all that we're doing. Super cute. Go all the way around the bottom to make sure you're really getting the bottom scratched, you know, up from the base. Perfect. So cute. Okay, now he's done, guys. Look at him. Look at his really nice, cute texture. So he's done. We're going to place him on the baking sheet and kind of clean off our work surface a little bit. And now we'll be doing the medium-sized one, which this one, oh, guys, is it easy to do. All that I'm going to be doing is taking this right here, holding it at the top, and then bringing it down as I'm twisting. It's going to be so easy. And guys, I switched the camera angle so you can see this technique better, but I'm literally just going to start up here as I'm turning my parchment paper and dragging this tool down. Now I might even go in a bit of a wavy motion to just kind of give it more personality, because as you can see, this one that we have here has, you know, places where there's big gaps and then little gaps, and I really just like how whimsical it turned out. So we're going to do the same thing with this little fella. We're going to start at the top and twist him around. And I have to hold the top a little more than I have to hold the bottom. And I'm just twisting, twisting, keep twisting. Now I can stop and kind of keep it level for a bit and then go down. And then go up a little bit if I want to. And then go back down. Go up a little bit, go down. Just make sure you're holding this tool straight as you're going. Look how cute this is. Go up a little bit, go down. So cute. And just go ahead until you drag it all the way down. And look how cute. Look at the personality on this little tree. How cute. And once it's baked, guys, you can chip off the little tiny imperfections that you might see. But overall, he's really, really cute. And you can see just how cute he's going to be when he's dried. I just can't wait to let him cure and set in the oven and be able to paint him. So we're going to move him on over to the cookie sheet. And now it's time for our baby one, which if you see our baby and then you see the one that we're going to be doing, you can see how fun and full of life this guy is. And all we're using is this pokey tool. That is the only tool that we are going to be using. And what we're going to do is we're going to start at the top and create little kind of push-pull motions. And that's kind of what creates this little effect here, this cute little kind of frosted, spiky effect on our tree. So how we're going to achieve that down at the bottom and at the top, you can start now, is by taking this tool that came in your like pottery working kit, and I'm going to insert it into the bottom of the tree, the bottom of the center of the tree. I'm going to just push it all the way in, just like that, and I'll pull it out a little bit. There we go, just make it kind of loose. And then there is how we're going to work with our little tray. You can see now it's on a little handle, which is going to be much easier for us to manage. So now, guys, what we're going to do is you're going to start at the top here, and you're going to push in, and pull out. Push in and pull out. Push in and pull out, just like that. See how that, you're kind of making that little design there, you're making that little pattern. So that's what you're gonna do. Push in, pull out, push in, pull out. And you're just gonna keep repeating that all over this tree, all over the different sections. And then we'll go ahead and switch to the other camera for you guys to see a little bit better. And you can see we've done basically the top row here of pushing in and pulling out. And what we're going to do now is start moving down, but we're going to go kind of in the middle of these spots we already have went, if that makes sense. So we're going to go in the middle, 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 in the middle. And then once you get over to the other edge, and I need to do some more up top here. Ba-doop, ba-doop, ba-doop. Get the top. Good. You'll have to kind of pull some of it'll start balling up on your tool here, and you'll have to pull those out every now and again, which that's totally fine. You can see it balling up there on my tool. And I'm just gonna pinch in, pull out, pinch in, pull out. And it's okay if you get a little inconsistent. I mean, you're not gonna be able to tell, guys, especially at the end of this. It's just gonna have so much personality anyways. It's gonna be totally fine. But it's going to look so, 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 so cute. Pinch in, pull up, pinch in, pull up. And then again, we're going to do the middle of them when you get to the other edge. So like over here, we're going to go in the middle of those two now, in the middle, and all that good stuff. I do recommend working in your layers though, going all the way around, and then, you know, starting a new layer, just like so. This is so relaxing to me, guys. It just, it's mindless. And sometimes, guys, you just need a good mindless craft. You don't want to have to think about, you know, so many hard decisions, or what color this should be, or how large that should be, or, you know, someone's paying me to do this, so I don't want to mess it up. Or, I mean, this is just a fun, really cute Christmas tree that you're going to be able to make for your own home. And it's just so much, it's full of so much life and personality, and it's just so cute. So, yeah, don't worry about who it's for, or, you know, what color you should paint it, or this is just mindless. You just get to sit and enjoy the process. And guys, let me know in the comments, because, you know, I'm going to be chatting with you guys live during this. Let me know how you're enjoying the class. Let me know which one has been your favorite so far. The class isn't over though. There's still a couple more to do, but boy, are they adorable. I really, really love all of these. I'm pretty biased to the dog paw ornament, just because, guys, you know, I'm a very, very sentimental person, and I just love keepsakes like that. It's right up my alley. But you guys let me know what your favorite thing has been. If you are more decor, if you like the decor more, or if you love these Christmas trees. Tell me what you are nervous to do. I'm curious to see what you guys are most nervous to tackle, because some people haven't worked with clay at all. Some people are a little nervous. Guys, clay is the most forgiving thing in the world. If you don't like it, literally, after all of this, I could do this entire tree. If I didn't like it, I just mush it up in my hand and start again. Like, it is not a big deal. It's not gonna dry until I put it in the oven. It's not gonna go anywhere. It's just easy. It's so easy to use. I love using clay. It is very forgiving, which is something you cannot say about a lot of different things in crafting or cricketing. Kind of like, vinyl, when it's down, or HTV, same thing, it's hard to get up. Infusible ink or, things like that. I mean, it's just, a lot of things are difficult, and this is not. It's just easy. Easy, easy. So I'm almost done, guys. You can see. Almost done with my little tree here. I'm getting down to the bottom, and you can see why I needed to have something to put this in, or something to put on the bottom of this, rather, to stabilize it so that I could, put these on the bottom. So cute, guys. Okay. Guys, we're done. Look at our tree. Look how cute he is. Look at all of his personality. He's so cute. So now what I'm going to do is take a thumb and index finger, and I'm just going to push this guy off of here, remove that, and then I have this here with my thumb and index finger, right like that. I'm going to place it on the cookie sheet to be baked. And now there's just a bunch of these little pieces of clay here. I'm going to get a big piece of clay like this one and pick them all up, because we don't need to waste that. It's good clay. So I'm just going to pick all those little pieces up with that. And now, guys, we can get to painting our Christmas trees. Once again, make sure that you go ahead and bake these. The Christmas trees probably need to bake for about 30 minutes with your oven on 275. So go ahead and bake those about 30 minutes. Keep an eye on them, of course, and then you're going to need to let them cool completely before painting. So do think about that. And now we'll go ahead and get on to mixing up our paint. Okay, so one of these we're just going to be using the green, and then the other one we're going to be mixing up some of these really, really cute kind of peachy colors to make a really fun and trendy Christmas color for this year. Just adding a little bit of red, just a little pop of red there, and some of this kind of, mix it up a little bit. This is warm beige, so we're gonna pour a little bit of that on there and mix this up. Guys, feel free to mix whatever colors that you have. I'm gonna be using the back of my paintbrush because it is my pet peeve, guys, when you use the other end of the paintbrush to mix it, because then you have a bunch of different colors on your paintbrush and your paint might not be the right color. So I hate doing that. So this is looking really, really cute. I'm actually gonna add a little bit more of this warm beige and mix that on in here. I just want a really kind of light color, but this is definitely around the shade that I'm going. It looks really, really nice. I love it. Just mix it up, swirly motions, guys. So cute, so, so, so cute. Love it. Look how cute that is. Okay, so love this color. This is going to look so good with our green. And now, guys, we're going to take a paper towel and wipe off this little bitty end of our paintbrush and make that all clean and ready to paint with. So I'm going to move all of this aside. And the one that we're going to be painting, this color is our cute little quirky twirly one. So that's what we're going to do with that. We're going to take our paint here. I'm going to start at the bottom and just paint. And guys, paint goes great on clay. It's really like a one coat wonder. Clay takes paint really well. It's almost porous. So we're just going to be adding this paint here and just go working our way up. I mean, it's super, super easy. Now, I would transfer it to wherever it is you're going to allow it to dry and then do the very top, or else you're going to get paint on yourself because you're going to be transferring it. So go ahead and paint all the way up like we are. Like I am. I don't know why I keep saying we, guys. You know it's just me here, but still. Okay, good. Now wait for that very, very tip, and then you're just going to move it to wherever you're going to store it and allow that to dry. And then I'm going to paint it over here. So I just moved it over here on a plate, and I'm just going to paint it. So cute, guys. Just adorable. So that one is done. You can set that to the side, and now we're going to be using our green. So I'm actually going to use the same plate because I don't want to waste a whole nother plate, and shake that green up and pour some green over here. This green is beautiful. So this is the one we're going to be using with our green, and this one is the one that's a little bit textured, and that's fine. It's going to be super cute. So I wanted to move that away from that. I don't want to get my green paint in that. So I'm going to start from the bottom, and I'm actually going to do this one up and down, kind of the way that the texture is on this. And this paint, guys, brings out this texture so great. It looks so good. Do you see that texture? Look at that texture. Hang on, let it focus. Look at that texture, guys. So nice. So we're going to take our paintbrush and just go up and down with it. So cute. I love this color too. It's so Christmassy. Get it? Love it. Work your way on up. If you see a little spot that maybe needs a little more TLC, go ahead. So cute. And just like the other one, we're just going to hold off on doing the very, very top until we transfer it. And then we'll be able to transfer it over and do the very top. I'm just going to make sure that it doesn't need any more paint anywhere else. Now I'm going to transfer it and paint the tippy top. And now that those are painted, I'm going to clean up our work surface and going to go ahead and wash my brushes off. Well, guys, that is it for this class in the 2020 Fall Summit. I hope that you all enjoyed it. I love working with clay. The ornaments were so cute, and the home decor even cuter. I absolutely loved those oversized gift tags that you can really place anywhere and add some holiday decor to your home, or those little trees that are just the cutest little pieces of home decor. Make them larger, put them in the centerpiece of your kitchen table, or place them on your mantle. Make them, paint them the colors of your home to match. I mean, anything that you want to do, it will be so cute and so homey for this Christmas. And knowing that you made them by hand, everything makes it all that much more better. I hope that you all enjoyed this video. Don't forget to ask any questions you have. I'm right here chatting along with you. I hope you had so much fun in this class, because I had a ton of fun teaching you all these amazing tips and tricks. Thanks, guys. Bye. What?
Y'all. Project after project after project. Rachel, we should have brought Rachel in here to talk about how many. Yeah. I mean, everybody's comments were just like, another one, another one, another one.
So many great ideas for you guys. Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh, people are freaking out. Love them, Rachel. Wonderful project. Such a wonderful class. Loved it. So many people feel more confident with the clay. Guys, that's what Rachel does. I mean, always giving you guys the most in-depth, giving so much value for all of this so that you guys feel super confident in whatever aspect of the clay making process, the epoxy process that you would like to do. Oh my goodness. Rach, what was your favorite part of all the clay projects?
That's hard. My favorite, really, I think that my favorite part is the part where you don't know how it's going to turn out. You mold it with your hands and you start creating. And a lot of times, guys, I'll be like, I don't love this. And guess what? You don't have to waste any money.
Right.
You just kind of mush it back up and restart. Right. It's a very good thing if you're a beginner.
It's forgiving.
Because it is so forgiving. You can use it over and over and over until you put it in the oven. And then, you know, you can just see how you can create it. Maybe you want to do something differently. Or you like where it's going and you don't know how it's going to look. Do the entire thing. You're like, okay, I love this.
Look, Peggy loved the tag.
You guys are so sweet. I'm so glad you enjoyed it.
Love the snowflake one. Yes, the marathon crafter. I love it. Oh my goodness, so much fun. Paige is obsessed. Kimberly says you're rocking it. We are just so thrilled. Yay! Oh my goodness, I'm glad you guys enjoyed the class. We're so excited.
You guys are so sweet.
We are pumped. Next up, we have Leah Griffith here.
Yeah.
She is going to be sharing to make a really adorable magnolia. I think you requested a magnolia, right?
Yes.
Because
it's
legit. You got if you were a Craft Kit member, you should have the kit. So you should have all the supplies. So definitely a great one to follow along with. There's only a few things that you'll need. Leah is going to kind of share a little bit about crepe paper, but crepe paper is so exciting and different that you're going to be really pumped up for it. So we're really, really thrilled for that. And then what we're going to do is after Leah's class, we're going to go straight into an actual break. It'll be anywhere from 20 to 30-ish minutes.
Yeah. Get yourself some lunch, refill that coffee cup, let your pups out.
Yes.
Yeah, have a great little break after that. And
Yes.
Leah is not here to moderate the comments, but
so we'll do the best we can.
Best.
Yeah, we're all doing the best.
Please make sure before you ask questions to reference your supply list if you have any questions.
Yep.
And if there's nothing on there that helps you out, then we will do our very best with our knowledge of crepe paper in order to help you guys out.
And it's so much fun. And anyone that got this is someone that purchased a Summit Passport, by like January.
Yeah.
So this is a very big group of you, but not everyone got this. Only like about 140. Someone heard your babies. I love that. Did they hear them or did they just
pulled
notice?
in. I don't know.
We love it.
I haven't heard him yet.
I didn't hear them either.
Yeah,
That is so funny.
But the template that she uses is in your all supply list.
Yes.
So it's linked in there. If you have a kit, you have it.
We're still working through the SVG, so just bear with us.
So if you need the template that Miss Leah actually uses in her video, it's in your supply list, which is amazing.
We're so excited. So you guys go ahead, enjoy, and we'll see you back here real soon. Around 2 o'clock. That'll give us, Leah's class is a little bit more than a half hour, I believe. You'll get your break, and we'll see you back here at 2 p.m. Enjoy!
Bye, guys.
Hello everyone, and welcome to my class where I'm going to teach you how to make this gorgeous crepe paper magnolia. My name is Leah Griffith. I'm from leahgriffith.com, where we teach people how to craft, offering them templates, tutorials, and patterns, and our new shop, which is feltpaperscissors.com, where we curate the best craft materials just for you. I'm so happy to be here at the Fall Summit. Thank you, Tanner and team, for inviting me. And I'm really excited to teach some of you who have never touched crepe paper before how to make this flower, because I do think that once you do it, you'll want to make more. You have enough supplies, which we'll go over next in your kit. It has 3 leaves and then this small sprig of gold berries. In your kit, you'll find this printed page that includes the template if you want to cut it out by hand, and there's also a URL so you can get your SVG cut file if you want to use the cutting machine. You'll also find extra fine gold, a double-sided green, and a double-sided white and vanilla. Also in your kit are 5 cotton spun balls and 2 yards of paper-covered wire. For tools, you're going to need a curling tool or something that will work as a curling tool, craft scissors, fine point scissors, pinking shears are an option, and a cutting machine is an option. You'll need a hot glue gun, tacky glue, and then some sort of gold paint or gold marker. The last tool you're going to need are these wire cutters, as we'll cut this wire to go right into these balls. And we'll start with these little ball berries because we're going to want them to dry. So I'm going to cut about 4 inches of wire. And I'll need 5 of those, 1 for each of the balls. There's 3. And the rest of this, I'll use it for the base of my flower and for the center of my leaves. Then I'll take my hot glue gun, and if you spin your little paper ball around, you'll see that on one side there's somewhat of a hole. If you place the nose of your hot glue gun right inside that hole, it will pop open if it's not already. Just fill that up with glue and slide the wire right in, and then just let that cool. I'll do it for all 5. I love using these cotton spun balls. As you know, in our studio, we're really trying to be a little more eco-friendly and not use foam, because foam will never break down. These cotton spun balls are actually from Germany and they're vintage, just like the crepe paper. So we'll go ahead and do these first because I'll want them to dry. There's several different methods. If you want to spray paint them, you can use a gold spray paint. You can use the gold, paint, like I showed you, this little craft jar of paint, or you can also just use a gold marker. So I'll shake that up. This one is the Pin Touch by Sakura. I'm just going to use this paper towel so I don't get this on my tabletop. Give it a nice shake. And you can just color the ball. We're also going to use this gold foil on the tips of our petals, so keep it around, keep it handy. I'm just going to set these aside and let them dry, and then we'll start by cutting out all of our petals and leaves. So I've cut all of my petals, and I actually cut them on the cutting machine, but you can do them by hand. If you want to learn how to cut crepe paper on a cutting machine, we've actually created a whole video for that with all the settings for both your Cricut and your Silhouette, and you can find the link for that on the printout that's in your kit. But just to show you the other option, I'm going to go ahead and cut the leaves by hand. So I'll start with my gold leaf. And you can see on this pattern, there's some little lines, and this is really important. You need to follow the lines with the grain line because that will really change the look of your leaf or your petal either way. So I just want to make my paper the same width as my leaf, and I'll just cut it the length. Now you can see there's only a pattern on half of that, so I'll go ahead and trim the flat side. And then I'll flip it around so that the grain is going the same direction, flat side to flat side. Go ahead and kind of tamp that down, and then I'll cut around the outside of the leaf. Now, the beautiful thing about this technique is that you then have this beautiful V shape. However, as you can see, the gold and the double-sided has a different color on the back side. So if I place them on the table, you can see the gold is up, and I have two sides of one side of the leaf, which would be the left side. Now I'll go ahead and cut the right side. In order to do this, I'll actually have to flip my pattern over so it's face down, and then just do the same thing. Make sure that the grain lines up. With the lines, you have to maybe take a sneak peek. There we go. You can see it where the fold is, that it's lined up. And now this is only if you're cutting these by hand. We have this preset for you if you're cutting it with the cutting machine so that you get all the leaves the way that you need them. If you're using just a heavy or a extra fine crepe paper, you could cut one leaf with one cut because the paper's the same on both sides. Okay, there we go. There's two leaves, and you can see this beautiful V cut and how the grain really enhances the look of the leaf. I'm going to do the same thing with the green leaves. Now they're a little bit bigger, so I have a different pattern. Do the same thing where I'll place it with the grain line. And for this paper, we have a darker green on one side and a lighter green on the other side. And you know, technically you could have half the leaf dark and half the leaf light. That's really pretty. Sometimes we do like to do that. But in this case, I think I want them the same color. Flip that around. You can make as many leaves as you want to with the crepe paper that you have. And you might have some extra, so you could have some extra leaves. On the pattern, I suggest to cut one gold and two green, but I have two gold, so I might just go ahead and use them. So again, I'm going to flip it over to make for sure that I have my matching right side. It's pretty easy to use that fold of the insert as your guide because that's actually folded at the same angle as the grain line. Don't worry about any of the creases in your crepe paper. We'll actually get these out by curling the paper and by adding the wire into the spine. You will not see them. If you are worried about them, you actually can. You can iron this paper. I would just not use steam. The EasyPress is a really great way to iron this paper. So there's my matching leaves. And technically, I can go like that as well. There we go, 3 different colors of leaves. So that's ready. Now, this is someplace that you will not be able to use your cutting machine, and that's the center piece that we're going to put along the wire to form the center of the flower. Now, the grain align shows that it goes up and down on the short side, and this is really important. If your grain's going this direction, it will not work. So if you cut it that way, just toss it aside, use that for something else, and cut it exactly like it's shown here. Now, I said in the instructions that you can use pinking shears as an option. I find that these fabric shears work the best. If you have the paper craft ones, they really don't cut crepe paper very well. You don't have to do this, it's just an option. I like to cut the edge so that it's not a blunt flat. I like the zigzag better. Then I'm gonna grab my little tiny scissors here. I like these for this next step. I'm going to just go in here and fringe. And I'm fringing right along the grain. You can see that if the grain is going the opposite direction, the fringe would just flop. It won't hold form like we want it to. This takes a minute, and I promise you, the more practice you get, the faster you will be at this. And I always feel like the closer I get my little fringe cuts, the better. It makes it look more elegant and refined, but you know, do the best you can, and know that every single flower you make will be a beautiful flower. So that's ready. But before I decide how much wire I'll use for the center, I'm going to go ahead and measure out how much I need for each leaf. I'll want the whole length of the inside of the leaf plus maybe an inch or two extra. So I'll go ahead and cut 3 of these. There's one, and save these out to prepare the leaves. I have quite a bit left, so we have plenty here. I absolutely love this wire. It's one of my new favorite things. I'm using this flower as a gift topper, so I don't need a whole lot of stem. If you're using it on a wreath or you want it in a vase, you might want to consider making the stem longer. If not, I would say go ahead and cut about 5 inches folded, so about 10 inches total, and then fold it in half. Go ahead and cut that wire. And I'm going to bend it nice and tight here. I love how my fingers have gold paint on them. That makes me feel like a crafter. All right, then we'll put some glue right on the edge. And just to get it started. This glue is really hot. You can also use your white glue for this. The trick to this is you'll want to move your crepe paper down to the wire very, very slightly as you roll it around. You only want your end to be, I would say, about an inch at the most. So I'll probably stack it a couple times and then move it down and stack it a few times. You can see how slow this is going. With the hot glue, the nice thing is you can still position it, actually with the white glue as well. So you can see how I'm not moving it down the stem very much, just very, very slightly. Okay, there we go. I'm going to pinch it off. And you can see how gorgeous that just splays out. And then you can use your fingers to give it a little bit more texture. Now let's go ahead and shape all of our petals. And this is a 2-part process because I'm going to use my curling tool and I'm going to stretch. So for this, I want to just very, very gently in the center of each petal, just stretch, I would say about a penny for the small ones, maybe a quarter for the 2 sets of larger ones. Then with my curling tool, I'll just run that right along my thumb to give it just a bit more curl. And then on the end of it, I want to give it a nice big curl so that it opens up when I glue it onto the stem. I'll do that to all of them. You can see how sometimes when you cut on the cutting machine, these little tiny details get frayed. Go ahead and use your scissors and just clean that up. The way that the rotary blade moves around, it kind of cuts in little jigs, so sometimes it frays a bit, and it's okay. You can just work with that. If you don't have a curling tool, you can use maybe a scraper tool from one of your cutting machines, or you can use a credit card. This curling tool is my favorite. It was made especially just for this task, but there's other things you can use. You can also use the edge of your scissors. That's how I used to do it. On this last petal, I actually curled it before I stretched it. You can do it either way. All right, those are ready to go. So we'll start with the smallest. Again, you can use your hot glue or you can use your white glue, either one. And I'll place the 3 petals right at the edge here where you can see the gold stops and the stem starts. I'll put it right underneath where the gold stopped. And I'll want to make somewhat of a triangular shape with my petals. Like this. There's the first 3. The second 3, we're not going to put them exactly halfway between the small petals. We'll actually nudge it a little bit to one side so that we have room for the third and the last 3 petals. And you'll just pinch that right around the stem so you can see how I have it. And then the last 3 petals. And in this case, I will place it right between in that space, halfway between, and then pinch it onto the stem. Okay, there we have a flower. I want to show you a little tip on how to finish the back side. If this goes onto a gift or if it's on a wreath that you can see the back side, you might want to finish that out. So you can use floral tape if you want to, but this is something I really love to do around Christmas. So I'll take some of my scrap gold and I'm just going to cut it, I would say about 1/2 inch. Use my tacky glue. And I will actually use this as if it's floral tape. Just put some tacky glue right there on the end. And then I'll wrap that right on around the base of my flower. Add some more tacky glue. I think I'll go ahead and just put tacky glue all the way down this little piece of crepe. You don't need a lot. I think I put too much on because it does soften the crepe paper really fast. And then you'll just roll that right down the stem. I'll let that dry first, then we'll go back. The last thing that you'll do on these flowers is grab your pen again, give it a good shake, and then very gently dab it right at the top of your petal where the petal splits. You can see how the gold just looks great right in that little notch. Okay, that's looking better. I'm going to do one more just to give it a little bit more polish since I overglued it last time and I had it sliding off the top. So as you can see, I want to make it nice and even at the top of my flower, and I'm stretching the crepe paper as I wrap it around. So instead of putting the glue onto the crepe paper, this time I'll just do a bead of glue down the stem. That will be plenty. Now the trick is to get your hands in the right position so you don't get them glued. Maybe takes a little bit of juggling here. There we go, that looks beautiful. You can go ahead and do that all the way down the stem. In this case, I think I want a shorter stem, so I'm going to cut that off. And then I'll use just one final piece. I don't need the whole thing because it's just a bit to finish off the base. Okay, there you go. So the last step that we'll do for the flower itself are the actual leaves. If you've seen me make leaves before, you'll know that I have this technique of sliding the wire into the glue. However, this paper covered wire is a bit too thick for that. So the second technique is to take this glue and we're just going to put a very small bead down the edge, as thin as you possibly can get it. Place the wire right on top, and this is why you want your wire as straight as possible. There'll be a little bit of glue that, creeps out the edges, but that's okay because it will dry clear. And if you feel like you need it, if you have too much glue, you may not need this, but in this case I don't have a lot, so I'll go ahead and put one more bead of glue onto the top of the wire and then onto the tip. You can notice that I didn't put the wire all the way to the tip. And I'll place that very carefully on top, so I'm sandwiching the wire, and with my hopefully clean fingers, no sticky glue fingers, I'll very carefully press that down. For this process, I really do prefer the tacky glue over the hot glue because the hot glue seems to get really thick when you're sandwiching the wire between. I just noticed I have some glue stuck to my fingers and it just stuck to the leaf. So I'll just use these little tiny tweezers to pull it off. I'll let that dry and then go ahead and do that to the rest of your leaves. So I have one last step to do with these leaves once they are dry, but we'll leave that till the end. And the next thing we'll do is bundle up our berries. So I'm just showing you how to make a small little stem of berries. This is only 5, but you can do, you know, a lot of them. We have quite a few wreaths where I did probably, I don't know, 5 or 6 bundles of maybe 15, 20 berries each. So this is just to kind of give you guys a taste of it. So I'm just arranging them. So some are longer than the others, just giving them a nice twist here. Then I have some extra wire here. If I need to bundle everything together, that's how I would do that. But we'll wait till the last minute to decide how we want to arrange these. In the meantime, I can see now there's a couple places where I can add a little bit more paint. If you decided that you wanted to spray paint your berries instead of hand paint them, I would bundle them together first, then you can splay them out. If you have more bundles, you can actually do, you know, maybe 20 in a bundle. Splay them out and then put your rubber gloves and your mask on and just spray them. And that's a really great way to do it as well. So I just wanted that little tiny touch of gold. So for the leaves, they're not quite dry, but I'll go ahead and show you. I'll take my scissors. You can use either size of scissor and just clip off the tips to make them even. If you see any place else, like here on the side, I have just a little bit of trimming to do. That looks pretty good. And then you can use the wire to bend it. You can stretch the edges if you want to, shape the leaf however you would like the leaf to be shaped. And in this case, I'll go ahead and place them. Let me trim this one first. This is why it's nice not to put the wire all the way to the tip so you can have a little bit of room to trim. And then my gold leaf. And then I'll place my berries, tuck the berries right in there. Just to give you guys a few different options on finishing out your magnolia stems. I actually saw this in a wedding florist magazine the other day where they took this beautiful binding wire and they wrapped it around the boutonniere stem, which I thought was really beautiful because it gave an earthier feel to it. So I think that's what I'll do for this one. You could do this, and then if you wanted gold, you could add the gold on top instead. I mean, there's so many different options. You can cover it with ribbon. Once I'm down close to the tip, I'll let a little bit of gold, I'll just go right back up. Just let a little bit of gold show. Now I can wear it. There we have it. For the summit class, we gave you enough materials to make this one crepe paper magnolia along with the berries. But if you'd like to make some more of these flowers for your holiday, we do sell these materials at our shop at feltpaperscissors.com. We have the gold crepe paper in a 3-pack with silver, gold, and copper. You can get the double-sided in a 2-pack, which has a variation of 4 colors in the 2 different sheets. And then the green is also in a 2-pack, and again, it has a nice variation of 4 different colors. We sell this really great binding wire that can have so many uses for plants and flowers and maybe even other crafts in your craft room. And you can get these cotton spun balls in a pack of 100. Thank you everyone for taking this class, and I hope that if you've never made crepe paper flowers before, you feel a little more confident to keep trying. And if you have made crepe paper flowers, you are learning some new tips and tricks. I love this flower. This is going to be one of my center decorations for my holidays this year. You can put it onto wreath forms. You can use actual green wreaths that you buy at the grocery store and then add a few of these beautiful magnolias into the wreath as well. Use them as gift toppers. There are so many ways to use this. So I hope that you can share with us. Make sure you use #MadeWithLeah so that we can see what you guys do with this beautiful class.
Oh my
Can you look
word.
right there at them?
Yeah, look at there. They see you up here, but you look right here.
Can you say hi? Hi. Tell them your name. What's your name?
Fallon.
Fallon. And what's your name?
Beckett.
Beckett. And who are you holding, Beckett?
Ranger.
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 Also known as
It's the
Penny.
new. It's the new alias. What do you think, Pal?
He thinks he's taking Penny home.
He ain't taking.
It's
Beckett.
gonna be a sad
Beckett.
day.
Hey, you know what's coming up real soon, Beckett?
Yeah.
Halloween. You know what we do Halloween?
Yeah.
Are you handing out candy at my house? Okay, you can now we're gonna have a new friend to hand out candy with.
Tell Tantan who you're gonna dress up as for Halloween.
Luigi.
Luigi and
Mario.
Mario.
I love it. Oh my goodness. What did you guys think about the magnolias from Leah? Were they not amazing? We loved it. Do you want to make a magnolia?
What's
Yeah.
a magnolia, Fallon?
I don't know.
It's a flower.
okay.
It's a baby flower. She did a great job.
Yes.
I am obsessed. I want
Yeah.
to make a ton of those for Christmas. Yes, and I have some kits here.
We got the kits. We're ready to go.
Fantastic.
Crepe paper is a lot of fun. If you've never worked with crepe paper before, you'll know that it's kind of like fabric. It's kind of like paper. It's a mix, so it's kind of really, really cool. But the next class we have is one of our favorites. We have Courtney, and she is so excited for her second class at Summit.
Yeah.
This one is the... Why is it drawing a blank?
Ornaments.
Ornaments.
Yes.
This is her ornaments. You're going to absolutely love her ornaments. These are going to be so much fun, and I cannot wait for you to see it after her tablescape and whatnot. It's going to be a lot of fun. So get excited for that. And then as you guys know, I'm going to try to give an updated number. I believe we're up to like almost 90 or so tickets snatched for Maker's Gonna Meet. So if you want to grab a ticket for Maker's Gonna Meet, you better hurry. Grab those, less than 30 now, before you are able to do it. Sandy says, ooh, Becca, some member-only videos with the crepe paper.
Yes.
Have you ever used crepe paper?
No.
It's a very different type of material. I think you'll really enjoy it.
I'm excited to try it.
You use it stretches. It has its own, it's very fabric-y. You use the rotary blade. You use the fabric grip mat. It's very different. It's so cool. So we're really excited.
Speaking of member onlys and fun new things, we're gonna do another giveaway.
Ooh, another giveaway.
Yes.
Who's got it?
We are gonna do the Cricut foil transfer kit.
Woo!
Have you guys? It's a new thing that Cricut.
We haven't got ours. We've been waiting for it.
It should have come in Friday, so I'm excited.
We haven't found it. It hasn't came.
No.
I know.
Anyway, we're giving one away, and
We're gonna order it and send it straight.
Kat, our friend Kat, is the winner of that.
Go Kat!
Say yay,
Say
Cat.
go Kat! Yay Kat! Woohoo! We love it.
So
Oh my
Kat,
gosh.
email us with your shipping
address.
address, and
We're
we'll
gonna send
get that
you the
sent out
whole
to you.
kit. So that's gonna be a lot of fun. So yay! Oh my gosh, you guys are amazing. And I'm going to give you guys the link if you want to save $100 on registration. Maker's Gonna Meet next fall, downtown Knoxville, Tennessee. We're so excited. Would love to try it out. Yay! Oh my goodness, I love it. And guys, the best way to win some of these final giveaways, we have only 2 more classes until Summit's over. Fallon, does that make you sad?
Are you a little bit sad?
No, she's ready. Do you want to go to Sis's house for quiet time? Nap time? No? Okay, well, we're enjoying Summit. Oh my gosh, I'm crying. Kitten the Cat says, yay, I love surprises. Yay! You guys are so funny. But yes, so excited. But what I was going to say was, the way that you're going to win all of these amazing giveaways is just interacting here in the comments. So we have 2 more classes, and then more chances to win. So just continue being amazing here in the chat. Yay!
We're very excited.
I love it. Ashton. I love it. I'm going to the next summit. Woohoo! Go Carla! Yay! We're so excited! Yay! Can we just have Beckett here all day?
He is a cheerleader. He loves it.
Beckett, tell him what you said in there about getting crafty.
What did you say?
He said, "Let's get crafty."
Let's get crafty.
Yeah! I love it. Oh my gosh, it's the best. Fallon, how are you?
Do you have anything you'd like to say?
Anything?
What would you like to say? You have a lot to say.
She does.
Yeah, you did.
Oh my gosh, so much fun. But okay, anything else, Becca?
I don't think so.
I don't either.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Say, let's get crafty.
Let's get crafty!
Enjoy the class.
Everyone, welcome, welcome, welcome. I am so glad that you are joining me in this class of the Fall 2020 Summit. This class is going to be so fun because we are doing a little bit of a twist on some Christmas ornaments. All of the ornaments are going to use this faux leather from Starcraft. We got it at 143 Vinyl and it is amazing. We are going to make 4 different ornaments using this product and it's going to be so good. So let's dive in to what you're going to need for this class. Like I already mentioned, the most important supply is going to be this faux leather. If you were lucky enough to sign up early and get a supply kit, you get a full sheet of this, which will be enough to make all of the projects in this class. So this is really great stuff. This is my favorite color, by the way. I believe it's called cognac, which it's just so yummy. Alrighty, next up is wooden beads. You also received a few of these. I think plenty to make the projects in this. These are some small wooden beads. The exact dimensions of these are in the supply list, but you just need a couple of these. And then you'll also need some big ones. I have a 1.5 inch, I believe, round wood bead and a 1 inch actually, I think this is 2 inch round bead, and this is a 1.5 inch square bead. So you can get these at the craft store, or you can make your own. So this one actually was just a square from Hobby Lobby that I drilled a hole in, and this one came in the jewelry section, I believe, as a giant wooden bead. So just 2 of these. We will use one for an ornament, but if you only like the square ones, you could just do square or just round. It's totally up to you. Then, as it comes to kind of string and ribbon, I have this, I think, 3/8 inch twill tape, which is really pretty and just a great neutral kind of ribbon. It's also super inexpensive on Amazon, and we will link that for you. Then we have just some really thin off-white string here. I'm trying to see. It's a crochet cotton is actually what it's called. So that is going to be helpful. And then we have some thicker string here. It's more like a rope, and we'll use this as well. Then comes the DAP glue, DAP Rapid Fuse. You'll see an interesting use for this in the project. Then, of course, we have our Lynn Lily hot glue gun. Can't make barely any projects without this. So we have that on our table. We have some brown iron-on vinyl. So this is going to be used in one of the ornaments. And I just thought that this brown color kind of complemented the leather, but you could use any color that you wanted. And last but not least, we have our Cricut EasyPress and our Cricut EasyPress mat. We're using the mini for this project since it's really small, and this is our favorite EasyPress. So those are all the supplies that you're gonna need for all of these leather ornaments. Now let's head into Design Space to get all of our designing out of the way. The first one is going to use a circle. So I'm just bringing a circle in here, and I'm going to, this is pretty close to the right size, but we're just gonna make ours 3 inches. So change that to 3 inches, and you'll actually need 3 circles for this first ornament. So I'm going to copy and paste this 3 times. Click duplicate actually, and then I will duplicate it 1 more time so that we have 3. So this is all ready for our first ornament. Couldn't have been easier. Now for the next one, we are going to upload a shape. We're going to browse. It's on our desktop already. I've downloaded it from Maker's Gonna Learn. It's called Leather Bead Tree, SVG. So you're just gonna open this up, click save. And this SVG looks simple, but the ornament that we're gonna make with this is really, really cool. All right, and once we have that uploaded, we are going to change our height of this to make it as big as possible. So I'm going to make that 11.5 inches, and that will be perfect. So this is our cut for our second ornament. Moving on to the third ornament. We are going to upload our Tennessee file, but you can use whatever state you want, obviously. And with this one, we are going to do some contouring. So I'm going to insert this, and I think that for this ornament, I just want it to be a little bit smaller than this, maybe 5.5 inches. That seems good. And now I don't want this to say Tennessee with the heart, so I'm going to go down here to contour, and I'm going to click hide all contours, so it's just the shape of Tennessee. Now I'm going to go over to my shapes, and I'm going to get a square. I'm going to change this to white so I can really see it against this black state shape over here. I'm going to turn this a little bit so that it's flat on the top, just like that. And then I'm going to take the square, unlock it here at the bottom, and I'm going to make this. I know that my ribbon is 3/8 of an inch, so I want it to be at least 0.5 inches wide so that the ribbon can go through there. So this looks good to me. And now I'll move this up to the top in the middle of this section, just like that. And now I'm going to slice that out of there. So down here with both selected, you can come down and click slice. Then if we move this, we'll have these to delete. So you can click delete on those. And we have our state ready for cutting, but we want to add some text to that. So over here on the left, I'm clicking text, and I'm going to write the Bell family. Oh, you can't see that F because it's on the black line. All right, there we go. So now let's change this font. I'm going to use the font Palm Bliss Bold, which is also a Maker's Gonna Learn font. Let me grab that. Palm Bliss Bold, okay. And now we're going to need to kern this. So I'm going to click Advanced, Ungroup to Letters. And the spaces in this font aren't very good. So I'm just going to make my own spaces. And then I can see that this Y is kind of far away from the L. So I'm going to move that in closer to the L so it looks more cohesive. So now that looks good to me. So I'm going to select that and click weld. So all those letters stay together. Now for our second line of text, I'm going to write established in 2020. This is going to be like our first year of marriage ornament. I think this would make a great gift for anybody that you know that got married this year. I'm going to size this down so that it's not the most prominent in the ornament. And then I'm going to, with both of these selected, the established and the family name, I'm going to go up to a line and click center horizontally so that it's in the middle. And now I will select both of these. I'm going to make them white so they stand out against the black Tennessee shape. And then I'll size them down a little bit so that they fit on here. I'm going to bring them up onto the state and see how that looks. That looks really good to me. So now I'm going to select both of these and click attach so that they stay together on the mat. It's like a little paper clip, and that will just help your mat stay organized so there's less arranging of the vinyl later on. We want Design Space to know that all of these are going to be cut out of the same material, so I want to do that by going over to Color Sync, and it looks like we have two different like shades of black, so I'm going to drag those down. So now you can see they're all the same color black. So we just have one white layer and one black layer, and that will be great. For our fourth layer, we are going to upload yet another file from Maker's Gonna Learn. This is a really fun file. It's a new file, and it is called the Tassel SVG. So we're gonna upload that and click Save. You can see all the lines here in the upload image. And that is going to be a detailed cut, but this leather just cuts amazing, so we don't even have to worry about that at all. Okay, so we will select that and click Insert to add it to our canvas. Okay, with this selected, we are going to make the width of this 3.5 inches. Now that you have that size to 3.5, we're going to select it, and you can see on your layers panel that it selected the main cut and then all of the cut lines. And we want to make sure that we go ahead and click attach so that those lines are cut at the right place and not just anywhere on the mat. So now let's go back to Color Sync to make sure everything is the same color. And it looks like we need to drag this tassel up to that color so it's all on the same one. And now I want to duplicate this tassel because I'm going to make 2 of them. So with that selected, just right click and click duplicate. Now we have 2 of these, and let's click make it. So you can see here that it has 3 mats prepared for us, 1 in white, which is for our iron-on, and then 2 for the leather. But I think that we can combine all of these onto one mat. So let's do that and try. So with this selected, let's go up to these 3 dots and move object to this other mat. I really think it's important to try to make the most out of your leather and other materials when you can. And it looks like these circles will also be able to fit on that mat. This is the moment of truth, if this can fit in this opening, and I really think it will. Yes! Okay, amazing. Let's move those other 2 circles over. So one thing that I do want to mention is that you can't see those cut lines on the tassels, but they are there. As long as you don't see them anywhere else on a different mat, that means that they're attached properly. And our last circle is going to fit on this mat too. So look, you're able to make 5 ornaments with 1 sheet of this leather. And imagine if you were just making a group of these ornaments. Wow, you could get, I think, 12 out of 1 sheet, which is really, really great. Also, while we're on this part, we are going to need to make sure to mirror our HTV over here, and then we will click continue and do all of the cutting. I will start out with cutting out this. So for material here, I'm going to search for iron-on. I'm going to select everyday iron-on, and we will cut this out. And so once that's cut out, you will want to make sure to change your setting to faux leather. We'll click browse all for this next mat. So faux leather paper thin is going to be the best setting to cut this out with. So click done, and I'm going to add a little bit more pressure, and we're going to cut this mat out. All right, so we have loaded in this mat. We actually made a last minute swap for a strong grip mat because that green mat just wasn't very sticky. If you have a brand new green mat, you are going to be great for that, but we opted for a strong grip mat because you really want to make sure that your leather isn't moving around, because that's kind of expensive and you don't want to have to cut it again. So now we are ready. Our Cricut button is flashing, so let's click that and have it cut out. All right, crafty friends, so I am just removing these from the mat and everything cut out so beautifully. I am super happy about that. So I am going to use a pokey tool like the pin pen and just poke out these little circles here because they're so little. Sometimes they have problems poking out on their own. And this cut violet was really fun to make. I was able to figure out where to put all of these circles so you didn't have to do the math yourself, and you are just going to really be blown away by the Christmas tree that this turns into. I mean, if that doesn't look like a Christmas tree now, it sure is going to soon. Okay, so then these tassels are so fun. The Cricut cut it so well. I mean, these lines are very detailed, but you are going to have to sometimes peel off each little thing. Just do a little rip, and that's totally okay. So yeah, you can just go through here and take these apart. And then you can see the Tennessee cut out super well. We have that perfect hole that our ribbon can go through. And then here are the circles for the circle ornament. Alrighty, so we are going to start out with this tassel one. And the tassel ones are the ones that use these giant beads as well as the thicker rope. So let me clear off my workstation a little bit so we only have what we need for this project on our table. Alrighty, so with this rope, you're going to cut about 12 to 14 inches and have that folded in half. And then you'll kind of figure out how big you want the loop of your ornament to be. So I want mine about this big. So I'll hold it there, and then I'm going to create a knot, just like this. And it looks cute, just like that. All right. So now let's cut off one of these tails, because we just want one of them. And you really can't even see it with that knot that you cut it off. You just want to get it really close there. All right, so with this one strand, I'm going to add some DAP glue to the edge here to secure this together so that it goes through the hole better. So really just glue that together, and then I'll pinch it with my fingers. All right, so now we have this, and I'm actually going to come in with my scissors and trim it a bit. All right, now this will go through the hole much better. So just turn it, and you'll see it pop out that other side here in a second. All right, you can grab that. And this is what we are left with at this point. So now we will bring in our leather for our tassel. And you can see that you have this extra tab here on the one side. You're going to start out with the side that does not have that. I'm going to bring in my Lynn Lily hot glue gun here. And I'm just going to pull the bead all the way up really tight against that knot. And now I'm going to add some hot glue right here onto this rope. And then I will bring in my tassel before that dries and get it super close to the top there and attach it. So now we have it just like this, and you can cut off this extra because you don't want this rope in the middle of your tassel. So you're just going to leave an inch like that part where you glued, and then we'll cut that off. So now what I like to do is take a little bit of glue and run it along this top piece, but you need to work in kind of small sections. So you'll have that there, and then you're just going to turn it into that hot glue, just like this. And then when you get to the end, you'll do another little section. And keep rolling. You want to make sure that the top of the leather tassel is flush with that bead. And you can see that this tassel is really coming together. Besides this ornament, there are so many uses for these tassels. You could make keychains. There are so many different things that you could make with these tassels for Christmas gifts and Christmas decorations. I could see these being super cute napkin rings with a tassel on them. Oh my gosh. Leather is super hot right now for this Christmas season, so you're going to see a lot of leather elements within our Christmas decor this year, just like you saw with our fall decor. All right, so now we have this tab here. Same thing, just a little glue, but you want to make sure to really get the edges here. All right, and now we will glue this around. Didn't that turn out so cute? It was really not that hard to do. The Cricut did all the hard work of cutting this tassel out, but I am in love with this super organic leather looking vibe. I think the rope and this not painted wooded bead are so cute, but I wanted to give you some tips on how you could make this match with your Christmas decor. If you are not going for the same vibe we are, you could do this tassel out of red or green and paint the wooden bead and use ribbon of any kind to match your decor. So I really want you to kind of think outside of the box and take this inspiration and do with it what you may to, you know, elevate your Christmas tree this year. So I could see this being super cute as kind of on top of a present, as just as an extra little gift. You can really decorate the outside of your gift with this, or, you know, just as a standalone gift wrapped some other way. It would be super cute for your loved ones this year. All right, let's move on to our next ornament. So the next ornament that I want to make with you guys is made out of these 3 leather circles. We're still going to be using our hot glue gun as well as these wooden beads, and with our crochet cotton thread here. So here I'm going to take about, ooh, there's a little bit of a knot, but I'm going to cut a piece of this, I don't know, maybe 18 inches. We'll cut this down at the end, so it doesn't really matter how big that is. And this ornament is going to need 2 wooden beads. So I'm going to grab out 2 beads, like that. And we'll start out with just 1 bead. And you're going to thread that bead onto the thread and get it into the middle. So I'm just hold my 2 ends here and bring it to the middle. Now I want to tie a knot around this bead. So here we go. Tie a knot like so. And then you can make sure that knot is in the middle and maybe even make it a double knot, which I think I'm going to do. So just knot that again. I think the double knot will help it stay kind of in the middle where we want it to stay. All right, so let's look a little bit closer here when we're making this, tightening the knot. There we go. It's nice and in the middle. And now you can pull both strands together and you'll have your bead at the top. Technically that's going to be the bottom of our ornament, but I'm going to keep that furthest away from me right now. And now let's move on to adding the leather. So here I have the leather circle, and I'm going to fold this in half so that the pretty sides are together. And I'm really going to try to crease it here in the middle. And now I'm going to grab another one. Let me set my scissors on here actually so that that stays down like a taco. If you have any sewing clips, you could use that to kind of hold those together like the taco. But here I'm just going to use my scissors and hold them down like that. So now I'm going to grab one, and I'm going to take this Lynn Lily hot glue gun and cover this half of the circle with glue. And just like in that last one, we really want to make sure to get those edges good. The middle isn't quite as important as the edges, but you really do want to get your hot glue gun or your hot glue all the way towards the edge. And so now we have this half, and I'm going to bring in the non-folded one And I'm going to line that up on the edge. So now if you look at it like this, it's just 2 circles together that are glued halfway. So now I'll take this and I'll fold both of the halves back. And now I'm going to hold it like this and bring in some hot glue just down this strip here. And now let's bring in that bead and string. So we'll put it just like that so that it pops out at the bottom and that string is through the middle. And then we can bring in this guy and we will glue that. So let's take this. It's folded in half, so we're gonna get those edges really good again and glue this down. All right, and so now we just want to really match up those edges, and it's not that important that you hold it halfway. It's really just important that you only glue half of it at a time. So now here you can see that we have 2 more sides and we're going to attach those. I really only need to add glue to one of the sides and it will attach it to the other. So here we go. And just like that, you can fold these together. Make sure those edges line up. And now you have kind of a 3D leather circle. You can fold them and make it so that it looks just how you want it to look. And now we will take the string, and with both pieces together, we're going to add just a dab of glue. Hot glue or DAP glue will be just fine. And I will do the same thing. So just kind of glue these together. And then when the glue dries, we'll be able to thread it through our bead better. Just like that. And then you just want to give it a little bit of a twist while you're putting the bead through there. Bring it down to the top. Sorry, down to the top of that circle. And then my favorite way to finish it off is just to figure out how long you want your loop to be. And like we did on that big rope, we'll just create a knot there. So just like this, create that knot. I want it to be a little bit shorter. So before you tighten your knot, really figure out where exactly it's going to end up. And then you can come in with your scissors and snip this so that it looks just how you want it to. And there we have our second ornament. Alrighty, moving on to our third ornament. I love this one. This is going to be a tree. So we have this, and in Design Space, I only told you to cut out one, but I realized that maybe some of you won't want to see this side on here, so you can gladly go ahead and cut 2 and then glue them together and make one perfect pretty on both sides ornament. So this is what we're going to use in the tutorial here. So I'm going to place this one to the side and we'll use this one. So we are going to use, I think, 6 beads for this process. So I'm going to count out 6 beads and just get them out here on the table. Hack, I'm going to rest them on my Cricut mat so that they don't roll away. Okay, that's 6. Let me just get out 8 just in case. All right, same thread as that last one. And we're going to start out the same exact way that we started out on the last one. So we're going to cut a rather long strip because I'm really not worried about wasting a little bit of this string because we get so much of it on a roll. So starting out that same way, you are going to thread this thread through the bead. When you really just have one, you should not have to use glue to get it through here. But maybe we do. Let's just add a little bit of glue for stability. So over here, I'm using this Lynn Lily glue gun, and I'm just gluing it right here on this little pad and pressing it together with the tip of the hot glue gun. So now, when this dries, it'll thread easier. Have you guys ever used hot glue for that purpose before? I know there's all kinds of things that you can do online to do that kind of similar. I think one is like hairspray. I'm not sure what the rest are, but yeah, any kind of glue will really do that, anything sticky. So now I'm going to tie this bead on here into a double knot. And once our bead is on there, now we need to take these two ends and hot glue them together. So, just like this. This silicone pad is really nice because the glue that you get on here will just come off really easily. So no worries there. Just make sure that it cools a little bit before you touch it with your fingers. All right, now we are going to thread this. As you can see on our piece of leather, the holes kind of go from being spaced out a lot to a little. So we're going to start on the end where they're spaced out a lot, and then there's just a little bit of extra hanging off right there. So we're going to start there because that's going to be the bottom of our tree. And so we will thread our string through there, and then you're going to rotate between leather and bead. So I have a bead, a piece of leather, then I'm going to go for another bead, and then I'll go to the leather. And you're just going to kind of weave your way through this leather. And so now I have that on there, and I'm going to go for another bead. And then through the leather again. Pull through tight. And another bead. I really love this ornament. I can't decide between the tassel and this one, which are my favorite. Do you guys have a favorite yet? Well, I guess you can't tell what this one really looks like yet, so let's finish it up and then you can decide. This is ornament number 3 of 4 in the Summit class. I hope you guys have been enjoying this summit. There is so much goodness, so much inspiration to be found. And I really think if you come to Summit with an open mind, you can really change as a crafter in just one Summit weekend. Have you guys noticed that at all? Have you gained any new skills at this summit or a past summit? We would love to hear kind of what that has looked like for you. So now, as you can see, I'm doing the same thing here, and I'm going to, for this last bead, going to cut off the glue at the end so that they are 2 separated strings, and I'm going to thread just the bead onto one of them. So I was wrong in my original prediction. We used 7 beads. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 beads, not 6. So we'll just thread this through here. If it'll go, come on. These beads, how small they are, they really do have a small hole. All right, I think that if maybe I get my Cricut tool in here, I can pull it out. Here we go. All righty. So now, this is where you want to pull super, super tight. You want to pull your string super tight and get around this bead. And now you can do your first knot. Your first knot does not have to be that tight, but on that second knot is really where you're going to get tight, okay? So you also want to make sure when you are on this first knot that your knot is by the hole of the bead at the very top, not on the side. So you can kind of move it to be where you need, and then we'll do a second knot to tighten that up really, really good. And then we'll pull these 2 strings and finish it off just like we finished that other one off. So we'll figure out how big we want our loop to be, and then we'll loop these 2 strings all the way through, and you can move this knot after you make it before you tighten it so that it's where you want it to be, and then cut off any excess. And there, it's a cute little leather beaded Christmas tree ornament. How stinking cute. I can't get over it, honestly. All right, let's move on to our last ornament. All right, for this last ornament, it is the state ornament that is perfect for newlywed couples, or honestly any couples that you know, because you don't have to put this year's date. You could put a date from a couple years back, or you know, if you want to make this for you and your husband, you could make this with any wedding date. So I think it's perfect. And you can make these in different ways too. If it's like your first Christmas in your new house, you could cut out, instead of the shape, you could cut out the, instead of cutting out the state shape, you cut out the shape of a house and put like we moved and then the year. So I really think that you can kind of envision this project in a few different ways. So our EasyPress is heated up, and I've aligned this. I'm using my EasyPress mat, and honestly guys, for this you do not need to press very long. I am on the second setting, and I have just rubbed over this just a little tiny bit, and you can already see bubbles. So I'm going to check it at this point. I kind of rubbed over it maybe 3 passes, and it's coming off amazing. I like to pull it off slow so that if anything is not adhered properly, then I can go back and kind of give that a little bit more heat. But there we have that, and it looks so good. All right, so I'm going to add the ribbon as the final step for this. We are going to cut a piece. This is twill tape. This is left over from our wedding, so I think it's kind of cute that I'm using it on this ornament. I'm going to come in here with scissors, cut that off. And now what you're going to do is come through the back here in this little tab that we created, perfect for this ribbon. And then make sure that you have evened it out. And just like we've done on almost all of our ornaments, we're going to create that loop that same way, just like this, to tie that off. And here we go. This is our last and final ornament of the class. What do you guys think? Oh my gosh, what do you guys think of these ornaments? I had so much fun making them with you, and I absolutely cannot wait to see the ornaments that you make this weekend and after this summit weekend. I really hope that you will post your pictures of your projects in the member-only Facebook group, because I'm so excited to see like the ways that you adapt them and make them your own for your Christmas decor this year and for gifts. If you enjoyed this, I am so glad, and I hope that you enjoy all of the rest of the summit classes, because they are so good. Our team here at Maker's Gonna Learn really pours our hearts into the summits to make them special for you guys, because you guys are so special. Anyways, thanks for joining me, and I can't wait to see you in the comment section. See ya! Bye!
Hey, Chrissy!
You have another cutie here.
Oh my word. We have just had like, what great guest stars.
Right?
Every single time you all have been blessed this summit with someone different or something different.
We've had an influx of people here today.
We really have. We've
Yeah.
had, but I guess it is the new puppy. It's the fam bam. It's been great. Oh my goodness. I love it all. It is so, so good. And Court was really killing it with these leather ornaments.
Yeah, I love the vibe. from
Talk
those.
about store-bought. I love it. Oh my goodness. Guys, today has been so much fun. This day has flew by. Yesterday was a heavy hitter day. Today is really flying by with all the classes, but we're literally loving everything. Oh, what a cutie Gus is literally just having his best time ever. But again, we want to make sure that you guys are plugged in for Maker's Gonna Meet. If you guys have not already signed up for it and grabbed your ticket, you do not want to miss out. You do not want to miss out whatsoever. And join us next fall. The ticket includes your it's a 3-day conference, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. The tentative schedule is posted on the website. So if you are on the fence, go ahead, leave us a comment, let us know why so we can answer those questions for you. Okay, my friends? And second of all, if you guys have been on the fence, we have opened up the doors for Design Make Sell exclusively for our friends here at Summit. Now, if you go over and check out Design Make Sell, you're going to notice that you're going to save $100 using the coupon code SUMMIT100. And this is a little another sneak peek that we haven't talked about here. We've redid Design Make Sell for pricing structure for you guys. So if you have in the past said, I really want Design Make Sell, but I only want the designing portion, you can now buy it separate. Yay! You hear that, Goosey? You can buy it separate. Or if you want sell, you don't want to worry about designing your own SVGs, you want to worry about sell, you can just grab the selling portion. So we're so excited to open that up to you guys here at Summit. Guys, please leave me alone from looking.
And for those of you who do not know, we added, since we originally launched,
oh my gosh. I would say over 15 videos.
Yeah, it's quite
well
a few.
over.
And all of it, we have, we love to listen to your all's feedback. So we listen to feedback.
Even though it's a course, we're always adding to it and just making it better. We absolutely love that.
Yeah. So we had a lot of education on the Illustrator portion because that's what I use the most.
Yes.
And Inkscape is a fantastic program that's free. So you guys love that. And so we added a lot of instruction.
Yes.
Basically everything, if it's not a bonus, basically everything that you are taught in Illustrator, you're now taught in Inkscape as well. So it's really amazing. You guys are going to love it.
Yeah. It's amazing. And then the professional tier, I mean, the bonuses that are in that is well worth it. If you enroll at regular full price, use the coupon code SUMMIT100. The coupon codes do not work on payment plans, but they do work if you pay all at once. And then the bonuses are so good. You can learn how to take amazing photos with Becca. You can learn our super secret ways to keeping costs low and profits high. Our frame masterclass, y'all, so many of you guys have signed up for the pro tier just to get that bonus alone. It is such a good class. I love that you guys love it. You have the pattern creation, the font creation, the workbooks, and everything. So, so much fun. And we're really, really excited. So,
oh no, Roberta says I tried to use Inkscape and could not with my Mac. That's so weird because I use it with my Mac.
Yeah.
Are you running an updated version of the software on your Mac?
Yeah, make sure you're
your operating system.
Make sure it's downloaded properly. Make sure you downloaded the software from the right place because it is an open source platform. You want to make sure you're downloading it from a credible source. So make sure it's straight from the actual website.
We actually go through the downloading and everything in that video. So
in the course.
Yeah.
So we're so excited. And traditionally at Design Make Sell you would have intermediate, there was 2 different tiers before professional. Now it's either Design, Sell, or professional where you get both and all the bonuses mentioned. So we're really excited for that. It's going to be so much fun. It's going to be a lot of goodness. And in the professional tier, there's so many bonuses, the ebooks and just everything. So that is another amazing value that you get here at Summit that you're not going to get this price anywhere else at this time of year. So
guys, the ebooks are so stinking amazing. And we worked with a graphic designer to redo the
covers.
The covers. Oh my gosh, they're so cute.
Yeah, you can see them on the page.
Yes, for sure.
If you're already,
yeah.
If you're already a member of the program, just go over there and look at the new covers because they look really good, and it's a lot of fun. So if you have any questions about getting plugged in to Maker's Gonna Meet, be sure to let us know. I'll drop that link as well. And then you can also get plugged into Design Make Sell because we do not want the fun to end today. We want to be able to continue walking with you guys in your crafting. And here's the deal. Why we're so passionate about Design Make Sell is that if we can help you guys design more, sell more, make more, that means you're going to be able to spend more time crafting, living out your passion and your dreams. And
I'm so sorry.
Are you okay, honey bunch? Is the Summit coupon just for both Design Make Sell course? It is for, yes, it's for any of that. Do you need some water?
Yeah. Okay, I got you.
Due to COVID, I won't share my water. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun. And you can use the Summit 100 on Design Excel any tier you want. So love it, love it, love it. No worries. Third Summit down this year. Thanks so much, Makers Gonna Learn. Guys, we have one.
I'm just going to leave. I'm so sorry.
Oh, no, it's totally fine. Totally fine.
Thank you.
We have one more class left, so it's going to be amazing. One more class left, and it's actually Miss Becca's felt advent calendar. So we're going to have so much fun diving in to Becca's advent calendar. Guys, this is such a great one to end on. And Becca has been using her thieves. I feel so bad for her. She's been feeling a little under the weather for quite some time. And we are just really hoping she's going to be back at it very soon. Oh, this is my first summit. Yay, it's going so fast. I know, bless the cough. But there's only one more class left, my friends. So you guys got to buckle up. Stay tuned. This is going to be such a good one. We'll be in the chat, making sure we help you guys with this advent calendar. It's so good. Like, you're going to love it. So yay. Yes, everyone send Becca up with prayers. Yes. Oh my goodness. But yes, so we've given you guys the details for Makers Gonna Meet. I'm going to drop the link again if you need it for Design, Make, Sell. And we will see you guys back here very, very soon. Enjoy the class, my friends.
Hi guys, I'm so excited to be teaching this class to you here in the Fall Summit. This is a super fun project. I have been eyeing this project since last Christmas for my kiddos. And to be 1000% honest, this is inspired by a Pottery Barn advent calendar that I found at Pottery Barn Kids. And it was not cheap. And there were a couple of things on it that I just didn't really resonate with like my style for Christmas. So I thought, I'm going to make this. And then it turned into our summit attendees would also love this project, and I'm just going to make it for them. So I'm very excited. This is definitely something that's going to be showcased in my home year after year. This adorable hanging advent calendar using felt and duck canvas and HTV and all kinds of wonderful things. I think you guys are going to love it. And the really cool thing is you can take this same concept, and if like the design elements are not to your design standards or to your design eye, then you can change it totally and totally make it your own, but have the same concept. So that's really neat. We're going to be doing some sewing today. We're going to be doing some felting, kind of. We're going to be doing some HTV and having lots of fun. So let's get into supplies. There are quite a few. I was actually saying to Rachel earlier, I don't know why, but if you look at my supply lists every single year, they're so long. All of my projects have so many supplies, so bear with me. Also, you can definitely reference that supply list that we curated for you guys. It is very detailed. Hopefully it is very helpful to you. So don't feel overwhelmed. You can definitely reference that. But let's jump over into supplies. Okay, so the number one material for this project is duck canvas. And you might be like, what in the world is duck canvas? So it's just a brand, and I went ahead and linked it for you guys of canvas. It is found on the Bolt. I get mine at Hobby Lobby, and it is a huge piece. So if you even get a yard, I think it's like 56 or 58 inches by whatever length that you choose. So that's really awesome. We're going to need one piece that is 30 by 16 and a half. And I've put all of this in the supply list for dimensions. So one piece that is 30 by 16 and a half. And then we have 5 pieces. This is going to be your pockets on the front that hold whatever you're using for Advent. And these are 4 by 16 and a half. And then we've got these little guys, and these are optional. These are going to be the rings at the top of the Advent calendar that hold your dowel rod. And they're 2 by 5. You'll need 4 or 5 depending on whatever you're looking to create there. So 2 by 5s of those if you want. If you don't want to do that step, you can create a rod pocket with the extra at the top of your hanging Advent. I chose not to do that because I wanted more space left at the top for my felt, but we'll get into that and I'll show you that guy in a minute. Well, later on in it. We'll talk about that. Okay, so we have our duck canvas, and then we have, I'm trying to figure out the best order for this. We do have a dowel rod. This is a 3/4 inch dowel rod, and I cut it to 17 inches. Again, cut yours to whatever length that you want. If you wanted it 16, like the finished products, you could do that. If you wanted it even smaller, if you want to just do like 2 little rings and have a small dowel rod, you can do that too. Mine is 17 inches. I have HTV, and this is Caesar HTV in olive green. Sorry, I had to think about that. Olive green, it's one of my favorite colors for the Christmas holiday. It's actually my favorite color in general, but it's really good for Christmas. We have lots and lots of wonderful felt. So this is the awesome, really thick wool felt that we love. I have a variety of colors here. Choose whatever you want. This is just a fun color scheme I've put together. And then I have 3 different colors of green to do the trees different colors. So those are fun. Choose those as you would like. And because we're using that really thick, nice wool felt, we are going to be using our rotary blade with our maker. So if you want to use the Air 2, then choose a thinner felt. By all means, you can totally make this project with thinner felt as well. The colors that I have, I'm not even going to try to go through all of them because there are so many and I don't want to butcher them or put the wrong name to the wrong color. So definitely reference the supply list. We have them all there for you. So that's really nice. Then we have our fabric grip mat for that. We also have our standard grip mat and our fine point blade to cut our HTV. And then moving along, again, guys, there's no really good way to do all of these supplies, so just bear with me. Hot glue gun and glue, our cute little Lynn Lily there. And then we have a drill and drill bits because we're going to be drilling into the dowel rod to insert our hanging cord. And the hanging cord that I'm going to be using is the macrame cord. I love this cord. It's just really nice and thick, and it looks really good. So I have that, and then I have sewing machine, and we have our thread. We have some straight pins. You can also use Sewist clips if you prefer that. Ours are MIA, so I'm using these. And then I have a Mark Be Gone pin, and this is going to help make the lines that we're going to be sewing on the actual pockets. There are so many different ones. Cricut has one that is a washable pin. It's actually right here. I just did not want to wash it. This pin right here, once you just spritz it with water, you have to do nothing else. It just dissolves, which is why I have a spritzer bottle with water there. I have my little mini EasyPress here, and then the EasyPress mat because we're going to be doing the HTV. And then I have, I don't even know if I've said it, the sewing machine, of course. We need that. It's a vital tool today. And then I have the Omni Grid Quilter's ruler, excuse me, that I'll be using to draw on the lines that we're going to be sewing for those pockets. Again, that may not make sense right now, but it will as we go along. I think I've covered everything in supplies. As always, I will let you know if we end up adding anything during the video. But again, the supply list is a very nice comprehensive list of everything that we're going to be using. It is up to date. We make sure that everything that we use is on that list. So definitely reference that list. But let's get to crafting, friends. This is going to be a fun project. Okay, so the first thing that I want to talk about, and this has gotten a little wrinkly on me as I have moved it, so I will iron it in a little bit, but we want to take that big piece of canvas that we talked about, and we just want to fold over the edge all the way around at about 1/4 inch. I don't actually measure this, I sort of just eye it, but at 1/4 inch, and then we're just going to sew all the way around so that it has a nice finished edge on the front. So 1/4 inch folded down. And what you could do when I'm sewing some piece like this, the nice thing about the duck canvas is that when you fold it over, it stays really well. It doesn't move a lot like some thinner fabrics can do. So if I'm doing a big long seam like this, I don't pin it. I don't press it. But that's just my preference. If you are newer to this and a little bit afraid to do that, then by all means, fold it over and press it so that it stays, and then you can sew it. So anyway, we're just going to do that hem all the way around. And then it looks like this on the front, which is exactly what we want. And then I went ahead and did 4 of these pockets just because this is so repetitive. I'm going to show you one time, and then you'll just apply it to all 5 of the pockets. So you can see this is what it's going to look like when it's finished. We have one strip, but it makes 5 little pockets. So that's neat. And then at the top, we will have these little guys, like I said earlier, that will be folded over and they'll be all the way across. So that just kind of gives you an idea of what we're building right now, what we're sewing together. But I'm going to show you, we'll put this over to the side. I'm going to show you really quickly some easy ways to deal with those seam allowances that you've got. Let's start with the little strip at the top. So all I'm going to do is just fold it over. Again, I'm just eyeing this. You can definitely grab your measuring tape and make sure that it's 1/4 inch. You want your seam allowances to be 1/4 inch on these, and then most everything except the ends of this, and I'll tell you why in a second. Okay, so I have zoomed in for you so that you can see this is right at 1/4 inch. And then I'm just gonna grab my little EasyPress. I love to use this. You guys have heard me before. I love to use it for little sewing projects like this, just because it's smaller. It's not as big as, you know, your standard household iron, and it's a little bit easier in my opinion to manipulate, especially when you're doing these smaller things. So all I'm gonna do is just fold it over right at 1/4 inch, and then take my little EasyPress and iron it in there. I want to iron that crease in, iron the fold over, make sure that it stays really good. Look how good that stays, guys. So, that's fantastic. You don't have to pin it, you don't have to clip it or anything. You can just leave it that way, and then we'll sew it in just a minute. And then we're going to do the exact same thing on this side, just like that. My EasyPress is set to 400, and that temperature seems to do really well with this duck canvas. I just want to call it canvas, but the actual tag says duck canvas, which is confusing to me, but let's call it what it is. Okay, so we have that just like this. And guys, if you guys are not into sewing, you can definitely do this entire project with like an adhesive of some sort. So you would just take all of these same steps, and then when I go to sew, you're going to use your adhesive instead, and just press these, the hems and things down to stay. Okay, so now that we're finished with that, I'm going to set it to the side, and we'll just sew all of this stuff together at the same time. But we're going to pull this guy in and do the exact same thing. We'll do 1/4 inch, fold it down just like that. So we're folding this down at 1/4 inch. This is that large pocket that there are 5 of on the front that I mentioned earlier. So there's 5 of these large ones. We sew the individual pockets out of this large pocket. So that's fun. And we're almost finished here. Guys, you could do this completely out of felt too. If you don't want to use the duck canvas, you can make a smaller version or a larger version because you can get felt in bigger pieces, but you wouldn't have to do all of these finishing touches because felt does not fray, so that's really nice. Can definitely do this out of different materials. And one reason that I wanted to talk about this, one reason that I do love duck canvas for a lot of projects, I use the duck canvas for like our yard flags. I do a lot of things in embroidery hoops with it. It just holds up really well. It's a nice thick fabric. HTV sticks to it very well. And I love, it does fray a little bit. You can see like at this edge right here, it kind of wants to fray up, but in comparison to other materials, it holds up really well. So I really love to work with it. Okay, so I've done 1/4 inch on both sides here. And then on the ends, I'm gonna do 1/2 inch. And the reason I'm gonna do 1/2 inch is because I want it to be a little bit sturdier. And if I only do 1/4 inch, it's not gonna fit in the middle of the advent calendar. It's too wide for the advent calendar if I only do. But the primary reason was that I wanted it to be a little bit sturdier on those ends. But here's the thing, guys. If you want to just make it 1/4 inch on those ends, then just cut it shorter by all means. Not a big deal. You can adapt your pieces to whatever your likings are. So now what we're going to do is sew all of these little pieces down. It's very easy to do that. We will pull out our sewing machine and get to sewing. Okay, Guys, I had to take my shoe off. Does anybody else sew without their shoe on? There's something about like grabbing the pedal and stuff. It's just easier if you don't have a shoe on. Oh, and I've unthreaded my machine here, playing with it. Let's get it threaded really quick. So some of you may be looking at this darling machine here. It is a FOF machine, a Variamatic 6091, I believe. And it was my mother's. She quilts a lot and upgraded to a quilting machine, and I inherited this one. It is amazing. It is super old, and she's a little bit cranky. You guys have heard me talk about her before, but I love her so much. We have a nice Brother like runway machine here. And Maker's gonna learn, and it's a great machine. It's super light, it's super easy to use. But if I'm doing a project like this and teaching you guys, I really just love to use my machine because I know it very well. Most machines are alike. If you guys have used sewing machines, you know you can use any sewing machine if you know how to use one. But there's just something about, I mean, I could thread this thing with my eyes closed. So she's an oldie and a goodie. She weighs like an immense amount, but it's okay. She's really good. Okay, so I'm gonna start out with this little guy, the little strap that goes at the top of the advent calendar to hang with, and then I'm just going to sew along those edges there, very close to the outer edge, but just keep it very consistent all the way down. So I'm gonna put my foot down and sew. It's honestly, I sew it about 1/8 of an inch in, but just do whatever you're comfortable with. And I flip it so that I can actually see the seam too. I want to point that out. You can sew it this way by all means, but in my opinion, it's easier to sew it this side facing me so that I can see. I'm not making it accidentally coming over here too far or something. So especially for newer sewers, you might want to keep that in mind and flip it toward yourself. Okay, so we have this little guy sewn. You're gonna do all 5 of those strips, or 4, whatever you choose. I just chose 5 because I liked the look of it. So do all 5 of those and set them aside. And then you're going to grab this piece. And I would do all of these in kind of like an assembly line. I would iron in all of the seam allowances and then do all your sewing and do it that way. That's just my personal preference. That way I'm not like jumping from one thing to another. It's a little bit quicker when you have an assembly line approach. But the first thing I'm going to do is sew in the top or the bottom. It doesn't matter. I'm just going to sew across all the way in that 1/4 inch seam allowance at 1/8 of an inch again, just on the top or the bottom. Okay, once you have that sewn all the way across, you're ready to put this on the actual back of the advent calendar, and I will show you how that works. Okay, so once I have all 5 of these sewn at the top, remember I said just at the top, we're not gonna do anything to the sides, then you can place them on your big piece of canvas. And like I said, I've already done these just because this is so repetitive. So all I did was place it down here at the bottom, and we're gonna sew around just like this. So once you're finished with that one, then you'll go to this one. And I'll show you guys with this piece exactly how I'm doing it. So you'll sew all the way around like this. And that's why we flipped that over, so that you have that nice finished look right here. And then you're gonna sew obviously through the front and that back piece that you have flipped over. So you need to make sure that you're staying, especially on these 1/4 inch ones. This one's not as hard to stay on, but especially on these 1/4 inch ones, you need to make sure that you're sewing toward the bottom so that you're getting both layers of that. So just keep that in mind when you're doing. Anyway, so you're gonna place the one, and then you'll go up just a tiny bit, place the second one, a little bit, place the third one, a little bit, place the fourth one. And then we'll do the 5th one. Okay, so we're gonna place this 5th one up here, and you wanna get really close down here to your previous one, and make sure, guys, you know I said that it didn't matter if it was the top or the bottom that you're sewing that 1/4 inch hem down, now it matters. So it didn't matter at first, and now it matters. You definitely want the top that is hemmed and sewn down at the top of it, because if it's down here, then you're not going to be able to sew this, and you'll have this unfinished. So make sure that the already hemmed portion is at the top. So we'll just lay this down here, and then we're going to pin it. Okay, so grab your pins or your Sewist clips, whichever you prefer, and then just go ahead and pin into this. I like to do one on either side so that it doesn't move this way. And then I like to do just 2. It doesn't need a lot of pins. Down here at the bottom, going this way. And then I'm going to start either side. I like to start on this side, and I'll sew down this way. And then when I get to each corner, I'm going to leave my needle in my sewing machine. I'm going to leave it down, and then I'll rotate. You want to leave it down because if you pick it up accidentally and then rotate, then it kind of just gets it off kilter a little bit. So leave, when you get to your corner, leave the needle down, lift your foot, and then rotate, and then you'll sew this way all the way to this corner. Then leave your needle down, lift your foot, and then you'll rotate this way and sew up here, and then you'll finish here. So you're making a line from here to here, here to here, here to here, and then you don't do anything here because you want to be able to have that open. Hopefully that makes sense. Let me know if you have any questions, but I'm going to go ahead and get that seam in. So really quickly, the reason that I put those pins in those specific locations is because I can sew and not have to move them. It doesn't get in the way of my foot. So it just makes it easier to sew with. Okay, so we're just going to make that seam that I just talked about, and do that for all of those 5 long pieces. And you can see my needle is down. So now what I'm going to do is lift my foot and just rotate my piece of fabric there. And then I'll put my foot back down, and then I'm going to sew the other length. Okay, I got to this corner, so I've got my needle down here. Again, I'm going to lift my foot and just rotate, and then put the foot back down and finish that last seam there. Okay, you can see that we have this sewn down. We have our pocket at the top, and it is sewn all the way around here. And I went ahead and took those pins out when I was finished sewing. Now what I need to do, and I would recommend doing this all together, once you have all 5 of these big pockets on, then you're going to take your quilter's ruler and your Mark Be Gone pin, or whatever pin you choose, and you're going to make lines right here so that you know where to sew those lines that will make the individual pockets. Now what I did, and you can do this a couple of different ways, is I found the center, which ended up being, I think, a little bit over 7.5. So the pocket was right at 15, so it made it 7.5 right in the center. And then I made a mark right there. So I made a mark here, here, and here, all the way down. And I'm not going to do it all the way down for you guys. I'll just do it on this one pocket. But what you would do is just line up at the very bottom here to make sure that you're level. And then at 7.5, you're going to make a mark all the way down, so from the top to the bottom, and that's just going to designate the center of your piece here. So I'm going to go ahead and do that right here on this one. Again, like I said, you would do it all the way down on all of them. And then from there, I know that each pocket, because I took 15 and divided it by 3, so I know that each pocket is going to be 3 inches, or I took 15 and divided by 5, excuse me, because I have 5 pockets, and I know that each pocket is going to be 3 inches. So then what I just did was, from this line, I went over 1.5 inches and made another line. Again, it will go all the way down.
And then I did it on this side, 1.5 inches. So honestly, you will ignore this line when you're sewing. You're not going to use that. That was just a starting point. You don't have to do this. It's just for me visually to know what to do. So now I have a 3-inch pocket right here. And then I'm going to take this ruler here and go over 3 inches again. And I will make another line right here. Again, it would go all the way down to all of the pockets. And then I'll do the same thing over here. So I'm going to start on this line and then do 3 inches over to the left. Do that all the way down. So you're going to have blue lines all the way down, and then you're going to know where to sew. So that's really nice. You don't have to guess. You have a straight edge there now, and we are just going to sew from top to bottom here. And what I'm going to encourage you to do, you're probably likely going to have little hands in and out of these pockets, so you want to reinforce the starting stitches and the stopping stitches. So I'll probably start, then back stitch, then go forward and back stitch twice, just to really reinforce the starting and stopping stitches there. So I'll do this one, this one, this one, and this one, and ignore the middle. Ignore that middle one. And what I will do, or what I did on this one, was I started here, backstitched, went down, backstitched, and then I lifted my needle and my foot, and then went to this one. I never stopped. You can, if you want to, go ahead and snip and just restart. But just lifting my needle and lifting my foot and then placing the needle here when I'm starting, going down, doing the same thing. And then at the end, I just went in and snipped that extra thread that was in between each of these. Again, do that however you want. That was just easier for me. I didn't have to worry about it that way. So we're just going to sew down here on this line all the way until we have our little pockets. Okay, so we have our line sewn on here. I deviated just a little bit because I had these sewn on before, so I definitely just wanted them to line up. It wasn't much deviation. But we have that there, and I'm not going to dissolve these lines yet because I want to be able to put my HTV on, and if this is wet at all when I put the HTV on, then it will not stick. So if you're going to be doing it on the same day, then wait to put that stuff on, or to spray it down to get rid of these lines until we are finished with the HTV. And I also want to point out, I would make this guy in its entirety before I do any of the design space elements, because your finished space up here may be different than mine based on, you know, how much space you put here in between these, how big you do your seam allowances and whatnot. So definitely get this thing made completely before you go do your design space elements. But anyway, we're finished with this right here. And then all I need to do is take these little guys that we have, our little hanging guys, and then I want to place them here. I'm going to start with one in the middle. So I will grab a measuring tool here and measure right here in the middle. So we'll be right here at 8 inches. Fold that in half, and then that's going to go right there. I will probably make them all about 1 inch down, just so that I have, let's flip it over here. It doesn't have to be. There we go. I'm going to make it 1 inch down there, and then I will pin that. You can also use your clips, whatever is easier for you. You guys know I love those Sewist clips. In fact, I'm not using them in this project, but I will go ahead and link, or I will have linked them for you, just because I love them so much, and I know that you guys love them too. Anyway, I'm going to do the same thing with this one. Just fold it over, right about 1 inch down, and I want this one to go all the way to the right. You can measure these for sure, but I'm pretty good at eyeing this type of thing, especially since it's the edge. We've got the edge here, and we're going to do the edge over here. So fold this one down, do it on the edge. There we go. Just like that. We'll pin this one in. And then with the remaining ones, honestly, guys, this would look good with just 3 too if you wanted to do that. I just want to do the 5th. So the remaining 2 will just go right in the middle of these 2 that we already have, just like this. How fun. And if you guys were making this out of felt, these would be really cute to make different colors even. They wouldn't necessarily all have to be the same color. That would be fun. I have seen these made with some trimmings too. In fact, the Pottery Barn one that I got my inspiration from had pom-pom trimming on the top and the bottom, and that was really cute. So you can definitely do some embellishments like that if you want. Bottom line with these guys, and I forgot to mention it, just make sure that whatever size dowel rod you're using goes in the holes. So before I sew this, I'm going to grab my dowel rod and make sure that it will go in, that I haven't placed these too far down to get my dowel rod in. So I have my dowel rod here. And yeah, it'll go in perfectly all the way across. So just make sure you do that before you sew it. That would be a frustrating mistake to have to go in and rip all that out or go find another dowel rod. So better safe than sorry. What I'm going to do is just go in. I'm going to do the seam right here across, even though we have this extra space. You could make these shorter if you wanted to, but I'm going to do the seam right across through here so that I don't have a random seam down here interfering with my space that I'll be putting the felt. So just do it right across where you did your hem seam, and you honestly won't even see it. Okay, once you have those sewn on, now we are finished with constructing this bad boy. Not too bad, right? And then all we need to do is measure our space between here and here so that we know what size to size our design space elements to. So I have from top to bottom right at 10.5 inches by 15.5 inches. So we'll jump over into design space and play with that cut file and get our felt cut out. Okay, we're over here in design space, and the first thing that we're going to do is grab a basic shape. So we have our square grabbed, and then we're going to go to the top and unlock that size ratio, and we will make the width 15.5 and the height 10.5 because that is the space that we have left there. And then we're going to go to uploads because I've already uploaded our cute little Merry Christmas cut file, and we'll press insert image. And let's go ahead and change the color of this background just a little bit lighter so that we can see what we're doing a little better. Just like this, that ought to work. And then what I want to do, I can leave this cut file as is and just cut it out because it would do all of the mats exactly how I want it. And I want these colors exactly like this. I made this cut file specifically for this project, so I made it the colors I wanted. But one thing that I don't want to do, because this is felt and not vinyl or HTV, I don't have to be worried about the placement because I'm going to manually place all of these things. So what I need to do is go in and slice out or slice these so that each letter is individual. So as of right now, when we have our pink layer selected, then we have the Y here, the A here, and the I here. And as is, this is going to cut out with all of that space in between in our felt, and we're going to waste a lot of felt. So again, like I said, if you're using vinyl or HTV, you're going to want to keep this placement. So you're not going to want to do these steps. But with felt, we definitely don't want to waste our precious, precious felt. And so we're going to go in and make all of these individual layers. Now you can do that a couple of ways. You could select the pink layer, press contour, and then deselect the ones that you don't need, duplicate them and do all of that fun stuff. Or you can go in and slice. This is my preferred method. It will take a little bit of time, but it's definitely worth doing to save all of that felt. So I'm just gonna grab a basic shape over here. It doesn't matter which one, it just needs to cover each layer or each letter. So I've got that one covered. I'm gonna do this yellow layer first. So I've got the M covered. I'll select the yellow layer, and then I'm gonna press slice, and then I'm going to delete the pieces that I don't need. So I've got that selected. I'm pressing delete on my keyboard. Got this selected, press delete on my keyboard. Now you can see this is a separate layer. So we've got that. Let me press undo so that it will go back for me. And then we'll duplicate this just because we're going to need this several times. I'm going to cover up that S, and it doesn't matter that I'm covering up the A2 because I'm only selecting the yellow layer. So it won't slice that in half or anything. So I'm just going to delete that just like that. And now I have 3 separate layers of yellow, which is exactly what I want. Then I'm going to do the exact same thing with my pink here. So I'll cover that Y, and then I'll select the pink layer, press slice just like that, and delete out. But I don't want to delete that. I need that. And then I'll grab this one again, just like that. And the only reason I'm duplicating that is so that I don't have to just keep coming over here and grabbing another basic shape. So then I'll select that layer again and press slice, delete that out just like that. And so I'm going to do this to the entire cut file so that each piece is totally separate. And I don't want to do all of that here because it's redundant, and I think you guys kind of understand. So we're going to speed this process up just a little bit and come back when I'm finished with it. Okay, we are finishing up this last slice here. I'm slicing apart the little trunks of the trees so that all of those are separate as well. And now you can see over here in the layers panel, we have all of these separate layers, which is exactly what we want. And obviously they're color synced, so they'll still cut on the correct mats. They just will not have all of that wasted space in between. So once we have that is, yeah, we already sized it on our little blank shape here. Let's pull that back up just to make sure that we do like the size. Maybe we should make it a little bigger. Let's see here. So what I want to do, I want to be able to select all of this at one time. And since I didn't group it together, it would be hard to try to select all of those individually. So I just hid that back layer again, and I'm going to press group, and then I'll unhide it. And then I can size all of this exactly how I want it. I want it to be nice and big and fill up that space really well, so that it brings a lot of color to my project. So I've got that. And then what I need to do is grab another basic shape. So actually I could just duplicate this instead of having to go over. And then I will size this down to the size of each individual pocket that I have on my advent calendar. And the finished pocket size ends up being 3 by 3.5. So I'm going to make the width 3 and the height is 3.5. Oop, I did that. Let me get rid of that there. There we go. So 3 by 3.5. And then what I want to do is grab my text box here, and I'm going to type in all of the numbers. So 1 through 25. And I'm just going to do it in one text box. So I have 1 space, 2, 3, 4, and so on and so on. Let's see here. Oop, all the way to 25. Okay, now that I have all of those numbers, I just need to choose a font, and I wanted something thinner, but a little bit quirky since this is a fun colored project. So I chose the font Beckett, and it may actually not be on our system here. It is not. So this is a fantastic time to give you a little refresher on downloading fonts. We're going to go to our website, makersgonnalearn.com. And then we're going just to go up here to the top. We could go to fonts, but I'm just going to do this search all feature and type in Beckett here. Here's our Beckett font. Click it and we'll press this download button right here. We are using a Mac to do this, but the download process is pretty much the same. Here, let's pull this up so you guys can see it. it automatically downloads here for us. On my home computer, it downloads here in the top right corner. So wherever you have that set to download, just look for it there, double click on it, and then it opens up in your downloads, and then you can just double click the font again and press install. Now it is installed on the system computer, and so I can use it on every software, every app, every whatever on my computer that I can customize the font. So I'm gonna go back to Design Space, and right now I cannot select that font. Since I had this project started and then downloaded the font, I'm gonna have to save this project. We'll save it as Advent. There we go. It's saving it, and then we have to completely X out of Cricut. So we have to completely restart Design Space. Okay, and then we can relaunch or reload our project that we have saved and find that font that we've just installed. So we'll just press customize and reload it. Okay, with the text box selected, then we can just go up to the top and then we can search fonts. All is selected up at the top, and there is our font. Now, the other thing that I want to do before I ungroup this is kern it. So I want to go up to the top where the letter spacing is and decrease the space in between those letters just so that we can make them a little bit bigger. And then I will size this by dragging and dropping, and I want to take let's move this down here. I want to take the biggest number, which looks like is 25, and make it fit in our little space that represents our pocket. So we'll make this bigger here, pull this guy over here until we like it. That size actually looks really good. And the reason that I did that before I ungrouped is because I want all of the numbers to be the exact same. So once I have that sized, then I can get rid of this. I don't need it. And then I'm going to select the text box again and ungroup. Now that ungrouped, I can select each number individually and attach them together so that they cut out together. So I'll select the 2 and the 5 so that it's together, the 2 and the 4 so that they're together, and then just attach all of them individually as I go along so that when they cut out together and not all over the page like they're going to want to be. So just go through all of them and attach, and then we'll go to the next step. Okay, so I have all of those attached individually, and one thing that you could do if you don't want to take all of that steps, you could actually kind of arrange them how they're supposed to be, kind of like this, so that it would cut out nice and even, and then select all of them and attach them all together. Since you're going to be cutting them out anyway, then you could, once you've weeded it, just cut each individual little thing. So that's an easy way to do it. But we have them all sized. We have our felt sized. And once I hide this back layer here, then I can just click make it and select my materials. Okay, so now we're just going to select our material settings, and you'll notice all of these felts are on different mats, which is what we want. Bear in mind that this one right here with all the numbers on it is going to be cut out of HTV. So you definitely want to mirror that. So once it's mirrored, then you can press continue. I'm going to cut it first, and then we'll do all of the felt. So we're just going to connect to our maker, and then we're going to select Everyday Iron On as our material here, and then we'll load our machine and cut that HTV first. Okay, and then we're just gonna grab our favorite weeding tool and weed off all of this extra here. It weeds off pretty quickly because of it being HTV. That, you guys know, is why we love using it so much. And actually we have quite a bit of extra right here. So I'm gonna take my True Control knife and cut right here so that we can save this extra. That's a good piece we can use for something else. I love the True Control knife for that. I think that's what I use it most for, honestly. But yeah, we're just going to weed this off, and then we can cut it up and place it for adhering on our advent calendar once it's all weeded. Okay, since I have that HTV cut and weeded, now I'm ready to cut out all of my awesome felt pieces. So I'm just going to go back up to my materials and grab the wool fabric felt option. It will prompt me to use my rotary blade, so I'm going to make sure that I have that in my maker. I will load the maker and I'll hit make it. And I'm starting out, the first mat that I have are just the little trunks of the trees. And so it's just going to be a little piece. I had this large piece of felt, but I went ahead and cut a smaller piece that I'm going to lay on my mat for a couple of reasons. One is that I don't want to waste the rest of my mat. Once I put this down and pull it up, the sticky is not going to be as good on this mat. So, you know, if I'm just cutting a smaller piece instead of using the entire thing, then it preserves the other parts of the mat. The other part is sometimes when you pull this up off the mat, then it makes the back a little bit fuzzy, not horrible, but just a little bit fuzzy. So if I want to use it for another project some other time, I'm just elongating the life of the felt and the mat. Okay, so we have all of our HTV cut out, we have all of our felt cut out, and I'm going to start, I was going ahead and placing all of these while the felt was cutting out, so that's what I'm going to start with. I have my EasyPress mat behind it, and what I want to do, because these want to move a little bit, I want to start with the bottom row so that I'm not like accidentally hitting some of these that aren't adhered when I go up here, if that makes sense. I don't want to move these around too much. So I have my little mini EasyPress preheated to 350, and then I'm just going to start adhering these pieces of HTV down. So we'll do all of those. It'll take just a few seconds. You can move it around. The HTV does really well with this duck canvas, so that is really nice. You don't have to worry too much about it sticking down really good. You can already see this transfer sheet is wanting to come up, so that's great. I would personally recommend leaving all of the transfer sheets down until you're finished with a row, just because you're working in such tight quarters here that you don't want to accidentally hit a piece of exposed HTV and have a project fail. That would be so sad. So if you can, just leave all of those down. If you're still concerned about them coming up, then you could grab like a Teflon sheet or something like that and just double cover it. But we're going to, like I said, just get all of these laid down, and then once they're finished, we will spritz our little mat here. Well, no, just kidding. I'm going to wait and do that until the very end, just because I don't want to accidentally even get the top wet with my spritz. I was going to say we could go ahead and spritz to get the blue lines off, but I'm going to wait till the very, very end to do that. Okay, I have all of this adhered down. It did really well. And I've removed those transfer sheets. So now what I'm ready to do is put my felt up here. And before I do that, I want to iron it really good. So I will just put my mat back here and then get my EasyPress This duck canvas can be a little bit difficult if it's been folded for a while, then the creases sometimes don't want to come out. So you may want to grab your spritzer bottle and just spritz it a little bit. I'm going to do that right now and try to get some of these wrinkles out here. That is the advantage of having a iron, a home iron, instead of this. You do have that steamer option already, but we're gonna make do here. Get it nice and ironed out here. And then we will start placing our felt down. Once we have it positioned how we want it, then we will start gluing it down. And also you could, if you don't want to glue, if you want it to look a little more hand done, you could definitely do a blanket stitch to adhere it and sort of do an applique with your felt. That's so pretty and so in right now. So it's just your preference, whatever you would like. I am going to start out right here in the center. This is the center tree here. Let me get my image back out so I can reference it. And I like to do this a lot. I'm going to pull it up here in Design Space and just put it right next to it so that I can look and see like where the trees go and stuff. You can see right here, this tree kind of overlaps a little bit. So I just want to make sure that I am placing things in the correct position and putting them where they're supposed to go. So just place all of your pieces and then we will glue it down. So definitely the reason that I want to lay all of this out before I start gluing is to make sure that it's in a good spot. You can see if I had laid this out and just glued, then it would have been over to the left a little bit. So now I can adjust, I can go ahead and adjust over before I start gluing, making sure that like my spacing is really good, I'm happy with it. And that it's good and level. It is a little bit hard to see on this table. You guys know this table is a little bit high, so I may take a closer look in just a little bit, but I think we're getting there. So if felt is not your thing, guys, I do want to point out, I know like Tanner doesn't love felt, he doesn't love working with it. It does take a little bit of time to cut out. Placing it sometimes can be a little tricky, although with these bigger pieces it's a little bit easier, but you could definitely do this exact same project with HTV. I think that's a really good option. It would still be really pretty. You can get most of these felt colors in HTV colors, so that's really good. But yeah, you could definitely do this with HTV, and that would be very beautiful as well. Okay, so now I'm going to reference this just one more time so that I can see the curve. We do have a curve here instead of just being flat. You could make it flat if you wanted to, if that makes it a little bit easier. In my opinion, it gives you a little bit more freedom because a curved text doesn't have to be quite as perfect as a straight across text. So that's good. We'll just continue to lay all of this out until we like it, and then we're going to glue it down. Okay, once we are happy with that placement, we are just going to grab our hot glue gun. We're using our Lynn Lily hot glue gun today. We love its fine point. It makes hot gluing, especially these smaller things, so easy. It is a good temperature. We get questions all the time. Is it a high temp gun? And the answer is yes. It is considered a high temp gun. It says it on the side of it, but it's not so high temp that you're going to burn and blister yourself. So that's really nice. I feel like it's just a really good solid glue gun. And the default temperature is just, it's really good. So I highly recommend it. We love it. And everybody else loves it too for a couple of reasons. One, because it's beautiful. And our second indication that everyone loves it is that it goes out of stock quite frequently. You guys love it so much. So get one while you can. We're just waiting for this to heat up. And once we heat up, we're just going to pick up and glue all of the pieces down. I'm using these reverse tweezers just because I think I tend to get thumbsy with things like this. And I don't want my hot glue to get stuck on my fingers and then create all of these like strings. They're fine, you can get them off, but I just personally don't love them. So like I said, I'm using these little reverse tweezers. I'm just gonna grab a little piece of it so that it doesn't like contort it, and we'll add just glue to all of these, just like this. So I've talked about it before. When I was growing up, we had a lady in our church who would make some advent calendars for all the kids in the church. And she would take like a science board or poster board or something like that and cut it down and put a calendar on it. She would print out calendars and she would decorate the front or the top of it with like a Christmas card or something Christmassy. And then she would take individual pieces of candy and wrap them and put them on each day. So all the way leading up to Christmas, you got to open up one piece of candy, and it kind of, you know, serves as a countdown too. So while my kids are little, I think that's what I'm going to do with this advent calendar. I'm going to take individual pieces of candy and wrap them and put them in the little pockets right here, and that will be fun. As my kids get older, I think I'll use the advent calendar for different purposes. I've seen people use advents for, obviously you can do like different scripture verses about Christmas and Jesus and all of that. So you could use it that way, just wrap them up and then, you know, read another scripture verse each day. Or you could do like little pieces of paper in there that and have like random acts of kindness. So each day your kids would open them up and, you know, do that random act of kindness leading up to Christmas. There are so many different ways that you can use Advent. How do you guys use your Advent calendars? I'm curious, how would you use this? I just think it's such a fun idea. And honestly, it doesn't just have to be kid related. Like, I think this is really great for adults too. Especially like the scripture verse ones and things like that. If you're like me and you're often looking for ways to help incorporate, you know, reading more of the word into your daily lives, then this is a really good way to do that in a, you know, just a practical, fun, different way. Okay, guys, this is our last piece. So fun, so cute. If you do not love these colors, no big deal. Choose your own colors for sure. There are all sorts of little color palette inspirations, some cute like berry themed Christmas color palettes and different inspiration for color palettes for you guys to use. My kids are in a fun Christmas stage, and so I like to do some bright fun colors for them, so that's why I specifically chose these colors. Now all we have left to do is to drill holes in our dowel rod, insert it up here, and we're finished with this guy. Oh no, we're not. The fun part. Wait, I forgot about the fun part. We got to get rid of these lines. Okay. So I'm going to try to not squirt everything, but you just take water here and spray it right on there. Look, totally dissolved. Look at that, friends. Is this not the coolest thing ever? So you could definitely use the Cricut washable pen, but like you actually have to do some scrubbing. I did a test run on it. You have to do some scrubbing. This, you don't have to do any scrubbing at all. Look at that. It's already done. And I'm going to grab a paper towel and just blot it. Just so that it doesn't have water everywhere. But look at that. Ha! It's so rewarding. I love it. Now we're ready to drill our hole in our dowel rod and then finish the project out. Okay, the only thing that we have left to do, other than actually use our Advent calendar, is to drill holes in our dowel rod here. So I'm just going to go to the very end here. Well, maybe a little bit over. and just drill a hole. I'm using a drill bit that is the same size as my macrame cord. So I'll just drill in. And then I'll do it on the other side as well. And then you're likely going to have like some shards on the end right here. You can see that. You're probably going to want to grab a sanding block or something like that just to sand it off. And then we will insert this into the advent calendar and put our macrame cord in. Okay, so let's just insert our little dowel rod into all of these little, I don't even know what to call them, like hoops. What's a good word for them? Let me know. We've got that there, space it out there, and then we're gonna grab our macrame cord. And I use a weeding tool a lot of times. You could definitely make it bigger so you didn't have any issues, but grab a weeding tool or something to poke the macrame cord down into the hole and then tie a knot and then do the other side. All right, we're just gonna snip off that extra there. I like to make my, you can see this is kind of shallow. I don't like a really long strand for mine to hang. Just personal preference, but guys, this is already pretty long, and so if I added a whole lot of extra cord, then it's gonna make it even longer. So just cut that to whatever length you want, and you'll be good to go. Look how cute. We have a little advent calendar. All right, there is our advent calendar finished. Oh my goodness, guys, just so you know, a lot of this was sped up, all the repetitive processes. So this does take a little bit of time to assemble. Don't think that you're going to be able to do it in an hour or 2 hours or something. It does take a little bit of time to do it. But I hope that you guys enjoy it. I hope that you love this project and that you use it for many years, having all sorts of special memories with your family around Christmas time. Make sure you post pictures of it. You know, I want to see these finished projects that are inspired by these videos here at Summit. I hope you enjoy, and I look forward to the rest of Summit with you guys. Hi guys, I'm so excited to be teaching this class to you here in the Fall Summit.
Yay! Welcome back! Oh my god.
It will not mute.
Just pause it.
I got it.
Okay. We love it. We love it. Oh my goodness. Well, guys, that was the 2020 Fall Summit! Yay!
We hope you all enjoyed so much. As much as we enjoyed working together and creating all this content for you guys, it was amazing as always.
I love it. Sin says she's got to go chat with her mama. Sin, good to see ya. See you at work tomorrow. I love it. How was it, everyone? Let us know.
What was your favorite class?
Yep.
What are you most excited to try? Hopefully something that challenges you guys.
Yes. Oh my gosh. So much fun. I loved all the classes. There were, you know, every summit, I feel like we just bring it in a totally new way. And it has been so much fun. Oh my gosh, Adrienne says getting her tissues out. It's now over. I had a great time. Can't believe all our time is over. Oh my gosh, I know. So much fun.
It's been so much fun.
I've never seen so many sad comments.
I know.
I know. Can you just imagine that, like, once we meet each other in person and, like,
Yes.
have an even closer bond, like, how hard it's going to be to leave that summit weekend? Oh, I'm not looking forward to that.
No.
So much fun still.
Nope.
So we have 30 tickets. If you are on the fence, if you're considering, you know, grabbing a Maker's Gonna Meet Summit ticket, remember guys, these tickets are fully refundable up until June 1st. So you have plenty of time.
And you guys get $100 off.
Yeah, it's a huge deal. No coupon code needed. So for Design Make Sale, there is a coupon code needed if you want to save $100 on Design Make Sale. But it's also $100 off Maker's Gonna Meet, and that is all pre-sale process. So you just have to grab your ticket. No coupon code necessary. So we are so glad you were here, Tanya, Leslie, Paige. Oh my gosh. Paige's husband said he is proud of her for trying new things, and then she totally teared up. Y'all, I was saying, I want to be Paige. What didn't you say that Paige was like walking on her treadmill during the break?
Yeah, she like
doing this
did some
exercise thing.
exercise on like the 10-minute break, and I was like, "What?
Oh
Who
my
is she?
gosh.
She's got
Oh my
it going
gosh.
on."
I love it. That is gonna be so much fun. Carla says join. Thanks guys this has been a doggy filled weekend. You miss Lenny. We literally just missed Lenny. I was about to say all of the dogs were here. So it's a lot of fun. Becca, are you coughing
Again.
Love it. Well, we love it.
Yeah.
I'm so excited. Okay, it is going to be a lot of fun for everyone.
You
Thank
guys
you
are
for the
awesome.
star. Yes. Oh my goodness. We hope to see you all next fall.
Yes, guys, we want to see you in person.
Yeah.
We want to meet you so bad. I've met just like a
Yes.
couple of you all, and I remember each of you all dearly. I cannot wait to meet more of you.
So much fun. Melissa says, I feel like I'm closer to the group now. This is amazing. Melissa, I want to just brag on her. Her husband is the one that I highlighted over on Instagram or YouTube or something. Her husband congratulated her, or got her the ticket, and then got her the year membership all last week.
That's amazing.
So what a great weekend.
That's amazing. Very supportive.
Marianne said it's over and she lives in the same town. Right, Marianne? We miss you. I hope you're recovering well. It's so much fun. We are just so glad. Mama Disney. Yes. Oh my goodness. So much fun. But okay, y'all, you've got to get crafty. You've got to go put what you've learned to the test. Continue pouring into the Facebook group with all those fun projects. We
want to see them.
Yeah.
We want to see them. That is some of our favorite parts about when the summits are over, is reliving all those amazing crafts that you guys have made.
Yeah.
It's an amazing thing. We love to see those.
I know. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Oh my gosh. And Melissa says he's going next year with me to the conference. Melissa.
Yay!
Talk about
We get to meet
a
the most
stand-up
supportive
guy.
husband.
Yeah, the most supportive husband. I think that could be it. But you all can, debate that out later. So it's a lot of fun. Tanner, give Becca the day off tomorrow so she can doctor that cough. Sherry, I tried. She doesn't even want to.
Here's the thing, guys. I feel amazing.
It's just the cough.
Like, it's this residual
Crazy.
lingering cough.
Yeah. Well, y'all, this is so much fun. We will miss you until Thursday's live stream. That's going to be so weird.
Tanner, incredible
Every
fall
single
content.
day. Oh my gosh.
So much good fall content. You've been at Summit all day. Go to YouTube.
Oh yes, continue. The party
Go to
does
YouTube.
not.
Continue the party. Watch Tanner's 30-minute
3 crafts.
craft.
Is it live right now?
It's live right now.
It came out at 1:30.
Okay.
So go watch that,
Yep.
and then look forward to the next day, and the next day, and the next day, and then the amazing
big
live
reveal. Yep,
on
on
Thursday.
Thursday.
So yeah,
Yay.
continue your amazing crafty day.
And then to recap, if you need to rewatch anything from today or yesterday, go to those secret links and you can skim through the whole 6-hour videos. The HD recorded classes will be posted and emailed to you next week. 30 tickets left for Maker's Gonna Meet, so we're so excited. So yay!
That's
Thank you
amazing,
guys
guys.
for an amazing weekend.
Thank you so much.
are
We
just
love
so
all your
blessed.
questions, all your comments. With all these summits, we get to know you guys better and more intimately, and we absolutely adore that. That is why we're so excited to see you all in person next year.
So much fun. But we'll see you back here real soon at Maker's Gonna Learn. Thank you guys for an amazing weekend, and I hope you all have a great evening recovering from this weekend and get ready for your Monday. See you
Have
guys.
fun.